Greetings, trainers, and welcome. Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the AOS Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
And the Phantom Force is gonna be a swing and a miss, but he manages to grab it with the damage. For the rest of the team, Joe knows where they are, straight off the Jurek, finds them.
Kai tried to do that sneaky, but no, you go back to sleeping.
Yeah, Water Shuriken, it's a bit too late early. Nobody steals it. Oh, and Beagle, he steals it. There's a huge no-go. Onto 2, takes them down immediately.
No score yet for RJ Gaming. Are we going to see a repeat of what they did?
The Kings are gonna sit on their throne. They will not be denied.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are here today for the OCE Regional Final. It's going to be an exciting weekend. It's going to be action-packed. The trainers are ready. I'm ready. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for this weekend. And of course, I have it's going to be the 5 of us. I have 4 beautiful casters waiting in the back. Let's introduce them right now because they'll be assisting me by bringing the amazing games to all of you at home. I've got JJ, we've got Contra, we have Permasneeze, we have Moon Boy. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
The Prophet is back, and you know that. We're going to have all predictions, 100% who's going to go in to the Worlds.
Well, I'm hyped up as well, and I'm finally back here joining alongside all of you guys, and I'm just really glad that we get to see the best of Oceania as well as the whole APAC region here to see who really gets those tickets to London.
The last we saw OCE was in the AOS Cup that was broadcast at least, and a lot has changed since then. So I'm excited to see what these teams can bring to the table.
OCE, baby! And this is the final stop to Worlds, and everyone will be butting head right here. Everything is on the line because London is right next, and we only have 1 slot for these teams. And you know, it's just gonna be so intense coming in this weekend.
So while we get everything prepped with the players, let's take a look at the format so that we can see what's going to be happening over the course of this weekend. We have 2 days. Permasneeze, walk us through what's going to be happening for day 1 and 2 here for the trainers competing.
Yep, so as you can see, we're going to have all the teams that qualified for this event in on day number 1 for a single round-robin group stage. Now that has already been played, which means we're going to be looking at the top 8 teams right now who are playing in a double elimination bracket. From there, we're going to decide who our top 4 is as the day concludes. Then moving into day number 2, we'll have the top 4 double elimination bracket, where the grand finals will be a best of 5, while the double elimination bracket will be a best of 3. Now, key thing to note here is that the team that's coming from the losers bracket will have to go through a bracket reset to take it all. So just a quick recap, in case y'all missed it, y'all should admit it wasn't broadcast, but in case you guys were following, the May finals top 4 were once again Ground Zero took the trophy, followed by Collateral, iClan, and Just Ordinary Eagle, also known as Joe.
Thank you so much, Permasneeze. Now let's take a look at the brackets very quickly to see the 8 teams that are going to be competing for those tickets to London. JJ, walk us through who are some of these teams, who do we need to watch out for, and who do you think are some of the underdogs?
Right, so I think Permasneeze here already gave us who to watch out for. We have iClan, we have Team Unknown, which was previously Team Dynamax, we have Collateral, we have Joe, we have Ground Zero, we have 1620 Kings, or previously Team Balance, we have Team Gap and Team Bandits ESC. Now, we didn't see a May Finals, but it was Ground Zero who won AOS Cup and the May Finals. So I think Ground Zero here would be the most favored to win. But again, even if you lose one time, you still have a chance to go back up to the Grand Finals when you get down on the losers bracket if you lose on the winners bracket.
Thank you so much, JJ. I can see you're flexing your profit muscles already, but let's take a look and see what these teams are competing for, because we do know that tickets to London are on the line, but we are also competing for a cash prize. So as you can see, we have a total of $50,000 that all these teams are competing for. First place will take home $20,000. Second place, they'll get $10,000. It's fine, but let's be real here, everyone. You're here for the lion's share. You want that $20,000. You want to be confident to say, I am the best in our region, and we're going to have a great time at London. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I'm shaking, JJ.
I'm shaking as well. You know, I think the prize pool here, in terms of like the cash prize pool, that's just like a secondary. I think even Permasneeze and Moonboy and Contra would agree here. The main takeaway here is going to London, is going to Worlds. We don't care no more about no money. We care about going to London. And I think all the casters here want to go to London as well.
Well, if you're going to be a top 1, you're going to get both of it, right? So you're going to meet some of the best the world has to offer, and just seeing who's really the top trainer globally. And I think that's going to be really exciting. I'm pretty sure that Oceania has a lot of surprises in store for us.
We have 8 teams. Sorry.
I have to cut you off here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Right, so firstly, we're going to say goodbye to JJ and Contra. They're going to be going into the back room with me a little bit later on, because we are going to watch the games, but that means Permasneeze and Moonboy, you two are staying with me because you are going to be casting our first game of the day. So thanks, JJ. Thanks, Contra. We'll see you a little bit later on. This next series, though, it's going to be an exciting one. And firstly, I know Permasneeze is going to love this because it's Bandits versus Gap.
Yeah, these are my boys. I was gonna say these 8 teams, right? They're all here, but they're all looking at one goal only. I think we've been saying this throughout the entire start of the show. But nobody wants to use the 10K to go as a spectator, man. Everybody wants to go and play. And these 2 teams are no different, right? And we've seen them here before. Team Gap had a beautiful run in AOS Cup, coming out to 2nd place. And this is such a storied matchup because Team Gap actually beat Bandits to take 2nd place from them. Bandits finished 3rd at AOS Cup. That was the last time that we saw them, and that was a bit of a different situation. Now we have Team Gap and Bandits coming in with different substitutes as well.
Yeah. Moonboy, very quickly, we just saw the trainer cards for these 2 teams. Who are we looking out for? Who are the MVPs for these 2 teams?
Well, I think, the MVP is definitely gonna be OM Beagle, right?
Yeah, I don't know why it took you so long, my friend.
Yeah, because that's like, what's his name? Yeah, OM Beagle. Because we have been following his story ever since AOS Cup, and he really brought everything on the table to his team. And he's the man to watch. He's the man to watch out for from both sides. I think it's just what it is.
Yep. Well, draft is ready, boys. So let's jump into our first game of the day. It's Bandits versus Gap. Let's go into the draft.
Let's go. First game of the day. Purposely as well as Moonboy, we're going to bring it to you. Of course, this story, we'll talk more about the Pokemon picks later as we're seeing some interesting ones, but I want to talk a bit about the players. This is a hugely storied matchup purely for the fact that both of these teams have remnants of the kings of the region. We talked about Ground Zero. They're a long storied team. Back in the day, they used to be known as Owl Gaming before they broke off. Now, the main team has now become Ground Zero, but the remnants of Owl Gaming, the leftovers, are Bandits ESC. Team Gap, crucially, have one new member. Feather was the attacker of Ground Zero. He won the AOS Cup with them. So now having that experience of being an AOS Cup winner on their side versus the leftovers from the past, this is basically the Ground Zero, this is the Ground Zero remnants battle to death here.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go into AOS Stadium right here. It's Bandit ESC versus Team Gap with Bandit on the purple and Team Gap on the orange. Both sides is opting for a 2-1-2 right here. It's gonna be an intense one right now.
Yeah, what a way to start us. Okay, so we didn't get to talk a lot about the Pokemon picks. Is there anything that is immediately apparent to you that you want to talk about, Moonboy?
Well, a big change coming in into this patch is definitely going to be that Dragonite pick on that both side. But however, Team Gap on the Kremlin as well. We're on the bottom side, so we will be seeing lots of last hit potential, last minute steal, because those Hurricane and Dive is going to be really painful coming in from Team Gap.
Absolutely. Now, Bandits ESC, they're playing with a couple of new players as well, but let's draw our attention back to the Pokemon picks, right? We talked about how this Serena, or at least we haven't talked about it yet. I think we talked about it a lot amongst ourselves. Serena and Dragonite, this composition, we're seeing it a lot more, Moonboy.
Yep, there's so much damage coming in from those Serena, those resets coming in from Storm, and we have seen a race in Grassy Sky coming in from the Serena pick as well. So that's a pretty interesting one. But there we have on the bottom side as well, Kuro immediately going straight right down to the bottom side to just pressure a little bit more. But it seems like, it's still a pretty even trade right down in the center, in the bottom side. But you take a look at the Venusaur right here, or is it Bulbasaur? He's only at level 4 at the 8-minute mark. He really want to scale that guy to the Venusaur to actually do a lot more impact later on.
Absolutely. I mean, I like that move coming out from the Dragonite on Bandits because I feel like as a Cramorant, it's so important for you to get off to a rolling start. That's where you have the advantage. But if that kind of gets alleviated by a few nice ganks, then suddenly that Pokemon is not as effective going into the later stages of the game.
Yep, that is exactly right as well. So, you kind of have to get those lead as a Cramorant. So you just got those last hits and just stealing every single objective away from your Pokemon. Not forgetting, you got the Dragonite coming in with those Hyper Beam as well. It's going to be those huge burst damage, and it's just down to Bandit how again it's going to sustain this one, because those Blissey is going to be a huge factor coming in, allowing their team to survive a little bit more in this fight.
4 members of Team Gap on the top side now, looking to catch Bandits by surprise. Gonna get the jump on them, Chester. The X speed away is enough, but the Hyperspace Hole just to slow them on. And with so many members on the goal zones, these points are gonna go in quick and easy. For those of you who don't know, the more members of your team that you have on the goal zone, the faster your scores actually go in. So, excellent use of that mechanic there by Team Gap.
Yep, 4 men on the top side going in for the push. Hyperspace Hole coming in from Bandit as well. Storms getting that reset, getting that Serena first, taking the Steenie off that map as Chester is trying to push it down. Anonymous will be able to dunk another more, stacking those attack weights up really quickly.
Yeah, and as we see the top side duel off, the bot side is teeing off as well. They're already trying to take down this Dreadnought, and they're able to secure it. It wasn't the Hyper Beam, but actually the Hoopa that grabs it for the team. Feather putting on a performance on this Hoopa already, and they're starting to cleave through the side of the Bandits here on this bot side. Draco Impact in as well. OM Beagle's about to pop off. Here comes the Hyper Beam surely, but there's the reset. Nicely timed from Feather. Pulls him out of that situation and allows him to break open this go zone. Nice maneuver coming out from Team Gap.
Team Gap just had every single advantage right now, taking that Dreadnought and those early KOs on Bandit ESC as well. This push on the bottom side really gave them a huge lead, immediately rotating straight right to the top side as that Rotom. They're just trying to defend the Rotom right here, but it's down to Bandit. How are you going to answer to this Team Gap right now?
key thing is that Crowley is gonna have his Unite move up compared to OM Beagle, who used it to secure that earlier objective. I believe they're already trying to pull that Rotom over to their side as it drops to around half HP. Who's gonna be able to finish it? They're gonna have to throw all their skills and coordinate these to perfection if they want to grab this objective. But there is the Unite move coming up to Serena. Immediately melts Crowley. There goes your Dragonite. No impact at all if your Dragonite's not even in the sky. And he gets planted into the ground. Anonymous is just absolutely styling on there with this Serena. And they're not done just yet. They want to keep this pressure on with the Rotom in this top side. Here comes Crowley to answer back. But there is the Unite move. Another Draco impact from OM Beagle. This man is going absolutely crazy. Moonboy, he said we need to watch him, and they definitely aren't doing a good job of that. He's just tearing them apart. They're at least gonna get the Serena down, but that's not before 4 drops to the deck, and the second tier Go Zone is gonna be blown wide open by Team Gap.
It's just 5 minutes right now. The top side is just totally naked for Bandit ESC. Everyone is just focusing on the OM Beagle, but Kites with that Get and Gut missile literally zoned everyone out from Bandits away from that Go Zone, allowing Team Gap to get that push. And right here on the top side, it's just so vulnerable for Bandit. And you know, Team Gap is just having such a huge advantage going into the second Dreadnought. Rings Unbound coming in from Team Gap.
Yeah, there is the pop out from Feather. They want to fight this objective, and they're going to go straight for it. Is there a contest available? Absolutely not. Team Gap grabs it, but there are the Unite moves as well. Kombucha into the stomps himself. They need to be careful, but there are the shields coming up from that Blissey. That Tofu Bean safeguard just saved them the fight.
It's not just those safeguard, but that perfect Queen Ascendance literally stopped Bandit on the offense, picking the right target to go on it and just leaving it up in the air. Bandit is just trying desperately to break the bottom side, but Team Gap, you know, they're splitting an effort right now because it's going to be 4 on 5 in the bottom side.
Oh no, that's not how you want to start. The Bliss Assistance out, but Kite has the Gatling Gun missile. He's standing ground and standing guard. He's not going to let anybody pass here, as they can't convert in any sort of meaningful way. You said Bandits look like a bit of desperation pushing in the bot side, but they don't get anything, Moonboy.
Nothing Permas means nothing coming in from Bandit, and they really have to try to scramble. They're just scrambling around the map trying to get those EXP while Team Gap focuses on the Rotom. This Rotom is going to be really impactful because it's going to be distracting Bandit for everything. It will be marching straight right down to the central area, and Team Gap knows that well, and they will be on the hunt for those wild Pokemon to just get the additional EXP and get ready for that final stretch.
Bandits aren't really living up to their name right now, I'm gonna be honest. You know, Bandits, they steal, they pillage, they haven't gotten anything on the map. All 4 objectives so far, straight into the hands of Team Gap, Moonboy.
Yep, those level differences right here is definitely gonna show. Bandit really have to try to keep up to this one. This Rotom is just doing so much distraction. Take a look, it's just buying so much time for Team Gap, and they're scrambling around. They got a good position on the final Dreadnought right down in the bottom side, while Kites is just farming right there in the central area. He's getting ready for the big fight, and those Gatling Gun missiles is gonna make a difference later on in that final stretch.
Take a look at the mini map though. Look at that Dragonite from Crowley. He's actually sneaking up to the top side looking for a double dunk, while the rest of Team Gap are looking towards Dreadnought. This could be their opening for Bandits to make a bit of a difference and try and close that gap that Team Gap have made for themselves here in this game number 1.
This 40 points coming in from that Dragonite is not going to be too impactful. Dreadnought, no contest from Bandit. And it seems like Bandit got a little bit of a good positioning, right? If they get to that Legendary Pit first and get those good positioning, things might look good for them. But Team Gap, you know, is just trying to go for the ambush. They're just preparing themselves and catch Bandit off guard.
Oh, we could see some sneaky maneuvers coming in here. Guys, don't give them away. Don't be too loud. Okay, nope, they're gonna get spotted. So that just falls through the wayside, and Feather manages to get out of here. But yeah, I mean, on the back of Feather, I think he's doing... It's very clear that this Koopa's doing a lot of the shot calling, because the hyperspace holds as well as the movements, that's just been so nicely coordinated on the side of Team Gap. They're holding a perfect position now around this Legendary Pit as the final stretch kicks off.
Wait, we might have seen this maneuver coming in. Hoopa sneakily on the bottom side. Bandit pops off their Rings Unbound. This is gonna get juicy right here.
They want to finish off this Zapdos before Team Gap have a moment to respond. But there's Team Gap. They've opened the Rings Unbound. We've seen this before, Moonboy. Team Gap straight into the central area. They don't need a Zapdos. You have nothing to flip if we score the points first. 100s raining in from Team Gap. They just send that Rings Unbound straight into the central area of the Bandits. And even though they're able to get the Electric Bird, They can't close the gap. They just can't. Team Gap living up to their name way better than Bandits are. Sure, you break open some goal zones. 200 points left on the docket. How are you going to come back from this?
Wait a minute. All we see is a scramble of colors, and all we see is just purple left in that central area. Big rings unbound coming in from Team Gap, potting straight right back to the central area. There's no one stopping them from scoring, and they have that lead gap, they have that points. You can have that Zapdos as we'll be scoring additional 500 on top of that. How are you going to stop us right now? 1 minute on the clock, 200 more for Bandit to score. It's just so difficult for them to come back of this one, but it's not impossible. All they need is just one big fight and just dunk those 200 in, and Bandit might be able to turn this one around.
Oh, look at the Dragonite. OMBeagle, he's going for sneak. No one's in position. This could solidify their lead once and for all. The final push. Do they even have enough points to stop it? It doesn't look like anyone on the side of Bandits are holding even significant amount of points. They need to make a Hail Mary move, but there's the Draco Impact. He's more than likely going to recall back to defend. And what can Bandits do? 25 seconds left on the deck. They need to make a move. 300 points. They don't even have them in their pockets. They're trying to open the bottles now, but they're going to have to summon the points out of space and time if they want to make this comeback. Game number 1, 300 points down. The Serena is down. The Blissey is down. Bandits, they're falling apart. It's completely in shambles. They get torn apart. Team Gap, true to their name, just completely run out of the gate, guns blazing, and they bring the key to Bandits in this quarterfinals. They're gonna go 1-up.
That was just perfect macro maneuver coming in from Team Gap. Just moving around, those sneaky movement coming in from Hooper, hiding in the brush just before Bandit realizes, where is everyone else? They're all in their central zone. They're just dunking everyone in. And that's what Team Gap is all about. They created such a huge gap against Bandit. Now, this is a big question for Bandit to answer. How are they going to come back of this one? Because this maneuvers coming in from Team Gap is just great movement.
It just felt like, honestly speaking, from the start of the game, it felt like they just didn't have any control over Anonymous. He's definitely the MVP for me. Even though the crowd is sitting on OMBeagle's head and everybody on Team Gap played to perfection, I do think that this Serena deserves a special shout. Completely outclassed Kombucha on the opposing Serena. Look at the damage. The numbers are flipped. You got 18 on one side, 86 on the other. Is this a support Serena? This can't be happening.
It's not just that, right? Anonymous actually caught Kombucha again and again in those Queen's Ascendants, just not allowing Bandit to be in charge and just removing their main attacker away from those fights. And that is what Anonymous did. And OMBeagle and Kite just sweep it up and just clear everyone off Bandit's roster. And those fights coming in, and they're just so well timed, they're just so well positioned. Team Gap really deserved this win, and it's down to Bandit. How are they going to answer? And now is for their time to reply.
Okay, the key thing here is that I'm not sure whether this Venusaur pick is going to line up very well. Venusaur, especially with this Petal Dance maneuver, or rather this build, you want to be in the thick of things and you want to be doing damage around you, but look at the composition that Team Gap have. They have a Dragonite able to Hyper Beam you from afar. Kite is never going to be in firing distance. He's just going to blast at you with just Gatling cannons from afar. And same goes for Serena. If you're at the Serena's face, you're most likely toast. So I don't think this Venusaur had a good time at all. Mupi definitely had a rough time. Every single time he tries to engage, it's just getting caught in the crossfire, and it's not pretty for this Venusaur. I think it needs to go.
Yep, and definitely those Hyper Beams ranging down onto that Venusaur, it could not out-kill or even out-survive whatever OMBeagle is going to throw at him. Take a look at the highlights right now. This is what exactly happened in game number 1. What went wrong for Bandit ESE?
I mean, this first fight was so rough because actually, take a look at the Hyper Beam. It's slightly mistimed, but because Cooley kind of got caught off guard, he wasn't able to send that Hyper Beam flying out the same way. From there, it just starts to all fall apart, right? Meanwhile, the Serena is just causing chaos in the top side on a one-on-one mano-el-mano situation, and they can't deal with Anonymous at any point in time. Meanwhile, Team Gap are just completely obliterating this bot tier 1 go zone. And I do want to point this out because there's something we've come to. Okay, let's take a look at the Zapdos fight first before I get into this. Sure, they get the Zapdos, but take a look at your screen. Where's Gap?
Yep, everyone is just gathered right down in the central zone, right there. Rings Unbound just teleported everyone straight right there. Take a look at this. They're not in a fight, but the points are wrecking over for Team Gap. 3-2-2, 6-7-5 at this point in time. It's just so difficult for ESE to come back. This is sneaky 90 coming in from OMBeagle as well. And there's nothing that the Bandit could do.
Yeah, and I really like that move coming out from OM Beagle because a lot of the times when you sort of think you have the lead, right, you're like, oh, you know, all we need to do is defend. We don't need to worry about it because we can just hold. But you don't really want to put yourself in those situations when you have a character like the Dragon Knight who can get those dunks in and get out easily with the Draco Impact. Why not just extend your lead? It is OM Beagle who is the MVP on that Dragon Knight. I think he performed, he basically played so stellar. I have no complaints at all. This is like peak Dragon Knight performance, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, definitely no complaints. Those great targeting and great Dragon Dance's maneuver literally allow him to survive and juke off a lot of shots coming in from the bandits. So, you know, not forgetting this Hyper Beam actually could shred a Dreadnought 1/3 of its health just by fully charged Hyper Beam. So this is exactly what OM Beagle wants to see, and you know they are gonna try to keep it up for game number 2.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility on his back for sure, because once you come out of that first clear in the central area, you need to decide which one of your paths need your help the most. We actually saw him elect to go to the top side, which ended up helping Anonymous just completely dominate the path, right, and defeat the other Serena. But, you know, in a lot of situations, you might have gone to the bot side because you saw that opposing Dragon Knight there as well. You're like, oh no, they're outnumbered, Kite needs help, Kite needs my help, Tufubi needs my help. But he knew, he trusted his teammates. He knew they can hold down the line, they have a Cramorant there, they can hold them off, and he went to make the game-winning move instead, and everything just snowballed from there.
I think the main objective right here is definitely going to try to get Serena to level 7, right? Because that Pokemon really come online when it's at the Serena stage. So when he's up on top, just supporting his his teammate and just, you know, slowing down the opponent's Serena at the same time, and that actually played well to fruition for the team, right? And you know, the Serena for OM Beagle actually reached Serena first. It got the Quintessence on those right targets and just removing them once and once again, and that actually did pay off, and as what you said, that was probably the winning move, and it snowballed all the way to the final stretch.
Yeah, and I do want to give a special shout out to that crazy move that we saw. And curiously enough, this is something we're starting to see more and more. Hoopas, when they know they have the advantage, they elect to go straight for the central area, open the rings unbound, and get the free dunks in, because a lot of times your opponents are trying to go around Zapdos. So it's kind of like, you know, sometimes you look at it and you're like, oh, you know, they're just kind of flexing on them because they won. But not exactly, right? Because why risk your entire game on the Zap flip and the Zap team fight when you can just completely solidify their lead? Zapdos, yes, it gives you a huge advantage, but these teams are so used to it that they know just exactly how far they can leverage it.
Yep, that is exactly what you said, right? They got those points, they got enough points, right? Why lose it in a fight against their opponent? Because I have, you know, 500 points waiting to be dunked. All I need to do is just get to that goal zone, and exactly that's what Team Gap actually put to play, right? Bring that Hoopa there, teleport everyone away from the fight. They can have the Zapdos, because if you dunk 500, I could dunk additional 500 and I still got that lead, and that's what Team Gap actually put to play, and that was a pro play coming in from Team Gap.
Yeah, that's definitely a professional play if I've ever seen one. And we're going to see more of that as we get into game number 2. The draft is ready for us, and we're going to see what type of adjustments the Bandits are going to make in this second game. Now, I can definitely point to the top half sort of being where it's all falter for the side of Bandits. And I wonder what kind of adjustments they're going to make, whether it's in the terms of picks, whether in terms of, you know, slight lane mechanical stuff. Because Feather and Anonymous, they just had a firm vice grip on that top half.
Yep, it seems like, you know, Bandits knew that the Venusaur might not be working too well, but instead, you know, they are trying to stick to their guns. They're just going straight right with the same composition coming in. Maybe they just have to win a little bit more in the early game, take that advantage, and just try to steamroll their way through. But Team Gap instead going for the Cramorant, and Kite changes straight right to the Venusaur as well. So it seems like they're playing, you know, you want to play the game, I'm gonna bring it to you, because a mirror match is gonna be coming straight right on.
Yeah, there's only one actual difference between both of those compositions, and that's in one of the held items. The Hoopa on the side of Bandits actually elected to go for the Buddy Barrier, which is not an option we see very often ever since the nerf all the way back from AO's Cup, right? On the flip side, a Focus Sash coming out from Feather instead could be the make or break, and that extra bit of survivability that Hoopa needs to get past the laning stage in the path early on. So I'm gonna be interested to see how they adjust. Like I said, this is what we've been talking about. They need to prevent that gap from widening to the point where even a Zapdos can't come back, help them come back into the game.
Yeah, and you know, as what you said, with those Body Barriers, it's gonna help them later on into the team fights as well. Those rings unbound just gonna be so useful for them. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2 of the quarterfinals right here. Team Gap versus Bandit ESC, with Team Gap 1 point ahead.
And these teams, OCE, as we talked about before, is such a tight-knit region. These teams know each other so well. More so that, Feather was like I mentioned, Feather used to be the Ground Zero's main attacker. He definitely knows these Bandit boys left, right, and center, right? He knows, like, he used to play with them. He's probably completely familiar. He's in their mind. So having someone who's so familiar with the opponents on your side as the shot caller definitely has to be a huge boon for Team Gap.
Yeah, knowing this additional information is just going to help Team Gap by so much. In this kind of mirror matchup, it's all about those rotation of those central area Pokemon. How could you assist your corresponding teammate to scale a little bit more and get more of those wild Pokemon and just scale a little bit faster compared to your opponent? There we have, XD immediately going straight right to the central area, taking a coffee shot himself to get himself to level 4 ASAP, try to close up the gap against Team Gap.
Huge emphasis put by Bandits this time, 4 members on the top side, and they successfully managed to snuff out Anonymous early on. So a quick pick-off, but still keeping relative parity in terms of the level. So no real advantage being gained on either side so far.
Yeah, but it seems like Team Gap has been dunking a little bit more compared to Bandit EXP right now. So this additional EXP coming in from those dunks might come into handy later on into this fight. So take a look at this. Kite is already at level 5 right now. He's so close to the pedal dance. So once the pedal dance is unlocked, things are gonna be very different for Team Gap because those shredding capability from the Venusaur is gonna be doing so much.
Yeah, that means that XD can't just run in like that all willy-nilly. Has to worry about that special attack damage coming in. Tufu Bean trying for a cute little steal there, doesn't manage to get it, but at least scares him a little, makes him clench a little. Ooh, okay, no, nothing good.
So it's kind of like a stalemate situation right now, right? But it seems like Team Gap have a little bit of an edge with Hoopa already at level 5 and Serena at level 6. So with the Serena online, those resets on their Storms and their Grassy Glide is going to be coming online, and that's going to be the game breaker right here. Because if they could continue to put pressure onto Bandit ESC and not allow it to evolve, things is going to look really different for Team Gap.
Look at the amount of emphasis being put on in this top path here. They routinely send people up here just to kind of give them a false idea of how many people are in the area. Oh, cruelly, the Dragon Dance out manages to tangle his way out of that sticky situation. But that means most of the bees are going to get claimed up by the side of Team Gap. OM Beagle's Dragonite is online.
Yep, Dragonite is online. Hyper Beam is just going to be doing so much against this opponent right now. There we have Hyper Beam going straight right in. Anonymous able to get out of there alive. And it seems like Team Gap is not going to fight because all is going to rotate to straight right to the very first objective, which is the Dreadnought, which is live right now.
They've actually elected to leave Serena on that top half. So once again, mirroring that 4-1 situation as they're starting to clean up this Dreadnought fast. Where are the side of the bandits? They're nowhere to be found as OM Beagle just sweeps that up for himself.
No contest coming in from the bandits. Like, take a look at this. Petal Dance is just shredding them away by so much. OM Beagle trying to dunk 30. 24 by the Venusaur right here. Team Gap is just looking great, and we might have a deja vu of game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're still trying to pressure on here, but I do think there isn't really much else they can do since most of the defenders from Bandits are here. But they still are trying to make a concerted move. OM Beagle, have you gone a bit too far? That's the Draco Impact as well. He's dropping on top of their heads. The Hyper Beam not going to land, but the safeguard available from Tufu Bean gets them out. And once again, the Serena diff is there. Gap, they get the 1-on-1 KO. And Anon, he's just running away with the game again.
Yep, take a look at this. On the top side, the Serena is still all alone. That means those attack rate is likely going to be fully stacked as of right now. That Serena is going to be really dangerous for Bandit to be dealing with. So, as the rest of the team rotate to the top side, it seems like Team Gap is not allowing Bandit any rest at this point.
Yeah, they're trying to break open this tier 1 go zone, but Cruelly, he's here trying to defend. That's the Queen's Ascendant. They want to take down this Dragonite. Where's the hyperspace hole? The Draco Impact is there. They actually do a reset of their own Team Gap. Maybe not exactly what they wanted, but Feather, he dips them out of there. And because of that, the side of Bandits need to retreat, which means free Rotom for the side of Team Gap.
Yep, 2 free objective on Team Gap's pocket right now. That it seems like Bandit is not in the right position to fight. They have to try to level up, go back to your central area and just farm straight right back up because you got those advantage with the side lanes Aldino for you.
Yeah, but the space in your central area is closing. There's the Unite moves. They want to capitalize on this Rotom and immediately getting melted. There's the Blister Scissors straight onto the back line. The reset as well brings Kite and Tufu Bean out of that situation. But Serena gets the dunk in. The invulnerability flames are enough to keep her up and running. The Rotom is still punching away. This Serena on the Bandit side. He's going to drop to the deck. Minced meat. And so is this Dragonite. Ding, ding, ding. That's the KO streak of 2, baby. OM Beagle is in the ring and he's ready to knock all of you out. He gets the tier 2 go zone and they walk away with a huge overdunk. Okay, it's not a huge overdunk, but man, they deposit those points. 289 to 6.
Yep, it seems like the top side is already empty for Bandits once again, as the Dreadnought once again is left uncontested by Team Gap. The biggest play right on the top side is definitely going to be Feather on the Hoopa. Those well-timed resets with those hyperspace hole, allowing Team Gap to sustain a little bit more into this fight, so that they could bring the fight to them. Even though it's in their go zone, Bandit has no chance but to take the fall, and Team Gap just closes the tier 2 on the top side.
So before we get into the final stretch, I want to talk about this. It's very important, okay? Rings Unbound, like no time to talk about anything as they're chasing the side of Bandits out of their tier 1. But take a look at that. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. The power of the Koopa lies in the hyperspace hole, right? You can bring your teammates from one go zone to the other. Take a look at the Bandit side of the map. They have no go zones to work with. In the past, maybe we saw teams leaving those tier 1 go zones up so they could get the overdunks. But with the power of Koopa's hyperspace hole, you just want to take down as many of those as possible and leave the Koopa Express without any stations to go through.
Yeah, not much of a mobility or even rotation coming in from Bandits because of those hoops going down. But there we have, once again, the Rotom is left undecided. But immediately Queenie's Majesty coming in from Bandits. But I think they're not going to be falling down to this one, as Bandit is still on the offense on the bottom side. But the Rotom is just left untouched. Team Gap, another free objective for them. And then Rotom will be marching straight right down to the central area.
This is looking like a bit of a cookie cutter of game number 1. All 4 major objectives. The Team Gap, check. OM Beagle popping off, check. Serena just running away with the game, check. Crazy resets and support play coming from the rest of the team. They have all the boxes ticked, Moonboy. This is looking dire.
Yup, everything is checked, and it's looking great for Team Gap right now, and the level difference is checked on as well. Ben's just putting so much effort just to take down their Rotom. Are they ready for that final fight, or even is Team Gap even giving them a fight later on in the final stretch?
I don't even think it's necessarily Bandits' fault. I just think Team Gap, they're playing so stellar, they're not allowing Bandits to have any chance back in the game. Every single one of their moves just feels like they're closing out any option that Bandits might be looking at.
Yup, Team Gap already got another free objective. This one again in the form of a third Dreadnought. And it seems like Bandit have no interest in this objective anymore, because right here they're just trying to dunk in, right? Points wins game and not fight. I believe Bandit have only one out to win this one, is to win via points. They got a little bit of a back foot right here, 200-point difference. Get the Zapdos and just have a team fight on Team Gap. That's possibly what they are looking for.
Okay, on the bright side, it doesn't look quite as dire as game number 1, right? Game number 1, the point lead was a bit too ridiculous for them to come back even with the Zapdos, but here they could definitely have a chance to turn it around if the side of Team Gap, they're not careful. Team Gap, they're surging forward, they're trying to start off this Zapdos, OM Beagle. Not sure whether this is a legitimate start or whether he's just throwing them away, but Team Gap, take a look at the rest of their members, just on both sides of the map, keeping the side of Bandits busy, while OM Beagle's just soloing this one down. Where is the rotation coming from Bandits? It's there! It's there! They stole it! The last minute Burden Anger! Whoopie, you made it, man! And he's not gonna let you get away with this one. They steal the Zapdos. Could this be the comeback they need? But they're dropping members. 2 down already on Bandits. It could have been a huge play if they were able to make all the kills and get to those points. But so are Team Gap. There are the 50s. There are no defenders available. The 2 down on the side of Bandits are still down for another 5 seconds, which means all the points gonna go straight into Team Gap. Team Gap, how do they keep doing this?
Bandits caught the Koopa down in the bottom side as well. Just, not allowing him to do his sneaky shenanigans. But, Team Gap notices it, immediately went for the Zapdos. Loses the Zapdos is okay because we got the level advantage. We could bring the fight to you. Not allowing Bandit to go for the run and go for the dunk. Immediately taking out most of Bandits out of that fight and just go for that counter dunk. And that is what exactly Team Gap did, and they brought that gap difference to Team Bandits.
Yeah, I mean, Team Gap, they've just been playing with an airtight lock right now. They're not allowing any sort of opening now, even with the Bandit surge onto this bot side. Kite standing strong with the Giga Drain. The sustain is there. Finally goes down to his counterpart, but another sick reset. And here is the Serena. It's about curtain to Bandits. They have 20 seconds left on the clock, but none of their members are coming out in time. 2 left, but they're being chased down. XD next on the chopping block. It's time to eat, as Serena is here for a feast. Another storm down, another point. The gap is just widening, and now it's 2-0 up Bandits. They've just been completely gapped, my friend.
Well, this is just a game of pure destruction coming in from Team Gap, right? They just have the advantage and lead throughout the whole game, having every single objective uncontested coming in from Bandit ESC. There's no way that Bandit could contest at any point in time in the whole game, right? They have no chance in any fight. They have no chance in taking anyone of Team Gap down. Team Gap took advantage of that, even though they caught Feather in the bottom side just before they could do their sneaky shenanigans at that final stretch. But Team Gap knows it, just brings everyone of Bandit straight right to the central area, even though Bandit got that Zapdos, but Team Gap got every member of Bandits and just closes the game, counter dunk, and just winning it 9-8-9 to 3-2-6. Team Gap winning this with a stomp with a 2-0 victory.
And every part of this team really came into play here, right? You talk about Feather being the shot caller, calling the maneuvers, basically being the maestro for the team, directing their movement, blocking out every single opening Bandits was looking for. You have Anon just dominating the top side when left alone to his own devices, just completely tore them up. We don't even need to talk about OMBGO. I've said his name enough, but Kite and Tofu Bean as well in that bot path. When your teammates are trying to make so many individual plays and trying to do so many things, it's important to have a stable core, and that Venusaur and Bissy held down the fort when they needed to the most. Team Gap, they're playing beautifully right now, and if they keep this up, I wouldn't be too surprised if they go the distance here, Moonboy.
Yeah, thing is looking great for Team Gap right here, and this is a totally different Team Gap that we have seen compared to AOS Cup, right? In AOS Cup, we see them running the protect Mr. President kind of like strategy. Protect OMBGO with all your lives, but Team Gap coming in with a very different strat right now, having a really well-balanced team, spreading the EXP across the board, and everyone coming together with this great macro play. And this is just a pure performance coming in from Team Gap, and it's just to the finals. I think it's a chef kiss right here.
Absolutely. That was beautiful. I do gotta say, I do want to say though, I feel like Bandits, unfortunately, they didn't really get to show their stuff this game. It's not really, like I said in that second game, I don't even think it's necessarily their fault. I don't think they're bad players. They consistently tried to find openings, but it just felt like Team Gap, they were one step ahead. They knew everything that was happening. And like I was saying in the game, could it be the Feather effect? Look at his name, GZ Feather. This was the attacker from ground zero. This was the attacker that made it to the main team while everyone on Bandits was quote-unquote the subsidiary team. There's a reason why he made it, and he's showing his strategies and proving his worth here in Team Gap.
Yup, everything is just putting to fruition for Team Gap right here. In the addition of Feather, we have seen him on the Ninetales in the AOS Cup. He has been such a great attacker, but this time he's on the support role for Team Gap. So it's looking really interesting for this team. But take a look at this highlight of what happened in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, before we got into that, I do want to point out AOS Finals second place and May, they were top 6, but here they're looking to get more than top 6. Everyone's looking to go to London, and if they keep playing like that, they're definitely going to make it there. That's what I believe. Look at this game number 2 dominance as well. Even though the point lead wasn't nearly as much, they knew their limits. Look at this reset coming out timely as well.
Yup, and look at this, right? Those Petal Dance just putting to work for Team Gap. It's okay that we just switch out the Cramorant, and this Venusaur actually still do a lot of damage coming in from Bandit. Take a look at this. Another Dreadnought left uncontested, and the final stretch right here with the Zapdos. OMBGO starting on the Zapdos all by himself, but Bandit managed to just steal it off their feet, but unable to capitalize.
That's quite a statement, right, if you think about it. Like, they beat you with the Cramorant, and then they're like, you know what? Let's try and beat you with your own team comp. That's kind of nasty, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, OMBGO, that beautiful holoware with the ring announcer, the bells going off, he had that thing ringing the entire game the way he was taking down those KOs. And man, what a performance.
Yep, these things are looking great for Team Gap right here. Look at this, the final 3 seconds and still managed to just dunk 10 more points. Here's a match MVP, OMBGO from Team Gap, and this guy is unstoppable. Someone please put a break on this man.
I'm not gonna lie, I think as soon as like AOS Cup concluded, I think everyone knew that I was a huge Team Gap fan. Like, I loved their playstyle. I loved how much they scrapped things together and still made it work and didn't give up until the very end and pulled out all these stocks. And I was kind of worried coming into this regional finals, because I'm like, okay, you know what, Team Gap, they play scrappy, they play on OMBGO's Greninja, but now that things have changed, how will they adapt? But with these new additions, with this new cohesiveness, man, they're looking clean.
Yep, they're looking really clean this game. All they have to do is just keep this momentum up and just, keep this consistency, and they are on their way straight right to the finals. So,
Absolutely.
all they have to do is just not drop any of this kind of loose end, right? Not show any loose end to your opponent. Just keep this up, and they are looking great to take home or even move to London.
Absolutely. I think, I mean, what do you think of that, Danny? Because you must have been watching that from the sidelines. I was right to believe in Team Gap all along, man. What do you think?
I wasn't expecting it to be a 2-0 and a clean 2-0 at that. I was thinking we're looking at a potential 3-game series. I thought it was going to be really close, but Gap are on point today. I want to sort of pick your brains a little bit more, because I think we do need to sort of look into this series, right? Gap's going to move on forward in the upper bracket. Bandits will have to play through the lower bracket. They've got one more life, but still a very scary situation to be in. What do you think it ultimately came down to in this series that made Gap just so overwhelmingly stronger than Bandits? Was it the choice of Pokemon? Was it their playstyle? Were they doing something that Bandits just wasn't able to latch onto?
I think the key thing for me, I just think they were just one step ahead. Whatever the side of Bandits were trying to do, Team Gap already prepared for it. They were already there before the fact. They were preempted. It's almost like someone was tipping them off. You're trying to get this huge heist off on the side of Bandits. You're trying to make this sneaky maneuver. You're trying to pull off this huge crime. But there is a mole in your team. There's an informant. Team Gap are right on there. They're like, hands up, baby, we got you. And they don't allow Bandits to get anything at all.
Do you agree with that, Moonboy, or do you have a different perspective?
Well, I think it's down to the familiarization of the composition, right? Especially in a mirror match like this. It seems like Team Gap knows the ins and outs of every single Pokemon, or how this 5 Pokemon synergize, and they actually put it to work. And this is exactly what they did, and they showed that, we are so much more familiar than you, Bandits, and we are going to take that 2-0 victory.
All right, so that's going to conclude our first game of the day. We are going to jump into our next one in just a minute. But before then, of course, we are going to have a quick break so that the players can get ready. And of course, you can get ready. So if you need to, as usual, take your toilet break, grab your snacks, because once we return, we'll jump into our next match. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down. Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island. In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned.
trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We're here for the Oceania Regional Finals, and we've just finished up our first game of the day. So game, not number 2, but we are moving on to the upper bracket match. It's Ground Zero versus Team Gap. We just saw a absolute dominating series here from Team Gap. So the question is, are they going to play exactly the same way against Ground Zero? We will find out in just a minute, but first let's introduce our casters for this matchup. It is JJ and Contra. Gentlemen, welcome. JJ, Contra, I want to hear your thoughts coming into this series because it's going to be an exciting one.
Right, definitely. You know what? Earlier on, when I was still watching, Bandits versus Team Gap, I thought, man, Team Gap is really living up to their name. And as a lot of you have said, it is the redemption arc of Team Gap here. But we cannot dismiss the power here of Team Ground Zero. Remember that they have been the main characters since AOS Cup and Finals, winning first place back to back. But now, Team Gap, from the second place from AOS Cup, from the 5th to 6th place tie from May Finals. Let's find out together if they can be the King Slayers for the regionals.
Absolutely. So here are the trainer cards here for Ground Zero and Team Gap. I think as usual, I didn't do it in the last round, so let's do it right now. I want to hear some predictions. Are we looking at a 2-1? Are we looking at a 2-0? We'll start with Contra, because we know Prophet JJ needs some time to sort of warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think, Contra?
Well, I already know what JJ is voting for, but with Team Gap's performance, like you saw how they've managed to widen the gap overall against Bandits, I think they're looking good. If they're not going to be going for a 2-1, I think that they're going to really cause upsets here against Ground Zero. I know, JJ, you're going to fight me on that, but I'm ready.
Okay, well, to be fair though, I'm kind of conflicted right now, especially with the kind of performance the Team Gap gave us earlier, and it's looking pretty dire.
Indeed, and we already saw a glimpse of the Pokemons that they have selected heading into the very first battle. Now, Ground Zero definitely have set their track record, but this is where Team Gap, they could be the ones to really halt their run over here on the upper bracket heading into the finals. So JJ, anything in particular that you've witnessed from the drafts overall that is particularly interesting to you?
It's all I'm looking for right now is how they're going to be playing, because honestly, it's whatever they choose right now, right? Whatever they choose, they could just go in and do some counter picks once again, going into game number 2. But these teams, what we need to look forward here, though I'm not answering your question right now, right? What we need to look more towards these teams would be the execution and how they're going to be playing their composition towards the other. I think that's what's most important when it comes to these two teams.
Indeed, and we saw back in the very first matchup early on, Team Gap utilized that Dragonite combo as well as all these beautiful portals unlocked by that Hoopa. Now heading into game 1, let's start off here with Ground Zero on the purple side, and of course on orange we got Team Gap. Now Joe really having some really good start right here as Sulu is going to be on the middle central area. And JJ, we're going to get some good fights going eventually.
Right, definitely. With this Cinderace, I'd say that they would have more backlane damage, backlane pressure, right? Whereas into the side of Team Gap, they would need more to get in on team fights, and I think that is where the difference would be. And just like that, Solo's going to be able to take down the Hoopa into the side of Team Gap, although I'd have to say that that's just 1-1 right now for both of the teams.
Yeah, pretty even start for both ends, as we can see a little bit more of a priority from Ground Zero to establish control over top end of things, testing for the best beat queen right now.
Right, and look at that. Top Hat right now is getting some skirmishes, already has access into Hyperspace Hole just to get in some resets so that they would be able to pressure up more when it comes to team fights. But now to that of the bottom hat, we're going to be able to see them, still trying to get in some pressures up. But I think the difference here for Team Ground Zero and Team Gap would be that, would be the top path here. Whoever's going to be able to pressure up first would get in the lead and the pressure and the momentum going over the end game.
Yeah, things looking pretty dicey for Blissey overall, but should be able to at least get a few pointers in as she's running towards the goal, but it will be stopped here by Luge. Well, still connects. Now that's a slight lead that they have managed to achieve. Tofu Bean tries to get off the way though.
It's actually pretty interesting, you know. They are still running in the score shield. That's why they weren't. Stopped into scoring, and of course with the proc here of the, with the proc of the focus ban, that just allows them to survive. But right now, Anonymous is going to be able to take down one into the side of Team Gap. They're just preparing to get in these bees, you know, coming up in just 10 seconds before they go down into the other bottom path, so that they can take in the Dreadnought.
Buildable skirmish is being executed by Team Gap that has opened up a little bit more leeway for them to score, and you saw down below they're almost breaking open the first goal post as well. And of course, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for them to really establish a stronger control. As you can see, the priorities are to defend the top side, and you can see Team Gap, they're already looking to secure the Dreadnought for their own.
Oh, wow. Look at that. They're just going to be able to take down that Serena. As I mentioned, whoever's going to be able to take down that first tier score goal into that top hat would get in the momentum. And just like that, not only were they able to get that first tier score goal, but they were also able to take that Dreadnought going into that off the bottom path. And now they just immediately took the elevator, go into the top path, and is now looking to get in this Rotom.
Yeah, like you just see how well coordinated Team Gap is. Even when we were watching the matches against Bandits, they just know when exactly to rotate. Their timing is absolutely on point, and therefore they're just establishing this early lead overall, and they're also working on that Rotom. So Ground Zero, they gotta be quick on this.
Oh, blazing bicycle kick though, but unfortunately it is going to be Team Gap taking in that Rotom away from Ground Zero. But speaking of Ground Zero, they still have zero objectives. Team Gap taking in all of the objectives thus far in our game, and all the pressures right now. Team Gap, this is the redemption arc that we're talking about, and here comes Hyperspace Hole again to get in a reset. No, they're not gonna go in for a reset. They're just gonna dive in. They don't care at all. There's just gonna be one down. That's gonna be two down with a helpless Arena. No, make that three, and perhaps they're gonna be adding one more. Anonymous is just going to be able to get in some reset, but not gonna go back. However, never mind. They actually went back and probably deal more damage. But never mind, just gonna go back. There's gonna be answering back as well from Joe here. There's gonna be 2-3 trade in favor of Team Gap. I like how Team Gap just told themselves, told the team, you know what, we need to back off a little bit, because if we do push this even further, we are already greedy. We'll get even greedier if we do.
Yeah. Overall, you saw how they have basically landed Collateral and they were forcing their way in, but you have to also give props to Joe as he popped them through an anger just to ensure that everything stays to be pretty close-knit. Now, another Dreadnought spawns. I want to see how Ground Zero reacts again.
Right, let's find out who's going to be able to take down this objective. Here comes God of Cloud. Craft's going to be used here, but it looks like Banner's going to be the one who's going to be taking that Dreadnought into their side. Bliss's Impact! Well, but oh my goodness, there goes the Impact as well. Unite coming from Beagle, but they're going to get taken off. But look at that. That's going to be a one-on-one trade here, but here comes Side B coming in from that Anonymous with his Arena down B as well. But let's find out if they're going to pop in the Unite move. Here comes another one here. Dawn's going to be taken out. No, not quite yet. Just a sliver of health. 1 HP is left for Dawn there, but here comes another one here. Let's find out how long this team fight is going to go through. Blaze King is going to be used here by Slew as well, but Joe just dealing some damage, getting in the... Oh, I thought we were going to be ending the team fight here, but unfortunately...
Oh boy.
Joe! Here comes the Rotom as well. Look at how Team Gap is just buying time. Just buying time for their team to get in the objective, and they're going to be able to take down that Alola Ninetales, that Rotom, with only one casualty up their team.
Joe was holding so long.
Yes, the long team fight. Only one.
Overall, like, everything's happening over bottom side. They left the top side open. Oh, and Beagle once more now opens up so much more space for the team. Now, it's going to get harder from here on. Ground Zero, as much as they put all the efforts onto that team fight down bot, they're not getting left all too much of Draco Impact, trying to force his way out of here, but he will not be phased at all. Great maneuvers overall. Team Gap, they're still demanding all these points, and Ground Zero, they try to hit over top.
Better just allowing their teammates to get the most, the most mobility that they can get with the help of the hyperspace hole is just beautiful to watch. I think, Feder, without Feder, I don't think Team Gap would be able to move like this.
I absolutely agree, and the amount of space creation by Team Gap, it's just beautiful. Now, I don't think that they really have any desire for that Dreadnought, and hence why you see the rest of Ground Zero, they're focusing on making sure that some of all these goal zones go down first. So they start dunking, but they don't really have that much energy to work with to catch up against Team Gap.
Right, and at the same time, as you can see as well onto our graphics, it looks like Team Gap was able to take down all of the objectives so far in our game. All of the Dreadnoughts, 2 of the Rotoms. Unfortunately, the 3rd Rotom is not going to catch up on time, but here comes a loop. Okay, but going to get ambushed here by Team Gap. Let's find out. Then angle is going to be used as well. Up B coming in from that arena, and they're going to be able to take down. No, not quite yet. Going to be able to deal a lot of damage to that of the Venusaur, however, but Blitz assists us into Kite. Let's find out if they're going to be able to survive this one up, but unfortunately, they're dealing a lot of damage right now. Garrett's the hyperspace hole to get a reset. Unfortunately, nobody went back, and nobody's going to have a reset. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade here to no one's favor, but Salu is just trying to catch up into that of the Venusaur. Let's find out if they're going to be able to do that. So, but that's going to be 2 down, 2 for 2 into no one's favor.
Oh boy, Feder.
Ground Zero is winning right now, but Lush needs to get away if they want that win. But Anonymous right now, side B, no, that'll be right now, but not going to be catching Luge into that. Not going to be able to
not at all.
KO, but
now they're going for the zap up as well.
It's just a reset. Yes, just to get a reset so that they can stop Ground Zero. But look at this right now. Ground Zero, no contest. Going to be able to get into Zapdos. But the question is, would they be able to score it back against Team Gap? We have to remember there's still a minute left for Team Gap to widen the gap that they have.
They're catching up though. With the help of the Zapdos, they are scoring those hundreds. So this is going to be a huge problem for Team Gap. Queen Ascendant's already being utilized, and that's where they take down the Eldegoss. Now, Joel, all he has to do is really hold the rest of Team Gap back, not allowing them to score, and they should be able to secure a good lead. There's only 30 seconds left. Team Gap, they have to force something right here, right now.
Right, Team Gap here only has 25 seconds to work with. Unless they're going to be able to take down Ground Zero, I don't think they would be able to win this one out. I think one of the biggest problems that they had into this game is that they kind of overextended. Perhaps they were still bringing down the confidence that they've had from game number 1 going against Ground Zero, and unfortunately it bit them in the back.
Yeah, and overall, I think that both sides really played the game to the highest of level, but it was Ground Zero that won that monumental skirmish right before that Zapdos spawns, and still managing to also clinch that Zapdos to turn things around to come back out strong, and Sulu was phenomenal hitting into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I like how Ground Zero was just punishing Team Gap. As I mentioned, they might have been, still feeling a little bit too confident from what they had in game number 1 Team Gap here, right? And there were a lot of times on this game, on game number 1, going against Ground Zero, that they were overextending too much, and in fact, they prolonged too much, right, of the team fight. Yes, they might have won that one specific team fight, but at the end of the day, since they were overextending against Ground Zero, and Ground Zero, yes, they were able to take down a lot on Ground Zero, they had enough time to respond back and punish down Team Gap, allowing them to take in the Zapdos uncontested, and from there on out, they just scored in, and Team Gap wasn't able to score back against Ground Zero.
Yeah, I just love looking at this graph. Like you saw that early game, it was pretty tight till the 2-minute mark. Then Team Gap, they started to find their own avenues, especially with those skirmishes that was so focused over the bottom side. So they sent OMB Gold to start scoring from the top goal zones. And after all of that, you saw that 8-minute mark, they started to take up those fights. Ground Zero commanded Team Gap into such a tight area of play, and it was so tough for them to really break through those defenses. And after that, like with all of them being all too exhausted with a few knockouts of a Pokemon from Team Gap, it really allowed them that room to just safely secure that Zapdos without too much of a challenge. And I think like this side of the team of Team Gap, they still have to re-strategize. Hey, we did the early game as intended, but late game though, they just have to clean up their mess, while Ground Zero just being so composed throughout the course of the run. It's coming up close, but is there a chance, JJ, that Team Gap could sneak a game off of them?
Right, I mean, I think Team Gap here has a pretty good chance of winning against Ground Zero. Again, we have to go back to what happened. They already have the lead from the early game. Not in the early game, but the moment that they were able to get in, the gap that they needed against Ground Zero, they were able to maintain it up until the final moments. Unfortunately, again, they just committed too much. You know, I know everyone is committing to a relationship, but in this case right now,
everyone.
Team Gap, don't be too committed. Don't be too committed, because you're gonna get punished here, and that's what happened with them going against Ground Zero into that of the Zapdos. And I think if they can still. There's no problem when it comes to composition, right? I don't think there's a problem with the composition. I think it was pretty great. It's just that they were a little bit too overconfident. They were a little bit too, they were a little bit too confident going against Ground Zero, which is quite reasonable as well, right? Due to what happened in game number 1. But I think this should be a lesson for them. You know, a slap from reality that says, hey, let's play it like we are. Like normal, you know, let's play it like we practice. Let's not get our emotions ahead of ourselves. And I think Team Gap here has a pretty good chance of winning against Ground Zero going into game number 2.
Exactly, and of course, despite what we saw back in the first series that Team Gap have played out, sure, they have utilized a lot of all these TPs to make plays, but this time around, it was Ground Zero's very own Sulu that has done so much damage throughout the course of the battle that the Cinderace was just ramping up from the get-go, and well, what else can I say? He's just looking great overall.
Right, you know, I kind of miss Lu's Greninja, but, you know, dropping a Greninja is quite actually reasonable as well, due to the fact that it got recently nerfed, you know, from the latest patch. But hey, let's take a look at a player tweet here coming from Sulu. You know, this is what he said: a lot has happened since AS Cup. I took some time to refresh and came back and got terribly sick. My amazing team came through in every way, carrying me to a May Cup victory. GGWP to all participants, but most of all to my amazing team. And man, that was quite a wholesome tweet here, a wholesome message from Sulu. And I think
you just gotta love this guy.
Everyone is I think everyone is just sharing the sentiment as well. That everyone wants to win this. Again, we have to reiterate that only one team from OCE will be going to World Championship, will be going to London. So everything is at stake here. No mistakes must be done, because if you do a single mistake, then you are also making a mistake of you not going to London.
Yeah, I need more tweets coming from the players and, of course, the community as well. If you got anything to share for us. So you just heard the man, like, he bounced back off, falling sick and all, and this is how you fight like a champion, and it shows. Now, heading into the second draft, like you said, they could just run it back with the same sort of drafts, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem this time. First, they're going to be falling back into what works best when they took on Bandits. Team Gap, they're bringing out the Dragon Knight, and I believe that this is them at their level of comfort, so that they could play their A game. Now that they're one game behind Ground Zero, they don't really have to do all too much of a fancy stuff.
Wait, did you just see that? Did you just see that? Kai did not choose. Right, yeah. Kai wasn't able to choose any Pokemon, so we are going to do a re-lobby. Let's check down. You know, let's wait out for our moderators here if we are going to have them choose the same Pokemon except for Kai.
Yeah, that gives us a little bit more room to discuss about the previous game that have just concluded. So we can make comparisons of Team Gap's performance on the initial game against Bandits as well as Ground Zero. Like, they did take a certain lead in the early game, but they didn't really command it to the utmost effect as compared to how you managed to have that hoopla going for quick resets and just have the rings. Yeah, hoopla. Sorry about that. Anyways, like, you just have that rings unbound in the perfect timing. I think that there was slight things overall, but it wasn't really too huge of a problem. But you just gotta give props. Like Ground Zero, they knew how to really hold a fight real well until they find good angles to really wrap things around.
Right, and I'm just really excited to see how they're going to be able to apply it going into game number 2. Again, Ground Zero already has the advantage, already has game 1 against Team Gap. Now, Team Gap here definitely don't like that and don't want that gap against them. They want it to be against the other team, but not against them. But right now, we are going to be moving back to our lobbies. We're going to have another redraft here. From our, based from what was told of us, we're going to have another redraft here for both of the teams, and perhaps, yes, they might have been able to see already what was up, so we might be able to see some change here.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of which, as we are waiting for our next game, we're just gonna be getting you guys up to speed of how the bracket looks like from here on. Of course, we are still having the ongoing match between Ground Zero as well as Team Gap, but on the other side of the bracket, you can see it's iClan versus Collateral. So, Mr. Prophet, I need your thoughts on these two teams that we have not seen competing today as of yet. So, there's a lot of hype around iClan, but, based on the track record, do you think they will fare well against Collateral?
I think they would, because for those who aren't aware, right, Team iClan here and Team Collateral are the second and third placers respectively on May finals. Again, quite unfortunate that we weren't able to see that live on broadcast as it was played offline, right? So it could have been, it could be either way. I'm not entirely sure who's going to be winning this one. Both teams are really good, but I'd have to say, if I were going to be choosing between that match, because we're not going to be seeing that anyway, I would have to give my predictions towards iClan. How about you, Connor?
Well, yeah, actually, deep down inside me, I did manage to catch a couple of clips online on how their playstyle is like. Yeah, I'm pretty much a fan of iClan as well. Collateral probably can have a couple of surprises out there, and I'll be definitely pleasantly surprised if they do make it true. So, back to the focus of what we have here at hand, like Team Gap. It's always going to be tough when you're going to be one game down, and especially when you had such a commanding first series. I think this is where they start to fall back and reflect. Now that 100% of confidence might have dwindled down to 80. I wouldn't say it's all the way down low, less than 50 though. So
yeah, definitely it's a huge hit on the team morale. Winning 2-0 in quite a commanding lead in game number 1 and game number 2 against Bandits ESC, and then you're going to have this, that minuscule mistake. I wouldn't say it was minuscule. It was a major mistake for them to, commit into those very long team fights that Ground Zero was just able to, snap them out of their lead, and from there on out, it's just, again, it's a huge hit in their morale, and I think, and I'd like to hope that this little bit of an error here on our lobby would reset Team Gap here, so that they would go back from 0 going against Ground Zero.
Well, I think that's the best way to put it. And yes, we may have not seen what the 5th pick was, but ideally, based on the same sort of draft that we have seen, they honestly didn't really have to change too much. It's all about that late game skirmish that they really have to be very wary of whenever Zapdos is about to spawn, or if you're going to be finding your ways to go in for a retake. But if you were to change anything at all, that 5th pick could have been any Pokemon, JJ. What would you like to see?
Honestly, the Pokemon that I really like to see, right? The Pokemon that I would really like to see in a competitive aspect, in a competitive aspect would be none other than, well, I'd like to see Snorlax. Really, I like
Snorlax.
A lot of
Okay.
players use Snorlax before, but like Snorlax isn't used as much. But when I say Snorlax, I mean Snorlax being played on jungle with Flail, with Flail and Yawn. I think that was a pretty strong attacker. Not gonna lie, I used to run that, and it was strolly. It was
Yes, it is.
But it was a little bit of a meme, but if you can make it work, although there's a huge
competitive?
condition, like, yeah, I mean, there's just a huge condition to be met, what do you call this, Blissey using soft boiled here, soft boiled to heal down, and ensure that this Snorlax wouldn't get KO'd. Just the raw damage power of the Snorlax with Flail is just so amazing, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be seeing that anytime soon.
I don't think so, JJ. There's too much at stake, though.
But I just answered your question.
Yeah, it's still answer overall. Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely fair. Like, if there's a chance, like, I definitely would like to see a Delphox, but of course on this setting, it's not being opened up available. But perhaps in London, we get to see Delphox then.
It was just too new. It was too new for it to be on. It's too fresh for it to be on.
Exactly.
Regionals, but definitely, I think we would be able to see that a lot on London, on Pokemon World Championships. And again,
that's what we're waiting for.
If you haven't seen that, right? If you haven't played rather a lot of, like, say on pubs or like rank, a lot of people have already been using Delphox, especially with its Flame Wheel. Dude, my goodness, that is just quite an amazing Pokemon. It has huge DPS potential, has UCC potential, and fanciful fireworks. My goodness, slow plus damage plus reduction on HP regeneration. It's
so disruptive.
Menacing. It was exactly.
I've heard that you did a lot of experiments on it, and I'm pretty sure that you found the right ways to go about. But of course, we stick to what's left available, right? Like, I think Duraludon is definitely...
Unfortunately, that Delphox is not available for this time.
True enough. Like, I think Duraludon is a really interesting addition into a composition as well. But of course, it depends whether if it complements that sort of team comp that they had overall. So, like, if you do execute like Revolving Ruin and some of all these massive team fights, like, it could possibly change things, especially on those late game skirmishes. But then again, like, there's a lot of things that you have to factor in as well. Like, you saw the meta overall, like Oceania, they love their Dragonites, and overall Hoopa's just looking to be one of the best support left available, that it's too hard to pass on. So I think like whatever they're doing right now is what we're going to be seeing a whole lot of in the upcoming games too.
Yeah, I mean, as we have mentioned before, Feather is hovering into the Delphox. No, Feather, you can't use that yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay.
Okay.
But, going
That's
back,
more like it.
right? Yeah, going back to what we've said earlier, right? Going back to what we mentioned earlier, we are going to be seeing a lot of a lot of Dragonite and a lot of Sarina's now, because of the buffs that it got from the latest patch. Yes, we do acknowledge the fact that there's a lot of Lucario users here playing on the top path, but a lot of those actually transition into Sarina as well, just because of the fact that it has more sustainability than that of Lucario. Lucario has tenacity. Lucario has tenacity, but Sarina has sustain, and it can last longer on team fights, especially if there's a lot of your opponents into one space. One stomp, one move is all you need for you to heal up back from the slightest HP, 1 HP back to 100%. You can do that all day.
You could just reposition yourself using the drop kick, and you could just keep stomping and stomping.
And it clearly matches the ability as well, right? It can definitely just stay as much as it wants.
Yeah, like it'll be also interesting if they use the triple axle build instead of the stomp. But I think in the competitive setting, it's always vital for you to have all the crowd control abilities for you to at least halt the enemies on the offense, or for you to just keep on pouncing on them. But here we go. We're finally getting into game 2. It's round 0 with the lead. Now let's see if Team Gab can change things and put it into game 3.
Right, here we go. Let's find out if Team Gap here is going to be able to answer back against Ground Zero from their mistake from earlier, or is Ground Zero going to pound Team Gap to the ground? Here we go. Same composition, same laning, right?
Yeah, overall, I think like
it's gonna be the same.
yeah, nothing too much have really changed overall. Like you can see that they have a really stable start with even a little bit more of a training going on, like just trying to steal away some of all these camps off of the members of Ground Zero. But it's only going to be a 7-point score that they've managed to achieve early on. I believe it should be coming over onto the top side instead. Let's see if this contest will bring anything to the table.
Right, and just like that, you know, they were able to, well, into the side of Team Gap, they were able to get in both of the Bs instead of the first set of Bs, rather, instead of the bottom path. But it looks like everyone from Ground Zero is going, and everyone from Team Gap is just going
Feather.
The central lane, but woo, at that Feather, they are marking Feather, and that's going to be four-man rotation. 4-player rotation into that of the top path. And
wow,
look at the pressure that Ground Zero has against Team Gap immediately. Again, as I mentioned, right? As I mentioned,
clean.
Whoever gets in the pressure into the top path would essentially maintain that and gets the roll to every path. But right now, Ground Zero doesn't wanna joke around. Doesn't want to joke around here.
Indeed, going back to what we witnessed, like the moment that they've managed to get the first few KOs, like it was go time. Every other member of Ground Zero have already gravitated towards the top side. First, it was 4 members, and now they regained that lead. Team Gap just really have to work a lot harder. So it's still pretty early. You just gotta wait till they are fully evolved, and you'll just probably see that it's just gonna be every Unite moves unfolding onto these objectives.
Oh, wow. Salou gonna be able to take down the Serena into the side of Team Gap, delaying it, right? Delaying it to provide a lot of damage. And now Salou, being level 8, only needs 1 more level, right? 1 more level, perhaps getting in that level 9 after the score here, and gonna be able to have access to the Unite move. But never mind, they don't need a Blaze Gig right now. Anonymous is gonna be taken out as well. Doesn't have any follow-up, doesn't have any response here from their teammates, and my goodness, Team Gap right now is having a huge gap from Ground Zero.
Yeah, they're having some struggles of their own, but they managed to secure the Dreadnought, and they have to quickly pounce away. Should be moving safely back on track as they manage to rotate and teleport towards the top side.
Right, here comes the stop here coming in from Anonymous as well, just trying to push this Rotom back. But as that happens, since 5 players from Team Gap were onto that of the top path, Ground Zero has all the space that they need to push down the bottom path. And right now, they don't even need 5 players. Ground Zero is pounding Team Gap once again on the top path, even when they don't have as much number as Team Gap. Look at that right now. Up B coming in from that Serena, but it's still not going to be enough to take down. Oh, never mind. It was going to be enough. Now down B right now inside of Anonymous. Still not enough to take down this Blissey, and Luge going to be able to survive for another day.
Yeah, overall, they're just having a really solid rotation, but here comes the aggression, just pushing members of Ground Zero back, but they can still hold on. Anonymous is in trouble.
Right, down B, stomp into side B. Grassy Glide is not going to be enough though, as they are going to take down 2 into the side of Team Gap and perhaps score in once again into that the top path. What Ground Zero wants to do here is to destroy all the top path so that when we get into the Zapdos fight, right? When we get into the Zapdos fight, they would only need to worry about one more path. And look at that, Slow Globe is going to be used here right now, guessing some score, doing some quick little maths here so that they would be able to overcap it so much that Team Gap would have, the Ground Zero would have a huge lead. But look at that right now. It looks like Red Asgard's already popped up right now. That's going to be 4v4 situation right now into that of the bottom path. Joe here still surviving. Huge recovery coming in from that of the Giga Drain. And my goodness, they are not done yet. Bird and Anger right now going to be popped up, dealing a lot of damage against Team Gap. Blaze Kick coming in from Soluwu. Wow! The score goal. But look at the breath from OMB Gil. Hyper Beam still not enough to take it down. Jason is going to be used here, but is it going to be enough to cash into Soluwu? No, you're not. OMB Gil was not enough to cash
not at all.
Soluwu.
And over on the bottom side, they continue on. They get a clutch onto the low 9 kills, and this is the opportunity. Team Gap will be able to find themselves one goal pulls down, and of course they will carry on with this. At least they get the gaps closer. Now it's still 270 though, but one Zapdos fight could definitely change things. But that hole coming out of Ground Zero with the Mega Drain is the Giga Drain, as well as the Verdant Angle, really established grounds for Ground Zero overall. But this Rotom's coming in, that will delay them for a tad longer. Now, with more of the control coming out of Ground Zero, they're just looking for avenues for a pickoff, and they might have actually found one.
Right, let's find out if they're going to be able to... Oh my goodness, that's 4! Ground Zero, what is up? This is a 4-1 leaning for Ground Zero. 4-man, sorry, not 4-1 leaning, but a 4-man rotation. And Team Gap is not able and cannot do anything about that.
Not at all, my friend. Now, you can see that Team Gap, they're just holding on, just waiting for that opportunity. They've already stacked up enough energy, and Ground Zero just looking for pickoffs after pickoffs. They're just not giving room of space to Team Gap. So the only way is to fight it out over onto Central Zone. But you just gotta ensure within this next 30 seconds, they have to execute that perfect team fight. So who do you have to catch first? You just got to find that Cinderace as well as a little Ninetales. But how do you get there with Joe just doing so much work at the front?
But this is something that we have to consider as well, right? So Lou is already at level 14 into that of Cinderace, and Ground Zero has the XP lead and has the positional advantage into that of the Zapdos. Now, Team Gap is just going to try to score in, so Lou is going to try to catch down the Dragonite. But right now, we're going to be seeing a more... Oh, the team fight here, it looks like so Lou is just going down back into the central area. They're going to be able to take down a 1. Counter Cloud Crash is going to be used here. There's going to be 2 down for Team Gap. They are now outnumbered. Kai here needs to get away, and is going to try to get away with the pedal dance here, but
this is it.
A Naughty Mouse is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be 4 down, sorry, that's 3 down rather, into the side of Team Gap, and Ground Zero on contest is going to be able to take down that Zapdos, and here we go. Ground Zero is just going to be widening up that gap that they already have. That's going to be 4 down for Team Gap rather, and Luge here just going to ignore a Naughty Mouse to score in another 100, giving them 570 points, and Joey another one, putting that to 670, and all they need to do now is just defend their score goals. Perhaps they can even give out the first score goal into that of the top path, and it's still not going to be enough for Team Gap to go over Ground Zero. And again, as I mentioned, this is the enemy arc here for Ground Zero. The main characters of OCE, VMC, who gets beaten up in the early stages and comes back into the late stages. It started on game number 1, and on game number 2, they're not going to stop. Here comes the Zenzu Beam coming in from Ground Zero, and the defense from Team Gap is just phenomenal. The Team Gap that Team Gap wasn't able to do anything, not gonna be able to score in with only 20 more seconds left. That is it. Ground Zero is moving. Okay, it's moving to our not grand finals yet. I'm getting ahead to myself.
Eventually, JJ, and this is it.
Winners finals.
It's going for the last hurdle, and it's gonna be Ground Zero that will close off Team Gap with a dominant fashion, a 2-0 sweep, and Ground Zero will advance forward, leaving Team Gap sent on the lower end.
My, Ground Zero. 722 to 113. Definitely they know who they needed to mark, and they were really marking down Feather and Anonymous, from the early game, and that allowed them to put a delay on the XPs and the power spikes rather of Team Gap here that allowed Ground Zero to just maintain the lead from the early game up into the late game. It was, game one was more of a 50-50 match, right? It was looking more of Team Gap's game than it was a Ground Zero, and then they were able to get into Zapdos. But game number 2, you can't deny, okay? You cannot deny that was one-sided.
That's right, and we thought it was going to be close. That Team Gap had the far in them to push it to game 3, but you see, the graph says it all. They remain flat, and I guess their dire attempt to contest on that Zapdos, they were just split apart. You saw the fights were happening on the central area, on the top side as well as the bottom end of it, and eventually Ground Zero just had all the advantages that they need. So you've already mentioned early on, Suluwu was already a level or 2 ahead of them, and after that, the rest of the other members were just holding them back, and they were just ringing around the rosy at a certain point. It's like, okay, just go ahead. I'm just going to distract you, and as soon as you give chase, that opens up so much more space for the other members of Ground Zero to eventually latch on to more of the offensive plays, and from that, it wasn't even close for that Zapdos fight.
Yeah, it's just amazing. Game number 2, Ground Zero pounding down Team Gap. And now Team Gap needs to make their way back into the grand finals through the lower bracket. And now, as I mentioned, if we can go back a little bit to our brackets, we can see that iClan actually won. Won against Collateral, and Ground Zero. They're going to be the matchup for tomorrow. For our winners finals. And as I mentioned, predictions still 100%. Still 100%. Ground Zero winning, and iClan winning. Both predictions are correct. 100%. The Prophet is still alive, guys. The Prophet is still alive.
Well, they've been on the streak. It's not going to be hard because there were the heavy favorites coming into most of these matchups, but we thought Team Gap had a chance. Game 1 looked great. Game 2, honestly, I've expected a whole lot more, JJ.
Yeah, I mean, that game number 1 wouldn't really... it would be unfair, right? It would be unfair to compare what happened in game number 1. For the first match of Team Gap to be the same against Ground Zero, because obviously, Ground Zero here, right? Ground Zero and Team, Team Bandits ESC are 2 different teams.
Yeah, it's definitely 2 different breeds.
Yeah, overall. 2 different breeds, exactly. And unfortunately, Ground Zero doesn't play like Bandits ESC, and fortunately for them, it was enough for them to take down Team Gap.
But back in this very first match where we saw Ground Zero eventually getting that Zapdos and then turn things around, game 2, they ensured none of that's going to happen because they will ensure that they just hit the metal when it's hot. Like you see, all the objective controls were sublime, and after splitting members apart from Team Gap, they just have to give way. See, none of these members could even challenge. We saw that the Dragonite was close by, but not even able to snatch anything at all, even if he has that Draco Impact up. So, of course, with that being said, Congratulations to them, and of course, congratulations to GZ Joe as he have been able to dominate the match and have become the backbone to the rest of Ground Zero to put up a convincing performance that these are looking relatively like your upcoming champions. I know I called too early, but JJ, if they're playing this well, would anyone blame me though?
I mean, again, I keep on repeating it. They are the main characters of OCE. First place in May Cup, first place in AS Cup, and it wouldn't be, what do you call this? It is not far-fetched to say that they might be the ones who will win the regional championships as well.
Oh, we could be looking at a rename for you. It could be JJ Kun the Jinxer.
Could be. We still got Icon or even
risk I'm
Collateral.
willing to take. That is a risk.
Don't count him out. Don't count him out.
I'm willing to take that risk. I'm putting the title on the line. But this is it. We're gonna do some predictions tomorrow for the winners bracket in the grand finals, but not now.
Absolutely.
It's too early, so.
Yeah, it is a little bit early, so we're going to be seeing a bit more of Ground Zero tomorrow. So we've got some exciting matches. We've got something to look forward to tomorrow, but of course we do still have matches for today. We are going to be going down to the lower bracket to see who is going to be our first eliminated teams. Now, unfortunately, we did have a team already eliminated, as you can see. Bandits, unfortunately, are going home today. They dropped down to 620 Kings. And 620 Kings will go on to play against Collateral. We have another match that's actually still ongoing. It's Joe versus Team Unknown. The winner of that match will play against Team Gap, and we will find out very soon what our next matchup is going to be. But gentlemen, I do believe we are going to go for a bit of a break. Hopefully that match is going to conclude soon, and we'll find out what our matchup that we're going to be watching. We'll find out during the break, I suppose. But yeah, break time. As always, if you need to go to the toilet, grab your snacks, but make sure you're back because in 5 minutes we are going to be jumping into our next series. See you soon.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready? Go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
Hello trainers and welcome back to the Oceania Regional Finals. It is our third series of the day. It is Team Unknown versus Joe. That's right, the team's name is just Joe. There's no team, there's no squad, there's nothing. It's just Joe. But joining me for this game, it's going to be Permasneeze and Moonboy once again. Gentlemen, welcome back to the broadcast. Permasneeze, you were saying right before we went live that you're really excited about this matchup. Why is that?
We have two teams that are kind of like sleeper underdogs in the region. Now, I don't dare to say the word underdogs because now, at this day and age within esports, it carries so much weight. But these two teams are teams that have flared up at a certain points in time at different timelines within the 6 months that we had so far, and they've had good showings in their own right. We're going to take a look at the losers bracket before I get more into that. But Team Joe, they're going to be facing up against Team Unknown, which is the match that we're watching now, and they're going to be going up against Team Gap after this match. But 1620 Kings, they actually defeated Bandits ESC, and unfortunately Bandits ESC will be the first team that's knocked out. I'm a little sad about that. We didn't get to see them really perform or anything.
Yeah, it sort of happens every now and again.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah. But Moonboy, I want to hear your thoughts about this series because I know we've heard Permasneeze here just splurging about these two teams.
Sorry.
But what do you think about Joe versus Unknown?
Well, I think, Joel used to be known as Redback Spinnerack, right? So, they're just back from the AOS Cup. They're fresh. We've seen what they could do. And this is one of the teams to look out for because they actually got top 4 in the May Cup finals as well. But Team Unknown, previously known as Team Dynamax, they actually have a few VGC player previously inside as well. So, this is the power of Unite, right? Diversity of players, and that's what brings people coming together for this game.
Yeah, I think coolest thing for me is Joe, their team captain is Mimikyu main, and his little significant fact is that just like a Mimikyu, he's just gonna copy and defeat people from the shadows. So I'm excited to see that. And actually, Daddy, I'm gonna have to correct you because Joe isn't just Joe. It stands for Just Ordinary Ego because their whole team, they to their own admission, this is not me slandering them, okay? This is their own words. They say they can get a little bit over the top and get a bit to their heads when they manage to flip Zach, but they all try and calm each other down. So they're gonna have to see whether they can stay calm against the stable rock of VGC players. If there's any type of Pokemon players who can keep calm in a tilting situation, it's gonna be those people playing VGC.
Yep, take a look at the composition right here as Team Joe goes with the current, 2-goal strategy right now with the Dragon Knight and the Serena. But however, Team Unknown coming in, something interesting with them Machamp, Dreadalon, and Slowbro. We haven't really seen a lot of, tanks coming in this time, and Slowbro being one of the first one coming into the fray in the regionals. That's something interesting to look out for.
It's really funny that you mentioned that because right before we came live, we were actually talking about it with Danny. We're like, man, where are the defenders today? And here Slowbro is out and about. If you guys don't know, Slowbro might be making a reappearance because he actually got a couple of buffs in the recent patch. So apart from Slow Beam, it used to be such a long cooldown, but they've slashed it down a little bit, and Scald as well is now a bit better of a move than it used to be. So perhaps Scald, bro? What do you think?
Well, I mean, Scald Bro is definitely the play right here, right? Knowing that you got a Venusaur and a Machamp as well, those special attack or those skills is gonna land. With those special defense debuff coming in from that Slowbro, things is gonna be dicey.
Absolutely. As we get into game number 1 of the losers round 3, of course, this is the losers bracket, which means that this is the last hope for both of these teams. They've all made it so far to the regional championships, but the job is not done. Everything is on the line, and these players have everything to fight for.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring your attention straight right to the central area as well. Duraludon is here into the fray, and that is a Pokemon that we have not seen in the competitive format for a while. The amount of, distance that he could cover and the damage that he could pull with those Dragon Pulses is going to be really intense if, things goes well.
Absolutely. I mean, other than that, it's all pretty standard stuff that we saw. I think you mentioned earlier on as well. Joe, they are running basically a composition that we saw already with a bit of a twist, right? They've actually sucked out the Hoopa for the Eldegoss as well. We saw how Ground Zero completely tore up the entire map with the movement speed from Leaf Tornado. Could we see it again?
Yeah, I mean, he could just so much healing coming in, so much sustainability coming in from the Elder Gods as well. And I think I would like to bring your attention as well, right? This is the first game that we have seen that there is 0 Hoopa in this match. So that means no rings unbound shenanigans, no hyperspace hold shenanigans. This is all classic Pokemon Unite coming in.
Yeah, if you want to out-rotate me, you can't tap into the Hoopa highway. You're just gonna have to do it old school and swerve up to my block. Both of these teams, they're gonna play it the gentleman's agreement. But right now, for all things considered, it's pretty quiet early game.
Yep, I mean, this is all about farming, right? At this point in time, getting the most EXP as much as possible. But however, in the bottom side, it seems like Team Unknown might have the upper hand. However, on the top side, it seems like the Elder Gods might be in a little bit of a trouble right here as Flono goes round to the Serena. And, Team Joe seems a little bit more, stronger on the top side. But however, on the bottom side, it seems like Team Unknown got a little bit more control.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that move choice coming out from Phil over here, who is a note. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you follow. He had a bit of a name change, but he was once the Australian VGC regional champion. So this guy definitely knows his Pokemon, and his move of choice is still going to be that Surf for the CC. As we see some action coming out to the bot side, Calypso on that Duraludon, trying to do as much damage as he can from his little Bastion, but he manages to ward them off. They do have a numbers advantage, but they're not really able to pressure much on Team Unknown in this bot part.
Yeah, Team Unknown just leaving that Serena all alone on the top side, just farming those attack weights as both sides manage to scramble right here in the bottom side.
Yeah, Mimikyu made in a little bit of a pickle here, but gonna get out of that one. Not gonna be made into a sandwich for now. Phil now needs to back up as well, but he's a slow bro. He's okay. He's a defender. He's tanky.
Yep, those sustainability, those auto damage delay coming in from the slow roll could be in lot of handy. But however, they're here. Team Joe already got a good positioning onto that Dreadnought with the Dragonite Life.
Yeah, they're trying to take a fight here, Team Unknown. They're trying to go in, but they can't steal it with the Solar Beam. It's going to be Joe with that Dragonite, like you said. He has the Draco Impact, the Dragon on Dragon action. 2 down for him as they clean out the Duraludon as well. And Team Unknown, they just get slapped. And Moonboy, I don't know if you noticed that, but a huge mistake coming out from Team Unknown. One of their players, didn't get to see who, but all I saw was that they were trying to go for a reset, but one other team member on Team Unknown actually dragged the Audino and it cancelled the reset. So they weren't able to get into the fight, and because of that, they just got out strong-handed at the Dreadnought.
Yeah, those are great micro play coming in by Team Joe. And right here, they're immediately rotating straight right to the top side. And look at this amount of damage coming in by Joe, right? Like the Dragonite with the Hyper Beam is just so much damage. And not forgetting those Storms reset in that Serena is just packed with the Power Punch. And so much sustainability coming in with DC, with the healing. Cotton Guard on the Elder Gods as well. Things are going to be looking great in a team fight situation for Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about how this lineup earlier on when we saw Team Gap run it with the Kramer, we're talking about it being somewhat like a firing range where there's no real way to enter the fight. Well, Team Unknown, take a look at their core Pokemon. The Machamp is not even fully evolved yet, neither is the Venusaur. It's already 5 minutes into the game, Moonboy.
Yeah, things are looking really bad for Team Unknown right here. They really have to try to level up into that Machamp, have some turning point right here. Actually really need those power punches coming in from the Machamp as well. As long as you stop in the Machop, things is going to be looking bad for Team Unknown. 184 to 9, and on the points department as well is not looking great. So overall, it seems like Team Joe has a huge advantage right here in this matchup.
Yeah, key thing to note here is that Venusaur actually has gone for the Sludge Bomb Solar Beam build compared to the Petal Dance because he recognizes that he can't actually get into the thick of the fight. Speaking of the fight, it's already kicked off as Slowbro is going to drop to the deck immediately. That's the Blitz Assistance. They're going to be able to wipe down that Serena. That's a good pick off the start. There's the Blitz Assistance back on the Yamisuke. He's starting to clean up Changarang with the blast. Take them to the Duraludon, and they are starting to drop like flies on Team Unknown. Planted into the ground, Joe. They're going to be able to swoop back over to this Dreadnought and take it for themselves.
That was such a great fight coming in from Team Joe. Just everything is just incohesive, and those Hyper Beam just finishes off. Look at this. It seems like the Slowbro is caught right here, and Joe is on the push on the bottom side, and Team Unknown has no choice but to fall back. This is the fight, not the fight that you want to take.
No!
The Venusaur and the Duraludon as well. Joe is on the push right here. Blissey is in a little bit of a trouble, and it seems like the Slowbro is down to the fight as well.
Yamisuke, he's not falling. The sustain is there, like you said, between the Elder Gods and the Blissey. They just got heals for days. Let me remind you of a time in the history of Pokemon Unite when this 2 supporter combo along with a Venusaur was the premier strategy. We're seeing a callback to that. Both teams opting to play it a bit like old school, bringing back the traditional supports. But Slowbro, we're seeing why it's not really picked that much. He can't seem to find his place in the fight.
Yep, I mean, Sobo with those delayed damage could help the team, but is he able to sustain a little bit more against those Hyper Beam? I don't think so, and Joe just putting that answer to test, right? I'm going to just shoot the Hyper Beam straight right at the Slowbro and see if he's going to survive that one.
Yeah, here comes Kirin Mao, caught in a bit of a rough way here. Gonna get taken down more than likely. That's a nice pick off onto the Serena to start. So Joe, they're gonna have to back off from this one. They can't actually push the issue with the Rotom. But at the end of the day, take a look at the top right, ladies and gentlemen, watching this stream. Team Joe, all 4 objectives straight into their hands. They gotta be feeling good about this one.
Things are looking great, but nothing is concluded until the clock turns 0 and
Absolutely.
that final stretch. That Zapdos is definitely going to be in the eyes of Team Unknown. They got so much sniping potential coming in with those solar beams and that Duraludon as well. If they could capitalize on this one, if the slow beam managed to catch the right target, Team Unknown could still turn this thing around. 2 more minutes on the clock and 45 more seconds till that Zapdos goes live. Team Unknown is still not off the woods yet.
A lot of the damage on the side of Team Unknown is going to come out from that Duraludon. But take a look right here at this Eldegoss. Leaf Tornado Plus actually causes all enemies hit by it to miss their attacks. So if he's able to land out to Duraludon, that's such a huge part of the team fight for Team Unknown nullified. It could be real scary business for them coming into this team fight.
Yep, Team Unknown is already dunking on the top side as well. It seems like they're trying to get a little bit of points, but Team Joe got that pole position onto that Rotom, onto the Zapdos, and there we go. You know, there's going to be a scramble round on top side. It still could be anybody's game.
Slow beam straight onto the Serena. She's in a little bit of trouble, but manages to pop the Unite move at the moment. They're starting to get shredded by the side of Team Unknown. Yamisuke, he's in the thick of things. A nice solar beam onto 4. Shot Storm rips them apart, and Joe dropped to the ground. Team Unknown, one fell swoop. That's all it took. Line them up and knock them down. They're going bowling tonight. Team Unknown, they just turned this around in a magnificent fashion.
That solar beam literally put that work for Team Unknown, taking out 3 in the process. Team Joe with so many members down, and they have no time to rotate straight right to the pit. Queen Ascendant is going straight right to Loki, but it's not going to be doing too much. 72 going straight right to Team Unknown as well. 204, 423, and the scoring is not over for Team Unknown, and Team Unknown is just hitting this strong. Right now, the only playbook that they have is going to be defense, defense, defense.
They need to defend both the top and the bottom sides, but immediately all 5 members on the side of Joe, they're surging forwards to the goal zones. There's only 1 minute left on the clock, but that's more than enough time if they can take out Flano. The additional scoring speed from the multiple members could be enough. There's the Draco Impact add in as well. They're trying to split the map. There's Serena on the bot side as well, but they can't actually take him down. Serena actually gets the KO onto the Venusaur, so there's 1 defender down, 2 defender down, another jump pad in. They just can't get the goals in. 204 left, 46 seconds, and Mimikyu main is gonna drop to the deck. Here's Yamisuke, but he's caught on the wrong side. He's gonna go down instead. Now Tangerang sticks on the chopping block. They have just taken them all down on the side of Team Unknown. Defense success, and Kirin Mao, he's been down here trying to deal with this Slowbro, but this is where Slowbro does his best work. He doesn't care at all. He's gonna tie you down, and Team Unknown, what a comeback. Phil, his surf must have been on a wave of oil or something, the way that Solar King just barbecued the whole side of Joe. Just when they thought they had it in the bag, like you said, Moonboy, the game is never over until the clock counts down to 0. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, no points to work with. Joe, they're gonna get this game stolen from right under their noses.
Team Joe coming into here trying to tell us that they are no average Joe, but unable to capitalize off this game against Team Unknown. They got all 5 objectives in their belt, but Team Unknown played it to the finals. That big solar beam literally sealed the game for Team Unknown, and moving straight right to the Zapdos with no one alive for Team Joe to stop them, get those down, play those defense, put those jump pads to work, and Phil, last but not least, stopping Kirin Mao on that Serena with the slow beam, proving himself as the best bro of the team.
There's a reason why we didn't see Slowbro. We saw it struggle. But Phil, we talked about the mental game from the start, right? Joe, their whole team name revolves around the fact that, you know, sometimes maybe they can get a little bit ahead of themselves. Sometimes they can get the way and get too far ahead and get a little bit cocky, I dare say. And we might have seen some of that. They thought they couldn't lose the fight. They lined up perfectly, and Phil found his spot and he struck hard. Shardstorm lines it up perfectly. And just like that, drop of the hat, Team Unknown, they pull one out of the bag.
Yup, we have seen that Machamp being unable to scale in the early game, and he still manages to get 77k worth of damage on those 4 arms. Like, this is what that turnback is all about, Team Unknown, and this is the beauty of Pokemon Unite, because one single mistake in the late game could change the game around, and Team Unknown knows that, and they caught Joe with their pants down and took the win.
That's the thing about VGC, right? It's never over until your last Pokemon is knocked out. They knew they still had the trump card. If they could just line it up, if they could just get all of the moves right, they were gonna get that game, and they did to perfection. They capitalized when they needed to the most. And like you said, those arms take work, baby, all for training. But all of us who have been to the gym, you know it ain't just Rome wasn't built in a day, right? This guy took a while to get himself ramped up. But at the end of the day, each of those arms are now worth 20k.
Yup, I mean, that attack weight really put to work for that Machamp right there, right? Literally training with those attack weight.
He be lifting,
As the time goes by, I got 4 more arms and I'm buff. What are you gonna do? Because I have this muscles to stop you. 77k damage. Oh my goodness, that's just too much coming in from a Machamp itself.
Yeah, they maybe forgot. They were looking at him as a wimpy little macho up, and then he's like, you know, we don't need to do it, guys. Suddenly, hands to the face, straight to the dome, and just like that, clocked out in one fell swoop. What an exciting game to start us off, and you can really feel the intensity coming into these matches, right? These teams, they don't want to give each other an inch. Even when you're down, you know, I'm sure all of you who play Pokemon Unite, you know this. If you're on Team Unknown side, if you're in that situation, you're hitting the surrender button at minute 5. Like, it just feels so hopeless, but they hang on. Let's just take a look at how that all went down. We talked about how Joe able to get every single objective up until the 2-minute mark.
Yup, Joe was looking so dominant in every single fight, in every single objective. Take a look at this, right? In the bottom side, they're just pushing so hard with just 4 men. And Team Unknown has no way for them to stop this one. Jump pads are putting it to work. They managed to push them back, but Joe walked out of this fight victorious with this lead at that 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna watch this here again. They all line up perfectly, and he sets it up. The slow beam at first. He grabs all of them. Look at that bait. The clean solar beam. A roll in and a strike. And just like that, Joe, they've got to be kicking themselves. They watch from the sidelines as the Zapdos falls out of their hand. The game falls out of their hand. And even though they try for a valiant last attempt to fire forward, Team Unknown know how to secure their win here, and they do it really well. Now, does that mean that Duraludon is a good Pokemon? I don't know.
Well, I mean, he did manage to just fire off those Dragon Pulse to close up those Pokemon that are running away. But here we have the match MVP Calypso from Team Unknown with the Duraludon putting it to work. I mean, we haven't seen this Pokemon around, but he is back, ladies and gentlemen, and Calypso is putting it to work.
So the thing is, I'm not entirely sure at this point because we've only really seen it once. I think over the past few weeks, we've seen some smaller scale competitions and community and regional competitions as well. We just have not been seeing this Pokemon, right? But maybe it's just a comfort thing. Maybe it's just a player preference, and we might see him pick it up again. There it is. Calypso goes straight back for his Duraludon.
Yup, this composition, you know, there's no need to change coming in. They just need to tie down a little bit in the early game, right? Have a little bit of a stronger early game and just try to steamroll your opponent and just not allow that Serena to scale. And you got the capability to stop the Serena, and you just need to put it to work. So Team Unknown coming into this, they really have to tie down their early game if they want to win this one with a stomp.
Yeah, you can see the differences in both the Venusaurs, not only in the builds, but in the health item as well. Ladies and gents, it's important to make sure you have the right health item for the game plan you're trying to go for, right? Yamisuke, he was in with the Petal Dance, he's in the thick of things, he knows he needs the Muscle Band and the Focus Band. Meanwhile, for Shardstorm, being able to afford those 2 spectacles because he knows he's not going anywhere near the fight. His role is to line them up and knock them down just like he did in that game number 1.
Yep, those glasses is just going to be increasing the damage of the solar beams and the slash bomb by a mile. And that actually showed us what those glasses did. You know, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit more with four eyes and then just, you know...
Yeah, let me just get my calculations right. Let me get the spectacles on. Yeah, it's over now. I've locked on, baby. He got 2 spectacles straight onto you. If he couldn't see you then, he can definitely see you now. And Shardstorm sees it bright as day. We're going into game number 2 of this bracket, and once again, this is the last chance for them. Both teams, not Dynamax, sorry, Team Unknown, they can move on here, just 1 win away, but Team Joe, they've made it so far, and they definitely don't want to falter now.
Yup, that's definitely right here. It's a win and in or the lose and out, and your regional's dream or your world's dream is over. And this is not what both teams want to see. They want to go to London and they will be fighting with their lives.
Yes, these 2 days are when dreams are made or dreams fall apart. And for both of these teams, the emotions got to be running high because Team Unknown, even though they managed to come back in such a stable way, they definitely had to have been feeling that pressure in the early stages of last game.
Yup, right here in the bottom side, it seems like Team Joe is actually having the advantage, right? Having the level advantage once again, just like game number 1. All they have to do is just tie up the final stretch. If they could take the fight properly and just bring the fight to Team Unknown, they could possibly win them because, they got those last hit capability, they got those burst damage as well. And they know that they could take Team Unknown. So it's now to this game. How are they going to finish this one and bring it to game number 3?
Yeah, so I mean, apart from the fact that Team Unknown obviously played their cards, right? I do feel like there is something to be said. I don't want to throw this word around lightly, but to a certain extent, sometimes it's useful to call it a bit of a throw, right? Because when you're in this best of 3 situation, sometimes all you need is a flat mental reset. You need to be like, okay, you know what? Actually, we were firing on all cylinders that game. We were doing everything right. It's just that last bit where we made a crucial mistake, everything else is fine, right? And then you're able to reset, you're able to come back into this second game, and Joe, it looks like they're stabilizing a bit. They're able to keep firm in this early stage.
Yeah, that is the beauty of best of 3, right? Like knowing your mistake and then fixing it and try to bring it or improve it against in game number 2 or even game number 3. So, Joe is still not out of the contest yet because they are still looking good coming in the early game. So all they have to do right here is just focus down and not allow Team Unknown to do any of the shenanigans and just be a little bit aware of the solar beam.
So the weakness of Team Unknown's lineup is obviously the fact that it's going to take them a bit of time to come online, right? So I want to see Team Joe capitalize on this early stage. And this is a brawl in the central area. All the Pokemon of both teams are here. And the Machoke is going to be traded out by the Ivysaur. So far, the rest of the team is coming in. Here comes the Serena. But the Stomp, ooh, Luki, what a play. Actually, Egg bombs that Serena out of the way and clears the team. Oh, still manages to get through. That's just the power of the Serena, baby. But did you see that, Moon Boy? That Egg just popped her up and changed the fight.
I mean, that's the beauty of that egg bomb, right? Those knockups are just doing so much for the team. You could just knock them up and the whole team could just zone you down or even knock you out of range of those hyper beams. And if everything is calculated right, those egg bombs could be used to great lengths. And there we have, Team Unknown trying to go for the fight as well. Dreadnought is live.
Yeah, Phil needs to be careful with his positioning because as we saw in the early stages, he can definitely be susceptible to being taken down, but it's a Serena who drops first. Yamisuke in the thick of things once again, but he's starting to tank a little bit of damage. Where's the sustain? Where's the help? There's the sludge bomb there. It's Dreadnought takes down Eldegoss, and just like that, the side of Team Unknown, they're gonna secure this one. A 6th telekinesis coming out, stopping Changarang from throwing out that hyper beam. No steal for you, Joe. As Team Unknown now, they're surging forward to this bot tier 1.
Yup, I'm loving what Team Unknown is trying to do. Immediately zoning straight right down to Zarina, removing him out of the battle. But Joe is not allowing that to rest. Yes, the revolving ruins coming in. And Calypso is on the rise, pushing the Eldegoss back and blazing behind. 2 supporters could not stop Team Unknown right here. And they are still on the offense. And they're pushing in so strong against Team Joe.
The barrel is smoking hot for Calypso here, throws out the revolving ruins, and he knows that is the weakness of the Eldegoss as well as the Blissey. If it's just the 2 of them, you got nothing to be scared about. What they gonna do to you? Hit you? He just fires right back and sends them backpacking home. And just like that, Team Unknown able to get a lead.
Yeah, Plano is already on that Machamp right now. Things is online and looking great for Team Unknown. Every single Pokemon is fully evolved from both sides as well. It's going to be a scramble. It's going to be a mash. Whoever is going to get those objectives will have that advantage in the win. And Rotom is going straight right here.
Barrage blow not in time. Yamasuke able to clean that one up, but is he going to be the one to suffer? Plano in a bit of a pickle, but he's going to be able to get out of that situation. Yamasuke now in trouble. Burden Anger out. Slaps down 3. This time it's Joe's Venusaur that strikes the finishing blow. The Burden Anger, the seeds plant perfectly in the fallen members of Team Unknown, and Yamasuke able to answer right back.
This game is just even throughout, ladies and gentlemen. Team Unknown winning one and Joe winning the other. And it's still not determined. There's no clear winner in sight. But Team Joe literally capitalized on that. Have that Rotom, have that additional member on the team. And they are pushing top. 12 more seconds to the second Dreadnought. It's going to be a scramble once again. And it's going to be seeing who is going to be coming on top. Because right here, it seems like Team Joe have that little bit of advantage at the pit.
Oh, they're walking straight into the Serena. She could cause a lot of problems for them here if she's not dealt with, but she is immediately a bit too far ahead of her team, and now the rest of the side, Joe are in trouble. Surging forward, our team unknown. There's the verdant angle as well. Yamisuke shielded up, but is it enough? The solar beam is out, and they're managing to take down a few. The Duraludon is down low. There's Calypso to the deck, and just like that, Joe, they're starting to clean up. Yamisuke, the sustain is there. Eldegoss, Blissey, and their big bad Venusaur are here at the party, and they clean it up. They're gonna wipe out this tier 1 gold zone as well. That's a KO streak of 3 for Yamisuke.
Team Unknown put up a great fight. You know, that Dragon Pulse literally took 2 members of Team Joe out of the fight. But Team Joe, with the sustainability, 2 healers on the spot, stacked together with a Venusaur with Giga Drain as well. Man, that Dancing Frog is not going to be going down so easily. Team Unknown have to think of an answer. How could we stop this overhealing coming in from Joe?
And you saw that fact popped out. That was indeed about Team Joe. A bunch of friends and recruiting a few more. But they're definitely playing like they've been for a long time. Yamisuke, he's tearing it up right now. He's already taken down 2. The Queen's Ascendant tosses him up, but it's not enough. The sustain is there. And now this tight unit of Joe, they're just surging forward. Can the sword stop them in their tracks? Absolutely not. Another full team wipe. The tier 2 gold zone is down, and Rotom is free.
There was a perfect verdant angle coming in from Yamasuke, just taking 2 units out of Team Unknown. This Rotom is definitely not going to be contested right here. And look at this, right? Level 14 on that Venusaur. Level 13 on the Dragonite as well. It seems like Team Joe is moving straight right, and they're looking great in fights time after time again. Team Unknown is on the back foot right now, but as we said previously, as the clock is not 0, the game is not over.
Absolutely, and just now, I just want to call back to the fact that we saw on our screen, right? These are 3 friends after all, and when you play with a bunch of friends, sometimes as you know, another party coming into the team, you might be worried, oh, am I gonna gel? You know, am I gonna get along? Well, it's clear, I can't tell who the additions are. I mean, I have the information, but you would have never guessed that Yamisuke is one of the recruits coming in. He fits them like a T.
Yup, Team Joe literally moving together like clockwork, ladies and gentlemen. This Dreadnought is not going to be contested by Team Unknown. It seems like Team Unknown might be going in for a little bit of a sneaky dump on the top side, and they are ready to fight. That Machamp is ready at level 12. Level 13 on the Venusaur as well. It seems like right here, Team Joe got the positioning onto the Zapdos, and they're ready for a fight.
I just gotta say, this entire final fight is gonna be on the back of this Machamp as well as the Slowbro. We see a sneaky dunk coming in from the Dragonite just to extend that lead. There's a button angle onto all of them, onto the back line. Yamisuke's found them all, and he's gonna start melting them down with the Battle Dance. The Bliss Assistance out of the Calypso, trying to keep their precious Duraludon up and running. But there's the Dragon on Dragon action. There's the Queen Ascendant. That is the Duraludon down. That is 2 of them, bottom members of Team Unknown. Wiped out, make it 4, and one final one to drop. That's slow, bro. Nowhere to go, homie. It's all over for you. You're gonna try and steal this with what? A surf? Get out of here. Get out of our legendary pit. Joe, they're gonna surge forward. They're not going quietly into the night, Moon Boy. They want a game number 3.
Wow, we have seen this situation previously in game number 1, but this time it is in Joe's favor, and they're pushing in, immediately getting the Dreadnought out of the fight previously, and no damage dealer for you. Team Joe knows and played it to perfection. 3 men down on their side. Team Unknown is going in for the push. I don't think they got enough points to actually take over this lead from Team Joe.
They literally need, let's do the quick math here, okay? 1 minute left on the clock, we got some time. 232 to 713. You need more than 500 points. Okay, I mean 500 will tie it up, but slightly less than 500. And I don't even see points on the map for the side of Team Unknown. Where are they gonna find it? Changarang still buying some time here on the bot half. The Dragonite is not able to get over the wall, but he's starting to put on the pressure. He's dragged 2 members here and wasted so much time. They need to make a beeline for the goal zones right now if they want a chance, but I don't know where they can strike, Moon Boy.
They not just have to down 500 points, they have to win a team wipe as well for them to have an opening to finish off this 500 points. Things are not looking great for them, and Team Joe is on the defense right here. Solar Beam coming up, and there we go. Unite move coming in, and that's not going to be doing too much right here as the countdown goes right to 0, and Team Joe will be walking away, and we might see a game number 3.
Yeah, that actually was a lot closer than we expected, because they once again managed to line up that perfect finish with the verdant angle and the solar beam. But at the end of the day, it was just a bit too late. They needed that maybe a couple of minutes earlier for them to turn around that crucial fight. But just because of that, and honestly, honestly, I feel like the MVP system, they gotta think about that again, because did you see that final fight? Yamisuke found both the backliners with one verdant anger and he just cleaned them all up by himself. They forced so many resources just to try and keep that Duraludon up and running, but it wasn't enough in the end.
Yep, and that is exactly what Joe did, right? Targeting the best Pokemon in Team Unknown, taking Calypso down, taking Shut Storm down ASAP just before the fight, and there is not much damage coming in from Team Unknown. Take a look at the stats right here. Yamasuke with 104,000 damage just on that Venusaur himself. Flano is still doing quite a lot of damage compared to the previous game. It's still not enough to finish it off. Calypso 85k, and that is a lot coming in from that Duraludon. Those Dragon Pulses really did put to work, taking early KOs again and again. But this basic Pokemon might not be able to scale into the late game against this late game composition that Joe had.
A bit of a quieter game coming out from both these top half players. I feel like Kirin Mao and Flano, they didn't really manage to find their mark in this game. And I do think that even with all the cylinders of both of these teams firing off between the Duraludon, the Venusaurs, as well as what Joe have in the back in the back pocket, I do think these top half laners need to kind of step it up a bit. That is where the main gap, and that is where the game will be decided. Whether the Machamp can find the backline, because if you're a Blissey or Eldegoss and there's a Machamp just barrage blowing down onto your backline, you can't do anything. You can't even save anyone. Same thing for the Serena, right? There's so much outplay potential with the resets and the Queen's Ascendant. I want to see more of that coming into Game 3.
Yep, I mean, this is the meta of the all-rounders, right? All these all-rounders are looking great in this patch. And it's what you said, it's all down to whoever could scale fast or get to the final evolution first from the top side is going to be having so much advantage. And I think they have to try to take out those healers coming in from Team Joe, because those sustainability coming in from the Eldegoss and the Blissey is just so much to be handling. Take those healers out and you will have a little bit of an easy fight against your opponent.
Yeah, I do want to say that I feel like it's something that we talked about as early on in the early stages of the previous game, right? As we're going to get to see a little bit of a replay in a bit. But we saw that the side of Team Unknown, they're going to take a lot more time to scale up between the Machamp, between the Venusaur that they have as well. And yeah, like, take a look at this. They capitalize. Team Joe, they want to surge forward and put on the pressure in the early stages. Sure, Calypso does this beautiful play with the Revolving Ruins. This one was insane. He just stood his ground and fought back. But it felt like, Joe were able to punish them at the appropriate instances. And Phil, once again, I'm stuck wondering whether this Slowbro is really as cracked as it looked in game number 1.
Yep, I mean, it's not doing too much in game number 2. Maybe, you could change it up, maybe switch it to a Hoopa or something, maybe you could out-rotate opponent, but take a look at this Joe, immediately finding their pace and their rhythm, and they are just pushing Team Unknown back. Even though Joe had a back foot in the early game, and they managed to just even it out and push Team Unknown straight right to their goal zone, breaking the top side at the 3-minute and 20-second mark.
Absolutely. I mean, it really comes back to the fact that one of these Venusaurs can get down and dirty and the other one can't, right? Yamisuke, he's more than happy running into the thick of things and doing damage, but the thing with Shoutstorm is he has to keep his distance. So the second the Dragonite or the Serena make any sort of advance to him, he has to decide, can I stay and fire off more solar beams, or do I need to ditch? And that is the difference maker in this game.
Yup, and no Giga Drain coming in, no healings. Just only point of healing is definitely got only that Blissey, and there's not much sustainability coming in with that Venusaur. And Joe took advantage of that, immediately taking down that Solar Beam Venusaur, and they're just rushing straight right down. I think that was the start of the end, where Joe just capitalized on that one, took Shoutstorm out of it, and just focused on Calypso.
But the thing is, we did see glimpses in that last moment about how they could turn out and work their Solar Beam composition, right? With Flano setting up the nice move with the Dynamic Punch, slowing everyone down. It actually allows that Venusaur to just fire away and just basically blast them all to bits. But we didn't see that until the very end. And of course, special shout out here to our match MVP, that's Changarang on his Dragonite. I think he did a really good job in terms of rotating and applying pressure and being exactly where he needed to be. And he was the one who sort of ended up outmaneuvering them. We saw even in that last fight, Yamisuke, he found the Venusaur, right? But it was Changarang who got all over him with the Dragon Dance.
Yep, it seems like Team Unknown is sticking to their guns, right? Just staying onto the same composition. Same goes to Team Joe as well. So it's all down to this final game. One slip and you're out of the tournament. And you know, if you're winning, you're still gonna try to progress into your road to Worlds. But is failed the answer? You really have to try to step up to the game and try to catch the right target. Even if you caught the right target, the rest of the team have to zero down and take that Pokemon out ASAP, which we have seen, right? In game number 2, he caught that Serena, but no one is home to answer that call. So, you know, it's down to Team Unknown. How are they gonna utilize this team composition and take it to victory?
I mean, we did see glimpses of how it could work, right? We saw nice surf engages into telekinesis up that Dragonite so he can't steal the objective. These are the type of creative plays that you need to use on your Slowbro to make allow your team to have something to leverage off on. If not, it's just sort of a bit of a meat shield, right? It doesn't really accomplish as much as an Eldegoss can, because with that Leaf Tornado, you're getting move speed, you're getting a bit of sustain as well, and you can dodge out of those situations. But we're gonna have to see how it all pans out. It's the Solar Beam versus Pedal Dance showdown. Team Joe and Team Unknown on their last legs here in the losers bracket. One more loss or one more win will determine whether their dreams at UCS stay alive. We're getting into game number 3, Moonboy.
Yep, one slip as you're out. We've seen this time after time again. But there we have in the bottom side as well. You know, Shardstorm is just taking those EXP. Those glasses is really putting to work, right? Those Razor Leaf is just doing so much damage, and he has the capability to shred this wild Pokemon apart. So right here, you know, Team Unknown have to take advantage of that Duraludon, because that is a basic Pokemon. So it's going to be doing much more damage or much more impact in the early game. So it's the race for Team Joe. How are we going to bring that Dragon Air to that Dragonite form ASAP to bring the fight to Calypso?
Yeah, I mean, they're both sitting pretty in terms of level so far, both at that level 5 and both looking towards this top side. This could be a crucial moment here. If Phil Su loses his objective early on, they're looking towards this Machop, but that Steenie is in a bit of trouble, has to back off, and Phil as well, popping the potion. Now Flano in a bit of a pickle, and that Dragon Breath is gonna knock him down. Calypso can't answer back. Poison Dash is just a bit too tanky, and now Phil's in a bit of trouble. The Dragon Pulse can't answer at all. They get a 2 for nothing in the top side.
Yep, this early KOs coming in from Team Unknown is not good for them. Take a look at this, right? Machop already only at level 4, unable to get those stacks on their attack rate up ASAP. And Destiny is actually dunking like what, 2 to 3 at this point in time. And before your first KO, as long as you secure about 3 stacks, that's looking pretty good for you in the top side.
Yeah, that's a hashtag worth. I mean, we see so many of these top poppers just kind of throw their bodies into the go zone just to get those stacks up. But it always pays off in the end because of that scaling that comes up.
Yep, and right here, you know, Serena is online at level 6 as well. Those storms reset is great as he managed to just get through but managed to surf out of their life. A measure for them to heal a little bit more. So this Serena being online right now is going to bring Joe so much early game pressure, because that Machop is just a Machoke, right? At this point in time, there's not a Machamp yet. So Joe could take advantage of this and just bully it and not allow to get to Machop or Machamp so soon.
Oh, Shardstorm with a nice Sludge Bomb finds them. Yamisuke gonna answer back with a Giga Drain in kind, but here comes the rest of Team Unknown. The surf gonna be a swing and a miss coming up from Phil. That's not what he wanted to find, and just because of that, they don't have their CC. They need to back off. They want to contest the bees, but they don't have enough in the tank to do so, and that's just gonna be a bit of a skirmish as both teams kind of head back to their goal zone and prepare for this incoming Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, both sides on the bottom side looks good, but on the top side, it seems like Team Unknown is having a little bit of a trouble as level 7 on the Serena already, and they are pushing that Machop back. And there you have that Dreadnought is live. It's going to be a scramble down in the bottom side with Dragonite live.
Yeah, Phil trying to find himself in, but getting denied by the safeguard. Can't find anybody. Yamisuke on the back line as well. He's actually going to drop to the deck. Can't finish Shardstorm, but there's BBQ main with the secure. Poison Dash is going to keep running forward along with the rest of the team, but I think that's just about enough aggression for now. Your Ivysaur fell, the Changarang and the rest of his squad, they're going to be happy with taking that Dreadnought for themselves.
Yep, that's just discipline coming in from Team Joe. It's okay, I could just take the Dreadnought and not allow you to get those revenge KO. Kirin Mo immediately taking down the Machop on the top side as well. He's already at level 9. Queen Majesty is online, and you know, Joe is ready to start their Havoc running because they have 2 Unite move to try to take on this fight against Team Unknown.
The top path difference. The top path difference is what I was saying, and it comes to fruition. The Serena gets an edge out over the Macho and is keeping him down, telling him, stay down, you don't belong here in my lane, and continuing to apply the pressure. Now Joe, they're looking towards this Rotom, but so are Team Unknown, as Phil finds a nice swap onto all of them, but there's the Storm, not able to secure it, and the Queen's Ascendant actually got to keep him up and running. This is going to be huge. Kirin Mao with the Storms as well. The pushback, is it enough? No, the Revolving Ruins cuts him down, and now Poison Dash is in trouble. The slow, there's the Draco Impact. Is it enough? There's the block up. Chagarang called up to the sky. That's not the same type of flight you were hoping to take, my friend, as Phil dips him up and takes him down. Calypso with a huge win in this top half for his team.
That Revolving Ruins was huge for Calypso, just slowing everyone down so that the rest of the team could just clean it up. And you know, that slow beam coming in from the Slowbro is just clean coming in from Team Unknown. Level 9 onto the Slowbro, level 11 onto that Durandalon as well. They have to keep this up. Leave that central area EXP to that Machamp. Get that Machamp online, and Team Unknown is looking great. Going forward into this fight.
You have to wonder whether Yamisuke should have been at that fight. Throughout that entire engagement, him as well as Poison Dash, sorry, I believe he was down here just trying to make a move, but the Blissey was standing firm. And I wonder if that Pedal Dance damage was there, could have been a difference. There he is. There's the Bliss Assistance keeping him up and running. There's a Burden Angle, but the slow beam onto this Venusaur, sorry. He manages to take him out. Not just yet. They finish off two members on the side of Team Unknown. And Yamisuke, even when things get messy, he knows he has the backup of his team. Falling low so many times, finally got to drop on the deck. But Calypso is the real cleanup crew. The cannon stays strong. The twin blasters of Team Unknown are still here. And you can't rest easy when these guys are just firing straight bullets.
Those damage coming in from Calypso is just pure numbers. You guys can see those big numbers popping off, and the Revolving Ruins actually slowed the whole of Team Joe down. Could this Unite move be the downfall of Team Joe? Calypso is already at level 13. There's no Pokemon near whatever Calypso is doing right now, and Team Joe have to start to think of a way. We have to remove Calypso off the fight first before these Revolving Ruins come into play.
Yeah, and I do have to wonder whether Yamisuke, he's getting a bit too big for his britches here. Keeps running in, and even though he has the support, they need to do so much to keep him up. But immediately proves me wrong. Takes down his counterpart, and he's surging forward. The Bliss Assistance forced out onto this Machamp, but taken down. The sustain is not enough. Meanwhile, on the side of Joe, they're sitting healthy. They're cleaning up. They're finishing off the entire side of Team Unknown. That is a team wipe from Joe. Just as I was about to say a single shred of doubt about them, just like that, they answer back. They will not be denied. The Rotom goes into their hands.
These 5 men are no average Joe Permasneeze. They are here to prove a point. Working together as a team. They might be London level compared to the Durandalon, but as a team, they are able to tear Team Unknown down. Look at this. Durandalon is already at level 14, but Joe is still pushing and just pushing the points straight to their favor. 50 more seconds till the Zapdos goes live, and seems like right here, both teams are scrambling right now. How are we gonna close the game against my opponent?
29 seconds, or rather 25 at this point, until the Dreadnought comes up. Doesn't seem like there'll be enough time, and none of these teams are going to acknowledge that. Instead, they're going to try and clean up the rest of the EXP on the map, get to those crucial breakpoints of EXP, and come to the fight fully loaded. Now, Joe, we talked about their composition from the start. They just need to stay in this tight unit and stay together and play together while dodging out these firing cannons of Team Unknown. Meanwhile, Team Unknown, they need to find the sweet spot. They need to find the right angle to blast off straight into the center of Joe and crack their ball wide open. Who's gonna be able to do it here?
Yup, it's looking great for Joe right now. Nobody is interested in that Dreadnought because that is a bait, as what Sprague said. But there you have, the Zapdos is live right now as both team is on the scramble. Team Unknown is just behind the Zapdos. They're just looking around and it's a stare down.
Yeah, Team Joe only 10 points up. There's the Barrage Bro popping off, but the Pedal Dance immediately need to disengage. Can he find anyone? Does not find anyone. Flannel, that's not the Unite move you want, but there's the Bliss Assistance trying to then take down the Serena, and they do. They take down the Tracer, top half Pokemon for the side of Team Joe, and they're starting to run a rampage. That's 3 down. Team Unknown, they waited patiently. A swing and a miss from this Machamp, but it doesn't matter. In the end, they find their mark, and now Team Unknown, they're securing the Zapdos. The dream is real. real. Team Unknown, they get the points. They will not be denied here. It was a rough bit of a first few games, but they managed to find their footing. They managed to find the angle, and they blast a crater through the defense of Joe.
Yeah, that was a great initiation coming in from Team Unknown. If you're going to have a stare down, I'm going to take the win because I am hungry to take you down. And that is what Team Unknown said to Joe. And they're just crushed Team Joe apart. That is Zapdos pit. 15 more seconds on the clock. The game is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. All Team Joe needs to do is just have a great team fight and just have that push to that final moment. 40 more seconds. Team Unknown plan is only on the defense, while Team Joe is pushing straight right on the top side.
This game has just been a tightrope, Joe. They need to bring everything they got here. This is their last chance at Worlds. Calypso holding on for all he's worth. The rest of the side of Joe, they're trying to get a dunk in. Can't find anything at the moment, but they do find a KO. But here come the rest of the defenders. They're streaming in. The jump pad chains is perfect. And they knock him up. They knock him down. This is just a bowling alley, like I said. But this time, Team Unknown, they're the ones who are going to get the strike. They take down Joe. They take down Changarang, another lift up. Dragonite, you ain't going nowhere. You ain't going to Worlds. You're going home. Team Unknown, they move ahead.
Team Unknown is not an unknown team anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is a team from OCE, and this display just put it to show. This is the team to beat in that loser final, in the loser round, in the loser bracket. Because right here, this maneuver coming in from Team Unknown is just pure clockwork. Like, look at this, Shot Storm not scoring any points, but he has been done so much damage with the Solar Beam throughout this whole game. But we can't discount the fact that Team Joe actually put a great fight against their opponent, because this was such an even game all the way down to the final stretch.
Every single fight, every single minute, there was one team just pulling the advantage over to their side. There was one amazing fight, one amazing combo. These teams, they're just firing on all cylinders. I've been saying this the entire match, but it's really true. Everyone is pulling their weight. Even in the moments where they lost the fight, it was more so an amazing play from the opponents rather than any individual fault of their own. Joe, they put up a really good attempt, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. And unfortunately, in this losers round 3 of the OCE Regional Finals, they'll have to bow out to Team Unknown. But Team Unknown, they're definitely going to be happy with that. They stuck to their guns and they made it work.
Wow, this is what it's all about, right? Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching this from home, this is a great lesson of not giving up and playing till the very last second. And that is what Team Unknown taught us today in this best of 3. And this is the first game that actually brought all the way to the third game in the series. So, you know, this is all about determination, and this is all about resilience. And Team Unknown brought it to the table and brought Joe down.
We doubted the slow roll. We doubted the Duraludon, but in a tale as old as Pokemon time, all the way back to Sejun Park with his Pachirisu, you just win with your favorites, baby. You stick to your guns, you pick your favorites, and you make it work anyway. That's the spirit of Pokemon right there. And Team Unknown show us what it's like.
Yup, and it's not just a team of VGC players, because right now this team is a bunch of great Pokemon Unite players. There we have, you know, Team Unknown, the winner of this round, and these are the 5 players for you guys. But Calypso on that Duraludon really put its work, introduced to us a new Pokemon in this regionals, and they put that Pokemon to test.
We asked, where are the defenders? There they are. Look at Phil wrapping that slow bro in his trainer card as well. Love to see it. And this is a team that has been around for quite a while. They've been playing since February under Team Dynamax. February 13th to 16th, not the prettiest. March, they managed to get a pretty good run at 5th to 6th. But at AO's Cup, just previously, they didn't actually place very well. They were 9th to 12th. So this team, they're definitely hungry. They've been going at it for a long time. And they show that they're here to stay. Calypso and Phil, man, what a game coming out from them.
Yeah, they're here to stay and they're here to slay. Take a look at the highlights right here. What exactly happened in this game number 3? How Team Unknown closed up this one. They got their first Dreadnought, even the second Dreadnought, with the big victory fight for them, and they're just on the push right from then. It's nothing but offense coming in from Team Unknown.
I think it's just so scary for the side of Team Joe, right? Because it's like, you know, there's traditional games of Pokemon Unite, but there's traditional games of Pokemon Unite, but then you're playing this entire game. Every single time Shardstorm is not like knocked out, you need to be careful of that solar beam animation. The second you see him winding up, you need to get out because we saw how much damage it does. It just chunks them entirely, and that's exactly what happened in this fight. Flannel didn't find the mark with the barrage blow, but forced him into a bit of a weird spot, and Team Unknown, they found their opening and they just capitalized.
Yep, those glasses really did pay its dividends right there. As they, Team Unknown literally, that solar beam really did a lot of work for Team Unknown. And we have been talking about Calypso so much, but those solar beam is just so much damage and there's nothing that Team Joe could do. Those sustainability is not gonna be enough because I got 2 glasses in my eyes and I'm just gonna zone you down and shoot you down.
It's like no matter where you go, I can see you. Same thing with Phil, right? With the telekinesis. This is the I can see you lineup. No matter where you go, I'm gonna shoot you with the Duraludon. I'm gonna find you with the Machamp, and I'm gonna blast you down from a distance with that solar beam. They just find them and they take them down. A bunch of unmercenaries are Team Unknown. No wonder they're so mysterious, but they're definitely no mystery to anyone anymore because of their solid play. And just like that, they're gonna move on to the next stage of this competition.
Wow, I mean, I'm loving this experience that we have so far. And, let's bring Danny back and just see what she has to say.
What do I have to say? Calypso can go to work. He's if anything, if you're rushing to also not just play, but at the end of the day, go to work, he must be feeling so happy. He's like, I'm still in, we can still make it. And he's going to be going to work on a high, if anything. But firstly, I thought Team Unknown only won that first game purely based on luck, right? Like that one team fight where they were able to get that massive solar beam. I thought that was just a convenience team fight, but after this game, Team Unknown are legit, and I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys play further. But firstly, something I want to talk about is we saw no Hooper in this series at all. Which
Rejoice!
Really
Rejoice!
I was complaining to Contra about this last night, but I'm really happy that we're not seeing Hooper because we're starting to see some more variety in these play styles. But in this matchup, would it have made a difference if any of these teams are running Hooper at all?
I think most definitely, right? Hoopa, as soon as it came out, everyone was up in arms because it changes the game and we see how much of an impact that it can have in terms of rotations. But I do think that both of these teams, they had a very clear game plan and that didn't really involve the Hoopa, right? For the side of, like for example, can you imagine if Shardstorm was ported in by a portal straight into the enemy team? That's not where he wants to be. He wants to be away from the fight, right? He wants to fire off from a distance. So in that sense, the Hoopa doesn't really do the trick. You could make that argument for the side of Joe though, but it seemed like they were very, very confident in the Elder Gods lineup. So I think it's fine.
Yeah, boy, do you think this is the start of no more Hooper?
I don't think this is a start of no more Hooper, but this is a start of more composition without Hooper because, that Pokemon is not it is the premium pick, of course, but these two teams actually showed us that it might not be premium pick no more because Elder Gods is actually putting it to work. Slowbro actually did lots of things coming in this series as well, so this might put Hoopa out of the job really soon.
Hooper's gonna lose his job.
Yep. One of us is going to work and the other one is losing his job, unfortunately. Yep, that's just how it is. It's a tough one. It's a tough one out here.
Now, we do want to remind people that these teams, they're not just competing for the prize today, which is $20,000 for the winner, but the champion is going to London. The Pokemon Unite World Championships. These are the slots.
Let's go.
We have 2 slots for APAC. Oh boy, guys. And we have 1 slot for OCE, which is unfortunate. I would love to see another slot for OCE, but I think this weekend we need to prove ourselves as a region, right? We need to prove that we deserve another slot. But while we let these teams do that, fight amongst themselves, prove that they are the best of the region, and hopefully the best of the world, wink wink, we're going to go for a quick commercial break because we do need to let our next teams get ready for their matchup. It's going to be a really exciting one, but we will be continuing through the lower bracket. So see you in 5 minutes after this break. Yeah? All right. Cheerio.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Eos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training!
Hey trainers, welcome back to the Oceania Regional Finals. We're still down in the lower bracket today, and unfortunately some trainers and teams are going to have to continue going home. But firstly, let's welcome our casters for this round back to the broadcast. It's JJ Kud and Contra. Gentlemen, we are looking at Collateral versus 1620 Kings as our next matchup. Now, firstly, let's sort of break things down a little bit here. What do we know about Collateral, and should we just stick to 1620 Kings, or should we just call them Kings?
Well,
1620 sounds cool.
We cannot call them kings yet unless they can prove that they can and have earned that title. You know,
1620 princes then. All right. With JJ and Contra. So to give us the lowdown on these two teams, like what do we know so far from Collateral and Kings?
Right, so what we do know about Collateral and 620 Kings is that Collateral is, we've seen them on AOS Cup getting into 4th place. And on May Finals, we haven't seen them because there's no broadcast, but they were actually the 3rd placer. They were actually a 3rd placer on May Finals. Now, for 1620 Kings, they are actually the previous balance, team balance, whereas, they got 5th to 6th on AOS Cup, and on May Finals, they got 7th to 8th place tie. So, this might be the redemption that they're looking for, and perhaps if, again, one of these teams will be going home, but whoever's going to be moving forward will have a good time towards the bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, if we take a look at some of the teams that got knocked down here, they were also facing a really formidable side. As for 1620 Kings, they faced off against Ground Zero, and we've already seen how much Ground Zero has to offer, and they've already moved all the way up. And iClan has been able to send some of these guys of Collateral down the lower bracket, so this is their last chance. They got to make it worthwhile.
Right, and here we go, immediately just going straight into the game. I know a lot of you guys have been, looking out towards, hey, we have been saying a lot of things and where's the game at, but you know what? Well, we're going to be giving you what you guys want. This is us immediately going into the game as the game is already ready. And now 1620 Kings going on our purple side, and on our orange side, it's going to be Collateral. Again, the previous 3rd placer definitely has the higher seed right now. Higher chance of winning against 1620, but I would really welcome 1620 Kings to prove me wrong and show us what they can do in the regionals.
That's right, and we've already seen a little bit of shift of picks that has been brought out to play here in the playoffs overall. And we did mention, Hoopa is one of the superior support picks, and this time around, we're also not going to be seeing it in this first game of the series. So I want to hear your thoughts, JJ, when it comes down to priorities of support, is Hoopa really running out of a job like the past 2 casters have mentioned? Or do you feel like there's hat counters that they really have to look through whenever you go for that pick?
I mean, I don't think that Hoopa's falling out. I honestly still believe that Hoopa is still huge, and we've seen that on our first matchup, on the second matchup of the broadcast, and Hoopa's just really helpful. But I do like, however, and I have to agree with our previous casters, Spermacies and Moonboy, I do like that we're seeing some variety here, that at least there are teams not running Hoopa up their roster, which is actually pretty good. But
it's really refreshing though.
1620 is now is going to be running in the Hoopa. It is definitely going to be what do you call this? Refreshing. But,
right.
Ever since it got released, the teleport.
I kind of missed a glance. I thought it wasn't there, but because they were hovering onto other different Pokemons as well. But I was really excited for a little bit of variation this time with the Wigglytuff they introduced on the side of Team Collateral.
Right, I think for Team Collateral here, what they're going to be doing here is a double support meta here, where they are going to be saving up and ensuring that the Venusaur would not get KO'd, would not get taken out by the other team, so that it can scale up, get the power spike, and essentially deal the damage against the other team. And right now, we're going to be seeing the first KO into the side of Team Collateral. No Mega 2, they were a little bit too greedy here, and 1620 Kings was just able to punish them properly.
Yeah, they have left it bare out in the open on the top of the goal zone, and therefore they take their chances here. Sure, they may have dropped a few members out. I think they will be able to recover the Jiffy, but nice. He's making a whole lot of work right down below.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, right? I am more than welcome to be proven wrong here by 1620. Collateral right now is currently on the losing end here, and 1620 is getting in the best that they could, and I think they want to have this on as well. And look at Kian right now with the Hoopa. Of course, this is currently the top 3 supporters that we do have for OCE on AOS Cup. Number 1, Hoopa. Number 2, Blissey. And number 3 is Wigglytuff. Providing a lot of CCs for the team. Hoopa providing that mobility, and of course, Blissey providing that huge support and sustain into their teammates.
That's right now with a little bit of jostle control, trying to hit right into the go, but when you have traveling around the corner, it's not going to be all too easy.
Right, and look at that, Collateral really wants to push, the pressure up into that of the bottom path, but unfortunately, they're still having a hard time going against 1620 Kings, and we're going to be seeing another action here.
Overall, I think that they've been able to actually buy enough space as they are preparing themselves for the fight to take place down the Dreadnought, and this is where everything will break loose. But then again, that is going to be a free farming Serena over top side.
Right, definitely. And look at this right now. They're going to be able to eat up Collateral into that at the bottom path, while the Serena into that at the top path is going to be able to freely take in the Rotom, taking both of the objectives for themselves. And Collateral is just taking too much collateral damage, I'd have to say.
Yeah, it's just massive work by 1620 Kings. Now they just opened up so much space for themselves. I want to see a recovery coming from Collateral, though, as they're making a lot of progress over on the top end. While you can see they are also adapting, just reacting with rotations. Now you're going to see Trevor moving up as well, trying to pull up a little bit more of a defense. So pressure's on.
Oh, wow. The up B coming in from Serena, going to be able to take down the opponent's Serena. It looks like they want to get this in. We're going to be seeing a little bit of the strategy here that was used by Ground Zero for player rotation to make that 5-man rotation to the top path for Collateral. They really want to get back. They really want to bounce back against 1620 Kings here, because if they can't bounce back now, they won't be able to bounce back at all anymore in the entire game. And just like that, they were able to get, a lot into the side of 1620 Kings, but at the same time, 1620 Kings, well, they were able to punch Collateral properly.
Yeah, I just love it. They are very willing to go for trades, and every single time they do, they walk away with so much more. Having this lead building up at the 5-minute mark of play is vital. So long as they just keep doing the same thing over and over again, it's going to make it tough for Collateral, because this Hoopa could easily just go in, transport his members all across, and we're just going to see them having just phenomenal defense. Tough nut to crack here for Collateral.
And right, look at this. 1620 Kings is doing the same thing over that they did on the first objective, leaving that Serena into that other top hat. Probably going to be able to score in. No, never mind guessing the rings unbound here just so that they would be able to teleport in. And Captain here is going to be able to steal away the Dreadnought from Collateral. Unite here. Draco Unite. Draco Impact is going to be used as well to deal an enormous amount of damage here, but it looks like Collateral is kind of winning this one out. But a tree wants to get away. Not going to be enough, though. Not going to be able to survive. It's going to be 2-for-1 in favor of the Kings here. But Captain here is going to be able to punish down Collateral once again. We hate to see this. My goodness.
Well,
this is what we've been talking about.
I just love it. Just look at the positioning of every members of 1620 Kings, and it's just so hard to work around it. This Dragonite's just going out of control. It's just gonna zone you away from your teammates and just get every single knockout as possible. Speaking of which, then there's bound to be more.
Right. Honestly, this is not the Collateral that we saw way back in AOS Cup, and perhaps not the same kind of Collateral esports team as well on May.
Slower tempo play.
Yeah, I mean they got They got the 3rd place, and I don't think they are playing 100% right now. But I do hope that they can bounce back. 1620 Kings can be able to take on the Rotom though.
Oh yeah, great work overall. What's up? It will be taken now, and once again, Captain Tim on duty, just working out magic, and it's just overwhelming. Like Collateral, it didn't seem like they have much to respond with.
But, at the end of the day, we still have the Zapdos. They can still flip it down. 140. Okay, well, never mind. 144 isn't that much of a lead if you think about it. If Collateral can take in the Zapdos, but it looks like 1620 Kings, they do have the advantage in terms of objective securing, getting in all the Rotoms, getting in all the Dreadnought, perhaps taking the last Dreadnought as well into our game. And if Collateral won't be able to do anything about this, then 1620 Kings looking like they can secure the Zapdos freely.
Yeah, like they're just waiting for it while the challenge is written off. The rest of Collateral, they know what the priority is at. You can just give it away and just prepare for the big fight up into the central zone, but they're chasing Indo.
Yeah, it's a down B stop here from that of Serena, and the anger here is just amazing. They were able to punish them, Collateral, pick them off one by one, and from there on out, Collateral wasn't able and isn't able to come back at all.
Yeah, here comes the final stretch. Zapdos will be up and available, as both sides will definitely contest for this. Now, I want to see what Captain
Rings and
can do.
That Rings and Bounds used here so that everyone is going to be into the team fight. Here comes the Hyperspace. Hyper Beam rather coming in from that of the Dragon Knight. Another one here up B from that of Serena. Not going to be able to do a lot of damage against Kian here. There's going to be one down into the side of
Oh, that's huge!
Kings. And look at that. 2-0 right now. 2-0. No, make that Tree. Tree is going to be going down. Captain is going to be taking it as well. Collateral is doing it. This is the flip that they're looking for. Collateral was able to take down everyone from the side of 1620 Kings and now going to be able to secure the Zapdos. And all they need to do now is secure the score here. They have an ample amount of time, a huge amount of time to score in right now. Collateral has flipped the Zapdos.
And the crucial thing about that fight was all of them stayed on. None of them have been knocked out. So Collateral, they have all the members, all hands on deck. They can just swerve right in for all the knowledge possible to make this comeback happen.
Oh my goodness, that's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. They weren't able to take in the objectives. They weren't able to win team fights. But at the very least, if they can take out the Zapdos, they could have still flipped it, and they did. And right now, playing their cards right at the right time allows them to get back against 1620 Kings. Now, 1620 Kings, I don't think they would be able to answer back against Collateral, that even if they can take out everyone from Collateral, they don't have enough points. And even if they do, there's only 20 more seconds. It wouldn't be enough time for them to travel to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and Ice just knows that, okay, all you have to do, buy time, and just keep them all in their base. There's not much that they can work with right now with few seconds on the clock. And this is how the Collateral members rock and roll to secure game one.
Oh, another 98 here. See? Yeah, there wouldn't be enough time, even when there's the Rings and Bounds to teleport them. Unfortunate for 1620 Kings, they weren't able to take that one up, weren't able to take down the Zapdos, and Collateral was, well, that was the collateral damage there for 1620 Kings.
That's right, and the combination of all the Unite moves, you saw it with your own eyes, JJ. They have maneuvered so well, and I was focusing on Heavens, like, okay, who is he gonna focus on? Drops the Queen Ascent, perfectly picking off some of these members, and Captain 10 kind of used the Draco Impact slightly, either a little bit too late, but didn't really have that huge of an impact as I do expect. But just looking at the charts itself, like, you can tell 1620 Kings, early to mid-game, they have that sure dominance being displayed, but that one fight have entirely changed the game, flipped it over for Collateral.
Right, look at that, the moment that they were able to get into Zapdos, right? I don't think the Zapdos was the one that made them win, actually, in this game. It wasn't the Zapdos. It was more the fact that they were able to position themselves quite
in the team fight.
That they were, in the team fight, they were able to punish them one by one. Yes, there were some collateral damage into their own team, but at the very least, they were able to take them all out. And from there on out, that allowed them to get into Zapdos, which allowed them to win moving forward.
Okay,
that's an amazing play here for Collateral.
That's just a really great start. Like, we were already talking about, you know, these two teams were taken down by all the other Titans that are still over on that upper bracket, and we know these guys have quality to offer, and just fighting for their tournament lives here, Collateral knew what exactly to do in that very moment, and the best part was in that team fight, like what you just mentioned, hyper coordination, like it was just picture perfect. None of the members got knocked out, and that allowed them to really score really quickly and just hit directly to hit it where it really hurts the most. And all of them just have to sit by, try to find avenues to try to even the scores, but it was nowhere close, JJ. Nowhere close.
Yeah, it was definitely nowhere close. And again, they don't have enough time to even if they do have 50 points each, they wouldn't have enough time for them to score back. Because just traveling from their base, going back, going over to the other side of the map, takes about like what 15-20 seconds, and they still have to score in. And the more points that you do have, in your pockets, the longer you have, you take to score in. And look at this right now. We have been saying that a Collateral got in second place before. On makeup, third place on makeup. They were able to get in fourth place on AOS Cup, and I felt like Collateral wasn't playing a little bit like themselves on the for the most part of game number 1. But I think this is the start. They finally woke up. Collateral finally woke up, and from here on out, I think we're gonna be seeing the action, which made them second place, which made them third place, and which made them fourth place from the AOS Cup and May Finals, respectively, moving forward against 1620 Kings. Now, the question is, for Contra, what do you think should 1620 Kings do to fight off Collateral?
Well, honestly, they look really strong in the early game. I don't think that there's much switch up that's necessary heading into your game 2 overall. Like, all they have to be really wary of when it comes down to the contest for these Zapdos fights, like, the target priorities have to be right. But then again, when you're facing up against such a defensive setup from Collateral, you got to make sure that if there's going to be anyone to single out, you got to do it quick, like really quick. So it was first tips for Heavens. You saw like the Twins Ascend definitely have been able to single out targets and put the focus in, but it was all about Colin here from Team Collateral that has been able to keep them sustaining and just basically having great control for them to basically pile on the rest of 1620 Kings.
Right, that is actually one of the, I have to agree with this MVP here, because if it wasn't for Colin, I don't think that a lot of the attackers into the side of Team Collateral would have survived a lot of the team fights. But although, again, let's see here, Colin here was most effective on that Zapdos team fight. Again, if it wasn't for them, I think they would have been the Collateral damage again, from the early game going into the Zapdos. But fortunately, Blissey was able to help them out into the Zapdos fight. So, allowed them to win that game. But hopefully, 1620 Kings here would be able to bounce back. We're going to be seeing the trees go back again. We have Serena. Actually, the same composition as well. But it looks like Collateral is going in for instead of the Blissey. Okay, instead of the Blissey, going to go in for the Mamoswine.
Oh, last minute change though.
Ace. Okay, Blissey again. Of course.
Okay. Of course. Yeah, I think it looks great. Like what I've said early on, like they didn't look like they were having a bad early. For 1620 Kings, they didn't have a bad early game, so they stick to what works best, right? For Collateral, I think they've already figured out. Okay, we just have to ramp up what we do in the early game, and with the little Ninetales, at least it gives you a little bit more of that space to create all these zones and of course strike them from a little bit more distance. So I feel like it's a little bit of adjustment to what they have done back in game 1 that will put them slightly ahead so that it doesn't snowball out of control when they're facing off against 1620 Kings.
Right, and it was actually quite interesting to see Ace use that little Ninetales. Perhaps that was the replacement after the Greninja nerf. From the recent patch, Greninja got nerfed, and Ace was one of the Greninja users that we've seen, play out on AOS Cup. So Alolan Ninetales definitely going to be able to give them a little bit of breathing room, especially with Blizzard and Avalanche. Going into team fights has a lot of stun potential, CC potential as well. And perhaps this might be the winning key factor here for them to take in 2-0 against 1620 Kings.
That's right. As we hop right into game 2, I've been absolutely impressed by all the teams that are playing here in the OCE region. Well, we have that contest, and whoa, the first knockout already in favor of Collateral.
Right, and here you go. Collateral taking it the first one into the side of 1620 Kings. I think it's actually pretty amazing as well that they know who to mark, they know who to target, and they are focusing into that target, allowing them to just, well, take everything for themselves, you know? And again, for our previous casters, well, you didn't want to see Hoopa. It looks like everyone is, if nothing works out, everyone's just going to be going back to the Hoop.
Run it back. Like, if this is going to allow you to go in with good defensive plays, then so be it. Like, you just want to make all these rotations happen. And here we go.
Yeah, again, you know, there's a lot of those movement here, movement or mobility that is being given here by the Hoopa with the hyperspace hole, and likewise, you know, if you're going to be taken out, the moment that you just teleport from that of the hyperspace hole, you'll immediately just reset, regain your HP when you go back to your base, and then you can just teleport back once again, going to, you know, finish off what you started on a team fight.
Yeah, like, it's just so convenient where you could just move around ever so quickly to set up all these big plays, and just when you go for all these sort of contests, that's where you go with the rings and bound. Like, you just pull members from the other side all the way into wherever you want it. Buster's caught it off a position though.
Oh no! That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. Buster got busted by this arena, unfortunately.
Yeah, didn't really have his teammates around, so it's gonna be pretty hard to have anything done to cover up for that mispositioning. What's up? Playing with fire, just, well, having a little bit more of a support battle. Not too much that will be going up there, but over the top side though.
I think it's more of a what's up here, just trying to poke in against 1620 Kings here with the bottom path. I think it's more of a way to give time to A so that they can get their power spike, get their levels as well to help out on the team fight for the upcoming beast, and likewise to our first objective.
Yeah, now this is gonna set up pretty well. 1620 Kings ready to overtake the rest of Collateral in this Dreadnought contest, but they should be able to have a couple of Unite moods available for the taking.
Right, but here comes the Dreadnought. It is now out. Why is Colin excited for regionals? It is very exciting because we're going to be seeing some team fights here. Here comes Drago Impact, going to be able to take down Buster again. Busted! And look at that. There goes the reset here coming in from that of the Dragon, but unfortunately, it's going to be taken out. However, the anchor right now into that of the top pass is going to be able to take down that Rotom for themselves. But is it enough, though? Is it worth it? Collateral now has the lead in terms of XP. Remember, Contra, right?
Yeah.
Collateral lacked the XP earlier, but when they had the XP, or at least equal XP against 1620, they were able to just punish down 1620, and that is right now. They do have XP. They are just giving out. Okay, they were just giving out the Rotom. Getting in the XP advantage allows them to move like this. They have so much breathing room right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely the correct play by Collateral for 1620. If they were cohesive enough, they will be able to come in with punishments, but now they're basically eyeing onto Colin.
Oh, wow.
TP's away, all the way back to the base of the portal. My word, Collateral, they're doing it again.
Another 3-0 here. Sorry, 3-KO. No, make that 4. The down B stomp here coming from this arena. It's not going to work out. And look at that Blissey just scoring in like it doesn't care about anyone at all. Collateral putting in the work here.
Oh, my word. These guys are just not showing signs of flaws. Like, all the trades were on point. 1620 Kings, they just kept on fighting just to defend that tier 1 goal zone down below. And yeah, like you said, that Rotom take didn't really result to all too much anyways. So now on this deficit, it's hard to really find a way to work back.
Oh my goodness, that wasn't much. The 2v1 there from this arena wasn't too much. You know, there's a lot of life steal here coming in from that of the tree, you know, the Trevenant, and there's also a life steal here coming in from that of this arena. So definitely that was more of a disadvantage. But right now, we're going to be seeing another Dreadnought here. Here comes the teleportation. Rings and Buzz is going to be used here. Hyperspace Fury as well, but it looks like 16 is going to be able to take down that Dreadnought away from Collateral. That's going to be outnumbered here. That's going to be a 4v3 situation for Collateral here. And look at that, 620 Kids are going to be able to take down. Never mind. Collateral was the one who got who
takes out 1620 Kings, gets 3 down at least, despite the 1620 King outnumbering them on that team fight.
Yeah, just look at the level discrepancy between both sides where Collateral know that, okay, we can take better trades overall. Like, sure, we're just going to contest no matter what. And Buster, I guess, consolation prize out of that, gets another Rotom, but happens here for a challenge.
Right, again, that Rotom take isn't really much here for the side of 1620 Kings. At this point on, they can easily just, you know, repel it away, take it out, but as long as they are not going to be able to take down Collateral, I don't think there's going to be a huge gap here.
Oh boy.
That they're going to have against Collateral.
Yeah, they just have to give up the first tier away, and Collateral, they're just knowing when exactly to strike, like the zone control going into the deeper end, just having none members of 1620 being all too prepared to take them on. I just love the way that they just move around, knowing who exactly to push away from themselves. And Collateral, they're just having such a strong start. But yet again, 1620 could pull a Collateral back in game 1 where they try to contest for Zeta. So they need to win that one fight to change the tempo of this match.
But look at that, they were able to destroy the second tier score goal into that of the bottom path. And I believe that's also the reason why they went down immediately into that of the bottom path. Knowing the fact that the Dreadnought is going to be coming out sometime soon, they went for that, you know, allowing them to position themselves for that Dreadnought, essentially widening the gap that they already have against 1620. And now, with 30 more seconds to spare, they can still take this one up, widen the gap that they have before they can get into the Zapdos, gets a reset, and perhaps then rings and bounce to teleport everyone into that of the Zapdos, taking out 1620 Kings.
Oh, speaking of teleport, now they're really getting pretty close by onto what's coming up next. But look at this camping set up by 1620 Kings, though. They really want to strike from the northern end of the map, and perhaps this could surprise the rest of Collateral.
Right, so let's find out as Zapdos has now spawned. 1620 Kings doesn't want to wait around, want to say happy birthday to everyone. Knock, knock, here we go, coming in. But it looks like 1620 Kings is going to be the one who's going to be taking out that Zapdos. Are they going to be able to score in, though? That is the big question here.
Got away!
Tackle Impact to just try to get away from the opponents, trying to score in, but it looks like Captain In here is not getting taken out. Never mind, Taker. Oh, let's find out if they're going to be able to destroy that one. And yes, they would. That's going to be another 100 points here for the side of 1620 Kings. But we have to remember, there's still more than a minute and a half left here for Collateral to get back. There's not much of a lead. There's just 100 points, more or less.
100 points. Very doable for Collateral still. And you can see the rest of 1620 Kings, they're very prepared, coming in from all angles, trying to hold any members that's coming in from Team Collateral. Now we see the fight coming in.
Right, 2v1 situation here, but it looks like D'Angelo is not going to be survive. Never mind. Prove me wrong once again. Actually survives, but we have to remember, almost everyone from Collateral is already here into the side of the map of 1620 Kings, and they still have 40 seconds to work on. You know, they still have 40 seconds to work on to try to score in. Now, if 1620 Kings can score even a minuscule amount of points into the first tier score goal, into that of the bottom path, they're going to have a hard time.
They need 70, at least 70 though. Like, just to ensure that this is going to go in the back for Collateral for that 2-0. But this is the fight that they're looking for, and they will challenge.
Oh, up B here, coming in from this arena, going to be able to deal a lot of damage against Kian. Oh, taking out Kian in the process. But let's find out if they're going to be able to continue on. That's only 13 more seconds. Is Collateral going to be able to score in? Let's find out together. Here comes another team fight here. Oh my goodness, 1620 Kings
is it gonna be?
Not allowing Collateral to score in. Gonna be able to take down 4 as well in the process. And it looks like we're gonna be moving over to game number 3.
What a close match this was, JJ, and we thought that Collateral could have actually hit a few more corners in, but the perfect defense out of 1620 Kings was just sublime. They're taking us all the way to game 3 in the lower bracket runs of the losers round 4.
Oh my goodness. This is, game number 3. We haven't seen a lot of game number 3s. Yes, the last match was a game number 3, but this one is, I believe, the second game 3 that we've had for the day thus far. And I think it's quite reasonable as well, and it's exciting to see how these teams are faring. Again, on game number 1, 1620 Kings had a huge advantage against Collateral, and unfortunately they got flipped. But 1620 Kings showing us that, hey, Collateral might be strong, but 1620 Kings aren't called Kings without a reason.
That's right, and we saw how well prepared they were to take the rest of Team Collateral when the Zapdos spawns up. Like, they didn't make any drastic measures to really immediately call in for the fight. So they knew, like, we have to set the tempo up and we have to look for the right targets, and they found all that zone control and they snatched that one away. So overall, I'm just absolutely satisfied of the quality of gameplay from both ends. And yeah, fans of Team Collateral, I guess, like, they're still having a lot of hope heading into Game 3, because from the early game hitting to late, they didn't look like they were committing too many errors overall. And we saw the dire attempt to score all those points forward on the top side tier 2. But unfortunately, once again, 1620, they knew exactly what's necessary to get them out of all that scoring zone. Although they have that Zapdos, like, yeah, go for that quick dunk. Let's go for that quick reset, and we're just gonna put up a wall, and there's nothing much that Collateral could do about it.
Right. What I notice about Team Collateral here is they are banking too much on flipping the Zapdos, right? It's actually kind of unfortunate to see as well. Like, yeah, they might have been getting into pressure up, against 1620 Kings from the early game, getting in that lead and maintaining that lead as well. But at the end of the day, they kind of let 1620 Kings position themselves and let them take a little bit some farm as well to catch up to them. And from there on out, banking in on the fact that they might be able to defend the Zapdos away from 1620 Kings was a mistake that Collateral had, on game number 2. Perhaps if Team Collateral here, was more aggressive on that Zapdos fight, or perhaps didn't even wait for the Zapdos, right? And just started looking for the opponents to, push them in, I think the results would have been different. Because that's what's happening. That was what was happening, right? From the early game up before the Zapdos.
Yeah.
They're pushing everything.
Absolutely agree with you, JJ. Like, overall, like, it was a game of inches where it's just so close on all these maneuvers that they take throughout the course of the battle. And sometimes stuff like this happens, and you just gotta take it in and reset heading into the game tree. But it's dangerous of 1620 Kings that have gotten himself the MVP title this time round.
Right. Honestly, I think I kind of don't agree with the game showing us that the MVP is the dangerous here. Dangerous. Yeah, I kind of don't agree that Dangerous is the MVP here. Definitely not with this arena. It was a little bit on the
effort, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say, if there's any MVP for the side of 1620 Kings, I'd have to give it to Kian, really. Allowing them to, allowing them not to get KO'd, but they got taken out. But it's not the end of the world yet, as we're gonna be still seeing that game number 3. Perhaps we might be able to see Kian here allowing their teammates to push in more and allow them to give them more breathing room so that they can come back into team fight quite refreshed and punish down their opponents.
Yeah, and look at the changes here. They're bringing Sylveon into the battle this time around. I'm pretty excited to see how this one works out for Collateral overall, because other than that, we're seeing 1620 Kings sticking to the usual, so we expect them to still work out on more of those team fights. And this whole region is just so team fight heavy, and all these battles are usually won by the late game. So it's all about really prepping for that golden moment. As we saw the past 2 games, it's done in similar fashion.
And again, now that we are in game number 3, it could be anyone's game. And whoever is going to be losing on this game would have to say goodbye for that chance to go to London. Because I know everyone wants to go to London. We do want to go to London as well. But as for the players and as for the teams, only one from OCE will be able to fly out to London for the World. So let's find out together if one of these teams that we're going to be watching for game number 3 is the one that's going to fly down to London. Or if not, the one that has to say goodbye.
That's right. This is a match to determine who stays and, of course, who will bow out from this bracket. And they've been working so hard throughout the months for this very own moment. Fortunately, of course, there's only going to be that one slot for Oceania. As we kick off here with a small little tussle over a bomb site. Nothing too much out of the usual, with 16-20 Kings only scoring a 4-pointer. Now, what's interesting though, look at Collateral. They're pushing heavily up top.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need that because their composition right now is kind of squishy, I'd say. You know, that yes, they do have a lot of CCs here, but if they cannot get their power spike as early as like, what, 2-3 minutes, right? They're going to have a hard time going against 16-20 Kings, especially knowing the fact that they have a huge sustainability on team fights, has huge objective take capabilities as well. And Collateral is just, right now, with their current composition, is banking on CCs coming in from that of the Mamoswine and that of the Alolan Ninetales. And for the fact that, you know, we have the Eldegoss as well, which we don't see a lot anymore. Eldegoss for sustain here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. If Collateral here won't be able to get their power spikes and won't be able to play their cards properly.
Yeah, it seems like Colin has a little bit of a tough time in the early game before, of course, he evolves into a Mamoswine. So until then, they just have to really play this really slowly. And, they're diving very deep into the pool, and they will get a knockout. The Sylveon is going to take one, as we're going to see a scorer coming out. Danger.
Yeah, perhaps stealing down the buffs as well into that of the central area of 16-20 Kings here, and I believe they were successful in doing so as well. And as you can see, there we go, the Sylveon getting in double buffs here from that of the Dragonair take.
Yeah, overall, just jostling around over the central area for a little bit more establishment of control. This Collateral still heavily focused up. Well, they will have the Dragonair holding on to the tier 1, but the rotations are coming in with the portal opened up. Another knockout, well secured. The Sylveon is just stacking everything against 16-20.
Right, and look at that. Ace here not gunning in, okay? Not running the Petal Dance Giga Drain, but is rather opting in for the Solar Beam and Sludge Bomb, making it the backlane attacker. We have the frontliners here that comes in the form of the Mamoswine, mid-range here with the Sylveon, and of course the backlane attacker here would be that of the Venusaur. But let's find out how that's going to be pairing against 16-20 Kings, as we are now heading into the Dreadnought fight. Sludge Bomb is going to be used here just to try to secure this Dreadnought, and they were able to successfully do so with Solar Beam. But here comes Fairy Frolic here coming in from that of Sylveon. Are they going to be able to take down the Dragonair? Yes, they will, and they're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Solar Beam dealing some damage here, just pushing away Bemco just for them to try to get the scores in uncontested. Another one here, 5 points here, so that they can get in huge amount of points into that of the bottom path score goal, into the first tier score goal, into that of the bottom path rather. But Kian here just tries to defend their score goal, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to do that. And Collateral, not destroying the score goal, wants to overcap it rather.
Yeah, Shaker's just doing everything he can, just putting the damage numbers out there. Well, only by time Colin just tries to disrupt them from scoring. They will get one though. Buster only having a Slither, but this is a Mamoswine.
Did you see that combination? Colin with the heavy horsepower, and then immediately follow up by the Solar Beam, like say, hey, Goku, Piccolo, do it!
And he survived, so it was literally HP. And Colin definitely making it all work. And that sort of combo that they just pulled out, it was something else. We gotta see it in the next team fight again, because
My goodness.
just have this great synergy that we haven't seen in a while.
Special beam cannon from the Venusaur. My goodness. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that we're going to be seeing that? But right now, let's find out if that's going to be the case here once again. Into the side of Collateral. Yes, I did say that they were a little bit squishy for their composition, but they are making it work. And 1620 Kings is actually having a hard time right now.
Yeah, 1620 Kings couldn't really handle that pressure, but the rest of them will try to keep up to the pace, though. Need to deal with Colin, and he's still being so disruptive.
High horsepower still coming in from Colin here. And ooh, side beam as well to deal more amount of damage. It's gonna be 2v1 here. 2-for-1 rather into the side into the advantage of 1620 Kings. Solar beam once again is gonna be used here. A is gonna be able to take down that Arena. They don't need no Giga Drain. They don't need no Pal. That's all they need to do is shout to you. And there goes Kamehameha into the side of Captain. However, not gonna be able to take down the Dreadnought for themselves. Unfortunately for that Venusaur, and they're not going to be able to catch up into the timer of the hyperspace hold to get back on the base, allowing Collateral to punish them.
I just love how 1620 Kings just layered their spells one after another, and now that also have a lot of space for Danger to secure Rotom. So they basically won both of the battles, so they're just prepared to basically settle in, having more of their members trying to funnel their efforts over the top side with this Rotom tick.
Oh wow, almost steal.
He got it. I almost didn't see that one coming, JJ.
I mean, it was quite the really great timing, you know, coming in from that of the Alone that's coming in from Ace, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough though, as well. 1620 Kings was able to just, you know, get them immediately, get the Rotom immediately, but there goes a Unite coming in from the tree. But here goes another one. Captain here with the Draco Impact, still not going to deal a lot of damage, but they're going to be able to take down two. Ace is going to be taken down, and that's what I'm talking about, dude. Colin's going to be taken out as well. It's going to be 5-man KO for the side of 1620 Kings. That's what I'm talking about. Collateral's composition right now is a little bit squishy. It is too squishy, and they got punished for it. And if they can't attack them from the long range, that is what's going to happen. Collateral needs to, you know, put some distance between them and 1620 Kings if they want to deal more damage.
Yeah, it doesn't really help if you have members being clumped up. All you have to rely on is on Colin to try to zone them away from getting all these chain crowd control from connecting overall. But just look at how close this match is. It's hitting the 2-minute mark, and they're just less than 10, like 2 digits away from each other.
Right, and here we go, another Zapdos fight here. Let's find out who's going to be able to take down the Zapdos, and whoever's going to be moving forward to our brackets. Captain is just focusing into that of the Zapdos, allowing their teammates to buy time for them to take in that Zapdos.
Oh boy.
Here goes 2 down into the side of 1620 Kings, but it looks like Captain's going to be able to take down that Zapdos. Unite move here coming in for Captain just to be able to escape and try to score in, but Collateral is still complete, and they can answer back from the scoring of 1620 Kings, and they are going to be able to do so as well, scoring in more scores, but unfortunately only one
enough though.
in. That's 100 points into that of the top path. They need 200 more points if they want to catch up against 1620 Kings. If not, they're going to go home now.
Wow, 1620 Kings, they're pulling the upset here with 470 points up in the back. 1 more minute though, but they have to gather all the energy. There's honestly not too much that Collateral can work with. And like you mentioned, the squishiness, it shows they can't really last all too long in all these battles. And unfortunately, time is ticking. Collateral, they might miss out on London, that ticket to London.
Yes, that ticket to London is looking pretty grim right now for Collateral, but there's still 40 more seconds for them to catch up. If they can take down 1620 Kings instead of the bottom path, then perhaps they still have a chance here to catch up against them, but it's looking pretty grim right now. I don't think they can, but hopefully they prove us wrong. Here we go. The last team fight here. Connor Cloud Crasher is going to be used here by What's Up. Calling it right now with that of the Mammals fight. Are we going to be seeing another special beam counter here? Unfortunately, not. But there goes the solar beam here coming in from that.
10 seconds.
Not going to be dealing a lot of damage. 52 points is going to be put down here by Collateral, but they still need more to catch up to 1620 Kings. But it looks like 1620 Kings is going to be the one that's moving forward to our lower bracket.
That was a banger of a series, and with this concluded, 1620 Kings will advance forward after some clutch plays. And my, oh my, Captain here definitely showing a phenomenal finesse overall in all these battles that they've taken. What's Up did everything in its power, but what else could there be after all these fights that you saw? They just didn't really have those finishing touches. Team Collateral looked good early, but heading to the late game, it didn't seem like they have enough gas in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, again, just going over, their composition is mostly towards that of backlane attackers. They don't have much that can, try to sustain, try to tank out the damage. They don't have that kind of Pokemon in this composition. Everything is being backed on into Ace with the Solar Beam, flipping down objectives from a long range, stealing it out. But, as we all saw, that didn't work out. I mean, it did work out, but moving into by the mid game into late game, it didn't work out that much. Yes, it still dealt a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, with how balanced 1620 Kings' composition is, how they can just attack from the back lane, how they can attack from the front lines, how they can just pressure up Collateral was just the advantage that they needed going against Collateral. Perhaps if Collateral did not change their composition going against 1620 Kings, the result might have been different.
Yeah, it may have just been a tad different, but overall, I think it is what it is. Though they are also one of the fan favorites, but of course, they will have to try for the next majors instead. 1620 Kings are the ones that will be proceeding forward through the bracket, and I just see a great chemistry out of this team that they can have what it takes to eventually move upwards all the way to the grand finals, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they would still need a little bit of a breathing room here. They still need one more game, to move forward so that they can get in on the losers finals, losers semis actually. And then from there, let's find out together. Well, I mean, that's with the Permaslees and Moon Boy. Let's find out if they're going to be moving over to the semifinals after this one. But at the end of the for now, it's just 1620 Kings. They're still going to be playing a lot, and how the mental stress is going to be affecting them moving forward because of how many times they have been playing for this day alone. I think that's going to be a huge factor for their next game.
Yeah, overall, you saw how close it was even before they tried to secure the Zapdos. They were just less than 10 points away from each other. So I would say this sort of Sylveon pickup here was contributing a whole lot, but that was just early game. Heading late game, you saw the struggles. You mentioned it a couple of times as well, JJ. And when the Zapdos land in the hands of 1620 Kings, they just don't really have answers, as we see through the entirety of the recap of this replay. I kind of wish that we get a lot more out of Collateral, but it is what it is, man.
Yeah, it definitely is. It is what it is. And look at that. That's what I'm talking about, with the Venusaur as well. Yes, it does have a lot of long-range potential as long-range damage, but with that final push from their own team, from their own end, it didn't really play out much for Collateral. But right now, we are going to be seeing this. Captain here is our MVP of the match, and I have to agree with that as well, taking that objectives away from Collateral, not allowing them to scale up, because again, if Collateral here get their power spike and get their lead in terms of XP against 1620 Kings, they're going to have a hard time. But denying that allowed them to win a lot easier.
Yeah, certainly agree with you, JJ. Like overall, we just see this Dragonite having superior positioning in even from the early game onwards, just having that sort of positioning superiority with the Dragon Dances, and of course we saw a couple of good Draco impact as well throughout the course of the battle. I think like if they could possibly go in for the usual roster like of Pokemon that we saw in the past two, it can take them pretty far, I would say.
Right, and right now I think we're going to be seeing one of our good friends once again. Danny, what's up? I know you have been watching. What do you think about the game?
I'm a little sad, I'm gonna be honest. I was a pretty big fan of the freeze strat. I love seeing Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales together. I feel like they just bring such a different dynamic to the game, but I can see why it also didn't work out. I think, JJ, you nailed it on the head, right? The team really needed to snowball. Cough, cough, Ice Age strat, snowball. They couldn't snowball, they weren't able to take a lead, and I think without that lead, this is a lineup that can get punished, especially with all the Pokemon that they... Firstly, Collateral had... 1620 Kings, they had double support, they had sustain, and their main offensive Pokemon had health pools where they could survive a lot of these hits, right? So you could just go in, reset, take some more damage, whereas on the other side, they don't really have that to fall back to. So
right.
I'm a little upset, but maybe 1620 Kings, they'll be the ones to come in with the Ice Age strat, you know, redeem the strat that I love so much. But let's take a look very quickly at the bracket just to see where everyone is currently on the standings. Now, 1620 Kings, they've already moved on through the lower bracket, so now we are going to see who their opponent is going to be. Is it going to be Team Gap or is it going to be Team Unknown? And I know I'm looking forward to this series, but JJ, Contra, I want to hear your predictions for this. Who do you think 1620 Kings are going up against?
Okay, for me,
You're putting
I
us
have
on
to
the spot.
say that it's going to be Team Gap.
Ooh, okay. Contra?
I think I'll go with that as well. Like, just look at the entirety of the run. Like, it's just looking like you know, they did seem to have a couple of all these things and team fights that they could still work on. It's like 16-point Kings. They're definitely finding their form. They're not perfect either. So if they're going to fight against Team Gap, yeah, they may have certain chances out there. But Team Gap, that was ground zero that they're also facing. So you gotta say that may not be a true testament of their full potential yet. So we just gotta see on the next losers bracket on how well each of them actually fare. But I'm definitely looking forward to what this upcoming few matches is gonna be like, because iClan taking on ground zero, nobody wants to miss that.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? I'm gonna make this spicy. Okay. I'm gonna make this juicy.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna say something spicy.
Cut the fat. Let's get to the point.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Team Gap is going to win against Team Unknown, and then I think Team Gap is going to win against 1620 Kings.
Okay.
That is going to be our prediction for today, because for tomorrow, that is a different story. Because we don't know yet
Oh man, I was
playing, right? We still don't know who's going to be playing on the losers finals. So that's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to get.
I'm so disappointed. I was expecting JJ to go all the way to the grand final and to give us the prediction.
I thought you were gonna give us that full lowdown, though.
Sure. Okay, I will not. Okay, I will not get into the grand finals. Okay, I will not get into the grand finals because this is the last game that Contra and I are casting. Okay.
Yeah.
Team Gap is going to win against Unknown. Team Gap is going to win against 1620 Kings. iClan is going down to the losers finals, where iClan is going to go back into the grand finals. But yeah, that is my prediction for tomorrow.
All right. Let's take this JJ out of the oven because clearly this man is burning. Thank you, JJ. Thank you so much, Contra. Now we are going to go for a quick break just so that the teams can get ready for the next matchup, and we're also going to bring back Permasneeze and Moonboy for this next series. So make sure you come back in 5 minutes because that's how long it's going to be until our next matchup starts. We'll see you soon.
Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers! welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium, the crown jewel of Eos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokemon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokemon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Eos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokemon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokemon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokemon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokemon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokemon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Eos energy, and 15 Eos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds. Goal! That's all you need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time!
Hello trainers and welcome back to the Oceania Regional Finals. I'm here with Permasneeze and Moonboy as we jump into our last game for today before we do the big swap. It's Team Gap versus Team Unknown and the winner is going to play against 1620 Kings. That name, I can't do it. I don't know. Their name just owns me. But Permasneeze, Moonboy, we're talking about Team Gap and Unknown. I want to hear your predictions because we had some pretty spicy ones from JJ just now. What do you think?
Oh, I'm a team. You guys know this. I said this at the start of the day. I'm a Team Gap supporter.
Know, just in case
I want them to go. I want them to go all the way. I'm Team Gap all the way. I don't care if you guys say I'm biased. Maybe I am. It's fine. It doesn't actually affect the game. I just want these. I feel like they went from these scrappy underdogs to having a lot more form with the addition of Feather, and now they're really, really formidable. I want to see what else they have in the bag.
Moon Boy?
Yep, I think Team Gap coming in really strong so far, right? Like that display against Ground Zero previously didn't really do them justice, and they are here for their redemption right now. And right here, Team Unknown is in their way, and I'm going with Team Gap for this one because they're looking so strong right now. But you know, Team Unknown has been putting a lot of like interesting mix coming in and you know really surprised us previously as well. So we never know what's gonna happen. But I'm with Team Gap.
All right, so I do believe I'm probably going to go for Team Unknown, but the draft is ready, so let's see if my team is going to be able to beat yours. It's Team Gap versus Team Unknown. The draft is ready. Take it away.
I mean, you know me, I love Team Gap, but at the same time, I do love me some good old Pokemon, right? Sticking to your guns. We talked about it in the earlier series as well. We were saying, oh man, Phil and Calypso, they're sticking to what they feel good about. And guys, Calypso needs to go to work. He needs to pack it up real quick if he wants to. He needs to get out of here, guys. So he's gonna try and make quick work of the side of Team Gap. But of course, Team Gap are no pushovers.
Yup, we have seen, you know, this composition coming in from Team Unknown previously as well. Calypso on that Durathlon, and
There
it's
we
going to be
go.
doing so much work. So, however, Team Gap sticking to their guns, but I think this is a pretty interesting composition right here as well, right? A Wigglytuff, Greedent, and a Lucario. These three Pokemon we have not seen in a tournament format so far, and Team Gap is putting something interesting and out of their bag.
This is, dude, you know Kite literally doesn't even play Blastoise because when he was selecting that Pokemon, he didn't have any health items selected, like it was blank. So he's just putting it in. I don't know whether this is some sort of big brain composition they just came up with, whether this is just prepared, but they weren't like I don't know what that means, but this is gonna be a spicy one. This is gonna be Team Unknown sticking to their favorites. We got Phil on his Slowbro, maybe he's gonna have a bit more luck this time round, and man, Gap are pulling one out of the trick bag.
Yup, I mean, look at Gab, right? That team composition right here, it seems like nothing but last hit. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There is the loser bracket, round 4 right here with Team Gap going up against Team Unknown. And it's going to be a central area race right here. But however, on the top side, Team Gap is with the Lucario going up against the Machop right here. And the Lucario being a basic Pokemon that he is, he has that big advantage.
Yeah, so key thing to note here is that the team that loses is out, but the team that moves on will face off against 60-20 Kings for their tournament life as well. So this is do or die. This is the last match of day 1 of Oceania. So both of these teams, they had a long day of playing. They finished the round robins early on. This one has to be the one where they pull out all the stops, and it looks like Team Gap, they have something up their sleeve. I don't know what it is just yet. I can't really tell. What's your take on it?
Well, I think that this is kind of like an objective focused kind of game plan, right? We have seen this kind of like strategy coming in from the Korea finals as well. So this might be a little bit of adaptation, but with a twist coming in from Team Gap, because, you know, a rollout Wiggly that we have been seeing pretty often as well. Think of this non-stop rollout coming in so that Team Gap could have the bees all to themselves.
They're turning this Pokemon Unite game into a platformer, the way they have to dodge that. The way they have to dodge that boulder. Tufu Bean just says, you're not passing here, you're not getting any EXP at all, and claims that for a team. So really nicely done again. Get just no way. Roll out Wiggly, baby. Here to play. Tufu Bean showing you how it's done. Wiggly fans, take notes. This is how you do it for your squad.
This Wiggles is doing that jiggles non-stop, baby. Up and down those ledges is just insane. These are just really well-directed rollout coming in. If this rollout could keep on, Team Unknown would be a little bit of a situation with this constant knock-up constantly just by this Wigglytuff.
Yes, correct. I mean, while we're looking at her though, we do need to take a look at that. Greedent has been causing quite a bit of chaos in the central area, was taking away some of that central area wild Pokemon EXP. But take a look at the minimap right now. Team Unknown, they're making a bit of a concerted move to this bot path. What do you think they're looking at?
Well, I think they just really want to do a little bit of push, right?
Oh, not again.
Once again. Yeah, so like, you know,
wait, this is
form of pushing coming in from Team Unknown. Team Gap is just saying, no, you're not going to stop. You're just going to be stopping there right and then.
They get the Duraludon straight off the bat and another rollout. Dude, at this point we're watching like a highlight reel of Tufu Bean, right? We're just keeping the camera on her, we're not going anywhere. But right now, this Wiggly is causing so much chaos straight on the field as well. But Pulse the Potion keeping himself up and running for now. That additional health isn't real. It's not gonna be there. You need to back off, and he does. And they manage to make that distance. Tufu Bean once again creating so much space, not allowing the rest of Team Unknown to make any sort of headway towards that objective.
Yep, they'll sort out, really put it for objective, but right here, Dragonite is already at level 9. Draco Infinite coming in!
Coming in and wiping them out. Phil has to be so careful, can't get out of that situation. The Belchers and the Beams, baby. Knock them down, another ringer for OM Beagle. We saw it earlier in the first game of the day. He's doing a bit of a repeat performance for us. The same old Dragonite dance. He's on fire right now.
Yep, we've seen so much damage coming in from Team Gap with the Belchers and the Hyper Beam. So much crowd control coming in with the Wigglytuff rollout as well. And not getting that water later on, a Hydro Typhoon is gonna be a big problem for Team Unknown. How are they gonna engage this time? Because Team Gap is putting the gap onto them.
Moon Boy, I've just figured it out. I've just figured out the strategy. Look at what do all these Pokemon have in common, as we're gonna take a short break to see Anonymous just completely obliterate that Duraludon. That was not a situation at all. But what do all these Pokemon have in common? They all can resist hindrances. The Dragonite doesn't care, just dodges out, uses Draco Impact. The Wiggly makes her team immune to hindrances entirely. You know what Slowbro does? Hinder you. He can't do anything this game. They've just drafted a perfect composition to take advantage of this Slowbro pick. They knew was coming. And take a look at that. They're just going straight for the tier 2 gold zones. They break it open. They break open Team Unknown, and they're leaving no survivors.
We are not halfway through this round number 1, but the top side is already left empty right now. Team Gap is just putting it to them, right? You got to go past me, but before that you got to go past my Wiggly, and that's something that Team Unknown could not do. They can't get past those Wigglytuff rollout, and they can't get near the Team Gap. They can't bring the fight to them, and there we have Feather on the Greedent as well. It's so pesky to be dealing with, and this Squirrel is just on the roll.
This entire Team Gap is living up to their names in more ways than one. First, they gap their opponents, then they create a humongous gap in the top path. No more goal zones. There's gonna be free entry for them. And look at Feather and Tufu Beam, they're holding the line. They need to be careful. That's the very, very flop though. Straight out the field, trying to cause some disruption. There is the Belch damage. It's doing quite a bit, and it manages to give them the space to take the Dreadnought. Now the spins are up. They're substituting in the Blastoise, and in comes OM Beagle as well, trying to clean up the back line. There is that Venusaur, still able to pick up the Greedent, so they finally get rid of that annoying Squirrel. The Hydro Typhoon pops up 3. Nice safeguard from the Blissey. Gets that Shark Storm Venusaur out alive. And just because of that, they're only going to lose the Machamp, but they're cleaning up. They're starting to lose casualties here. The rest of Team Gap, they had a bit of a reset at the Tier 1 Go Zone, and they're back in action. So overall, Team Gap walk away with a huge win in this bot path.
You told me that this Blastoise came in empty-handed? Like, that is just not possible. Look at the sustainability coming in, right? That Hydro Typhoon caught everybody up, and that Rapid Spin into Water Sprout just did so much damage, melting that Machamp in the process. Team Gap is just looking so well right now. How can Team Unknown come back off this one?
This is such a cool strategy, right? We're seeing each member of Team Gap sort of take turns to be the one applying the pressure. First, it was OM Beagle in the back line. He Draco impacts out. Anonymous in, then he gets out. The same thing for the Greedent. He was the one belching on them at first, but once he realizes he's reached his limit, he tag teams out. There's the Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon. Yes, it was a really nice safeguard from the Blissey, but it just wasn't enough. Gap, they're just punching from all directions here.
Yep, exactly. This felt like a game of soccer, right? Like just passing the ball here and there. 1-2, 1-2. If I don't have the ball, I'm in, I'm out, things like that. So that is just pure maneuver and really good team communication coming in from Team Gap. And, they're just putting it to the finals right here. And Team Unknown is still trying to find a way to push. 3-5-7 to 61. With the Dreadnought going live soon, Team Unknown has no choice, but they have to give up this Dreadnought.
Yeah, it looks like they're not actually choosing to go for any sort of pressure here, chasing down Anonymous on the Lucario instead, but we saw this man and his standout performance on his Serena. He's repeating it here again with that Lucario. Really nice play coming out from him all around. Look at the core Pokemon of Team Gap, all nearly level 13 across the board. This is disgusting.
Yep, I actually love how this team actually maneuvers around so fast without the help of the Hoopa as well. So, Team Gap really capitalized on this one. And as we said previously, Hoopa might be really out of the job because this team compositions coming in today are just so strong.
Okay, after this game, you can change my name to world #1 Team Gap fan because I feel like they just keep giving me more and more reasons to love them. I feel like they just came out with such a cool strategy to kind of break open what Team Unknown have over here, and you can't tell me any different. I feel like this team, they're just so, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Yep, take a look at this, moving straight right to the final stretch. Team Gap is at the bottom side. This is a really weird maneuver right over here. What are they trying to do?
Yeah, I think they're trying to force a little bit of a sneaky dunk, but looks like Team Unknown, they're not falling for the bait. They're opting to rip Zapdos. That's the revolving rules out. They need to be careful because that Zapdos is falling really low. The Hydro Typhoon is not in time. And just like that, Team Unknown have secured the Zapdos for themselves. But here's the age-old question, can they make it to the dunks? Right now, it looks like there's 4 members of Team Unknown who are home free, while Machamp is stuck defending. Meanwhile, Wiggly actually gets another 82. Two Full Beam has been the singular biggest thorn in their side. From the early rollouts to now, constantly getting in their way, getting sneaky dunks in where they don't expect her. Phil, he's gonna get this 35 in, but it's nothing compared to the 600 that Team Gap have.
Wow, I mean, we have seen this kind of maneuver previously with Team Gap, right, in game #1 in the very first round today. But without the Hoopa, they're still able to pull this off. Like, this is what Team Gap is all about, right? They have the early advantage lead. I don't need that Zapdos. I don't even need the contest with you. And I have 500 points to dunk. And that is what Team Gap said. I don't need that Zapdos. I don't need that Hoopa. We could still make this work.
So it's not unimaginable to win here, but when you're up against a Greedent and a Dragonite that can just score at your open top goal at any point in time, it's just not going to be cute. Flannel, he's waiting around for a Dreadnought that's never going to come, but there's the Aura Cannon already winding up. There is Sharkstorm out with the Solar Beam as well, but he can't do anything about this Blissey. Not Blissey, sorry, this Wigglytuff. The roll out just having me starstruck over here, and Team Gap, they hold them off. They buy so much time. They're leveraging their forces. They're just kind of holding strong here, and Flannel trying to go in, but gotta get wiped out. Nope, manages to actually get the jump away, but that's not before the Blastoise finishes him off. That's the Draco impact as well. I'm counting this down. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. Even if they score on this tier 1 goal zone, it's gonna break wide open. They're not gonna have enough. And just like that, it appears that Team Gap is gonna go up 1-0.
Wow, I mean, this is a great performance coming in from Team Gap, winning every single fight, knowing what this competition could do. And not forgetting, they even know and they calculated what Team Unknown is capable of scoring at the time. And that sneaky dunk at that final moment, Team Gap took it and just bringing over to victory. 7-8-9, 3-8-2. This is a huge gap coming in with Team Unknown taking the Zapdos. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just pure, perfect play from Team Gap.
Big MVP, 2 Full Beam. Doesn't look like it in the score, doesn't look like it on the points, but without a doubt, created so much space for a team, and it's such a tough situation when you're running such an unconventional lineup like this, right? You are the sole tank and sort of the only disengaged or engaged that your team has as well. The rest of them sort of need to pile in themselves, but you're the one who's designated to make space, and she really did that to perfection. Meanwhile, Feather's just causing chaos. You know, when you have 2 Full Beam holding the line down like that, that means the Greedent can just run wild and free like a squirrel is meant to be, and just like that, Team Gap are able to scurry off with this first game win.
Well, this is just a great performance coming in from Team Gap. I'm just loving that rollout from Wigglytuff. I'm a Wigglytuff, a supporter right here. And that performance coming in just left me starstruck, as what you said.
I do want to say though that I feel like I think this is starting to look a bit similar, right? Earlier on when we first saw this lineup, we were saying, oh, this is such a cool concept because it looks like the score composition of old. It looks like what a lot of these teams were running patches ago when Buddy Barrier and Score Shield was so premium. But they've taken the beauty of that composition where everything is chaos, where it takes perfect communication and delegation of different spaces on the map. And they fine-tuned it to work in this age of Pokemon Unite. And I just think that's genius.
Yeah, and not forgetting no Hoopa in the lineup as well, right?
Absolutely.
That means they are rotating purely on walking around the map, and that actually shows that how well the player are they, and they actually understand this composition. Where can I go, and how should I path my Pokemon around the map? Just like a board game, and they really played it well to them.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. That's exactly the analogy I would use. It's kind of like a board game, but it felt like Team Gap. They knew exactly where to take the right pieces, and just like that, they're able to finish off the first game in style. Now we're gonna take a look back at just exactly how they executed this beautiful movement. As early on, this camera was stuck on two full beam just because she was putting on such an amazing. Look at that. Who does that? Is crazy. She consistently just stands in these brushes where you don't expect, and suddenly you're knocked out for like hours on end, and then you can go to the toilet, you can get a sip of your drink, you might even want to charge your switch because you're gonna be stuck there for a hot minute.
Exactly right, but not forgetting OMBeagle on the Dragonite as well. This Hyper Beam just doing so much damage. Take a look at this, shredding that Blissey down, and this Draco Impact just finishes the job, and Team Gap manages to break that top path at the 5-minute mark.
Absolutely. I think the scary part for me is that we saw Team Gap show these moments of brilliance, right? But then in that earlier game against GZ just kind of dunked on them. So I'm kind of like, I wonder, I mean, they've clearly shown that they can adapt, right? With this composition, it's a very clear answer to what Team Unknown were bringing. It's clear that they were watching what Team Unknown were doing. Now, the question is, if they do choose to move on, or if they are able to move on here, are they able to continue to adapt, or is the difference in skill way too much?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a long climb coming in from
For sure.
whoever that's for the losers bracket.
Yeah, getting ahead of myself.
But there we have, ladies and gentlemen, OMBeagle from Team Gap. You guys can see that he has that cute Venusaur pose right there as well. Nice hat that he's wearing. But don't let those Venusaur fool you, because this guy could do really well on this Dragonite as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like every single game that we've cast of Team Gap so far, it's just been OMBeagle MVP. Like, literally, who else is that? It's just OMBeagle. And this man, I said it at the start of the day as well. I said, OMBeagle, it seemed like he was doing really well on Greninja and Aeos, and I wonder what he's going to bring to the table now. It's the Dragonite, baby, and he's just still executing these objectives to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, OMBeagle is the MVP, but I believe the playmaker right here is definitely going to be two full beans. But Anonymous changing straight right to that Zero Aura Fluffy Tail, and I believe it's going to be like, what, 3 Fluffy Tails that we are seeing right here? And it seems like they're going for the objective once again, right? Taking objective again and again and again. And points wins game, and this is the kind of composition that Team Gap want to show us.
You know what's crazy? We see this kind of objective-oriented composition in some bits of Southeast Asia. We have some teams in APAC especially that really love to adopt this strategy. We saw this as well. Okay, it's gonna change off. That was kind of crazy. It's just scaring us a little bit. But wait, he still has the fluffy tail.
Yeah, but I mean, the fluffy tail does so much against these objectives, right? We actually seen it in the Korean side actually doing really well with this kind of composition. This composition is all about teamwork, it's all about movement, and it's all about right timing. And if you fail all this timing, you lose this objective, you basically lose the game. And that is what Team Gap is trying to show us, that they are a team. They're so formidable because they are a great team together, and they're gonna stay a team.
Exactly. If there's one word to describe this composition, it's high execution. You need to be hitting all the timings right. You need to be landing your moves. You need to be fluffy tailing, distributing your resources perfectly, as we saw in that game number 1. If anything, this is a statement of confidence from Team Gap saying, we're not only going to beat you, we're going to beat you in the most stylish way possible. As we get into game number 2 here, of course, Team Unknown, they made a really, really sick comeback in the earlier series that we saw them in. Calypso on his Duraludon really put on a performance, and Phil's still sticking to that slow bro, but we're going to have to see whether the slow bro can see them all the way through, or whether unfortunately they'll have to tap out, as this is the game number 2. This is the decider.
Yep, Team Unknown really have to try a way to stop two full bean right here, because once it reaches that Wigglytuff, those roll out is going to be online, and you're going to be knocked up like for eternity. So I believe they are trying to stop him right now, but two full beans just manages to survive again and again, taking a Citrus Berry off their way, and I believe this 9 points is going straight to them.
Yeah, I mean, with that secure available from the pound of the Jiggly, it's just not something that you expect, because I think everyone's so used to the Blissey being there and using the booster auto. But a booster auto is nothing compared to a pound, right? The pound can just easily wipe those out. So as you can see, even though the Greedon went to the back lines to get that EXP that they left behind, the Wiggly is still able to hit on level 4. And this Nuki Blissey is, the Wiggly has hit level 4, and it's even faster than the Blissey. And now they're putting on pressure with OMBeagle as well.
Yup, having O and Bigel down in the bottom side, they're able to just do that push in a 3v1 situation. But however, on the top side, it seems like Kite might be in a little bit of a trouble facing a 2v3 himself. But I believe Feather is immediately going straight right to the Team Unknown central area, doing a pesky squirrel as he is, as you will be removing his central area Pokemon.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, Feather is the new addition to this team, Team Gap. They were playing with some other players earlier on, but bringing on the former attacker of GZ, they've brought a lot to their table. And I mean, he's really put on quite a performance, right? He was this Koopa earlier on, and now he's playing this Greedon, just causing so much chaos in the opponent's central area.
Yeah, it seems like, he didn't manage to get that blue aura of Team Unknown, but however, the destruction has been done. And it actually, distracted 2 Pokemon away from Team Unknown, away from those fights. So it seems like, this pesky squirrel is still doing what it is, and just, forcing Team Unknown to scramble around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Greedon is this classic idea, or goes back to this classic idea of it's not really about the outcome, it's just about sending a message, right? The fact that the squirrel is there bothering you, you want to bring people over, but that frees up the rest of his team to be able to do whatever they want. And look at Feather, this is his pre-game ritual. This, if you want to be a good Greedon like him, you better get on his level, better perform the same pre-game ritual. I know for a fact that if I took a cold shower, I'd be shivering in my boots.
Yeah, but a cold shower could calm you down and, just focus, right? You just focus your attention onto the game, because that is what Feathers want to do. Those well-timed last hits coming in from those Greedon is what Team Gap really needs, and that cold shower might really help. But Team Unknown instead looking onto the Rotom on the top side and foregoing the Dreadnought on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Feather's taking a different kind of shower in the water that Dreadnought's pumping out right now, but still, they're gonna be able to secure that objective very nicely for themselves while still holding the fort in top side. That Duraludon still trying to finish off the Rotom, but okay, finally manages to get that objective, but the Draco Impact, a bit preemptive perhaps, coming out from OM Beagle, but they want to start this fight off. Tufu Beam is getting chunked down, the Solar Beam not able to finish him off, but now the rest of the team is starting to drop. Anonymous with the punches, it's enough, cuts them down, and just like that, 3 to the deck. On the side of Team Unknown, they don't really have much else to answer back. It's just these 2 supports. And there is the close combat from Anonymous. Cleans up another, 6 synergy coming in from them.
That is a great skill, great plan coming in from Team Unknown, right? Just ignoring the Dreadnought, go for the Rotom, try to close up the top tier hoop. But however, Team Gap managed to just catch them off guard and just storm them down. This competition is not all about finishing objective, but they could still pack a punch as well. So I believe this is kind of like their twist, a Team Gap kind of twist to this composition.
Absolutely, and really it's just about the resource distribution, right? We see Team Unknown getting a bit choked up. We don't know if they're trying to fight. We don't know if they're trying to get the objective instead. They split their Duraludon, their main damage dealer, away, and now Feather is just eating them up. The squirrel is hungry, baby, and he goes nom nom nom. Just takes all of them out. They just look like berries to him, Moon Boy. He's just having a feast.
Is he hungry or is he just burping whatever that's left? Because right here, Team Gap is just having a feast on Team Unknown. They're just pushing, those Hyper Beam is just pushing them away. And they're already in a good position onto the second Dreadnought. Is Team Unknown going to contest this one?
I think Team Gap, they're gonna be drinking the tears of all the Greedon haters all over, because Feather, what a performance. He shows no concern at all, just dives in, belches all over the attackers, and what can they do? It's too stinky, they need to get out.
Yep, and getting the Dreadnought for Team Gap right here, immediately going in for the rotation. Team Unknown sticking to their game plan, getting their Rotom and trying to march it straight right in the top side. Is Team Gap gonna stop them from this one? But Kite 40 down the bottom.
Yeah, Draco Impact coming in, OM Beagle ready to party, but there is the Barrage Blow, but they manage to steal the objective. The Fluffy Tails come into play, and once again the Greedon finds that Duraludon, and they don't have an attacker, but they're still trying to inch forward. That's Shardstorm with his Solar Beam, but they don't have any way of stopping them from just walking away. Team Gap, they get away with that steal.
Take a look at this Kite on the sneaky onto the back as well. Going in for the rapid spin. It seems like Lucky might be in the bad position right here, but Kite immediately retreats off this one because I believe, he's not going to be able to sustain off that fight. The damage has been done, the Rotom has been sent, and right here, Team Gap has to try to level up to take that fight to Team Unknown.
What a statement coming out from Team Gap. I feel like they're just looking at this map like a chessboard. It's exactly what you said. They send exactly who they need to the different locations. They grab more EXP than their opponents. Take a look at this Slowro's level. That guy's level 9. He's 2 levels behind the lowest level support on Team Gap.
Yeah, Team Gap is just so far ahead. Like, you know, this comp is all about the objective, right? Usually this kind of composition don't really win fights, but Team Gap change it up a little bit and they actually pack a big punch right over here. 2 full beans with the roll out is just so insane, especially if the fight is just between 2 walls.
Exactly, and I mean, I think big props once again to Feather, right? He finds his way onto that backline every single time with the Belchers, and they can't really peel him off their attackers. They could fall into big trouble. There's the power punch. Flano sees that Lucario doesn't see the rest. Another wall up, but there's the safeguard, and the gig is up. The gig is up. They need to back up. They've been spotted, and now they need to reassume a good position here. Both teams taking their sides. They need to be careful because this is the playground for the Wiggly with the roll out. But getting knocked out by the Dreadnought, that could be a bad look for them if they start out and fight this way. There's the telekinesis, a swing and a miss, and they are not able to control anyone on Team Unknown. They get that Dreadnought taken from under their nose. It looked like they had a good position with the Wiggly using the okay, Solar Beam, cheeky one there, cancelling the resets. But yeah, Shatstorm, they're not going to be too fast because it's not like they're running a Hoopa Smile.
Yeah, you can't exactly win those objectives, especially when you know that your opponent is running 3 Fluffy Tail. Yes, this top 40 immediately going straight to Calypso is A-okay because right on the top side, that Rotom is no contest coming in from Team Gap. 9 more seconds on the clock for that final stretch. Is Team Gap going to be abandoning the Zapdos once again? It seems like it's going to be the case because they are marching straight right top.
I mean, you say that just as they steer all the way around. 100 points on the sidelines, but immediately inside Team Unknown, they're trying to rip this open as well. There's the Draco Impact, the Fluffy Tails. It's not enough. Team Unknown, they get the Zapdos. They let it rip like a Beyblade. And now Team Unknown, they're the ones surging forward. 3 down. Team Gap, have they gotten this one out of their hands? There's 2 downs coming in, but it's only a 46. It's only another 100. They can easily make that with 1, and they have all 5. Up to 700 points now, Team Gap. They have 5 seconds left before both of their teammates are returning to the battlefield, and they need to strike fast.
Things are looking great for Unknown this time, and with 300 points behind for Team Gap, it's gonna be a tough climb for them. 1 more minute on the clock. It's not impossible, but however, could they really take the team fight right now with the Redalon already at level 14, Machamp at level 14, the Venusaur at level 14 as well? Like, is this enough? Like, you know, the amount of damage coming from Team Unknown is too much for Team Gap to handle.
The thing is, we talked about them being able to collapse on the back line, but when you're going up into the go zones, Team Unknown can play as one tight unit. And who's going to benefit from that? The Duraludon as well as the Venusaur. We're going to see this fight kicked off as the Draco Impact comes in. There's the Wiggly popping off the Starlight Recycle. That's not what we've seen in a while, but the Hydro Typhoon as well, pushing them away. That's a 20 dunk in, that's a 30, but that is nowhere near 700. Anonymous trying to find his opening in with the power punch. It knocks up all of them, but all of them are still up and running. Not a single KO claimed, and Team Gap, unfortunately for them, they strayed a bit too far away from the legendary pit, and for once this entire tournament, it's gonna come back to bite them. 15 seconds left on the clock, but no members of Gap remaining. It's gonna go to a game 3, Moonboy.
Team Unknown saw that Fluffy Tail go live from Team Gap, immediately rushing onto the Zapdos. At that point in time, it was at that coin flip. Whoever touches the Zapdos last actually could win the game, and Team Unknown got that final poke onto the Thunderbird, and they managed to score this one and bring it straight right to game number 3. 1-1. Team Gap have to stretch their head right now. Is this the composition for game 3? Because you don't want to risk anything down to that final coin flip.
We've seen Team Unknown do this before. They did it in their previous series. Things are looking down and out. We're starting to question their picks. That's where they turn it on. Calypso has a job to go to, ladies and gentlemen, and he doesn't want to end this off on a sour note. He wants to go to work and be like, yeah, just secure the top 4, no big deal. But, you know, with the way that they're playing, it still looks pretty rough, right? They only narrowly managed to slide that one out. And I don't know. I mean, I think Team Unknown, they're still going to stick to what they have. But I don't necessarily think Team Gap really faltered that much either. It was really just the final stretch.
Yup, I think, maybe they have to, they might stick to their guns. I mean, that's a possibility, right? Because they actually managed to work out in game number 1. But is this kind of like cheesy composition, is it gonna work out 3 times in a row? But I don't, maybe it's time to change because your opponent might be able to see through you and just play around you really easily. So now is the time for kind of like mind game situation where Team Gap might have to change their composition.
Yeah, and this is one of the weaknesses of the score comp of Oat, right? Once you sort of start to get used to it, you know where they're gonna strike. They can distribute their resources all they want, but when it matters the most, that's where they can falter. And we're gonna see just how that all went down. It looked really promising for the side of Team Gap throughout most of the match, but clearly at the Zapdos fight is where this composition is at its weakest.
Yep, take a look at this, at the 8-minute mark, look at this. Team Gap is just putting so much pressure on the bottom side as well. 2 full bins stacked together with OM, Beagle, and Feather. They are just so phenomenal, and there's so much for them to do right here. But however, Team Unknown managed to just turn this around, get that Rotom, and get that push on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they still continue to pressure on here, and it doesn't really look too hot for them. They kind of are forced to give up so many Dreadnoughts, right? Just because of the fact they feel like they can't engage. And maybe it's a bit of PTSD because they just spent the entire first game getting knocked up by 2 full bean. They're like, okay, we need to avoid this Wiggly at all costs. And they didn't really let her get off to the rolling start that she had in the first game.
Yep, it didn't really make much impact, especially in fights in game number 2. So maybe if 2 full beans really want to stick to the guns on their weekly tough, he might have to land those roll out pretty easily. And I believe Team Unknown is not going to allow them to do anything.
Yeah, I think just as the game went on, I think Team Unknown sort of, probably in the comms that they were having, Shardstorm and I think Duraludon as well. Yeah, he's gonna be the MVP. He dealt so much damage with that Solar Beam. He just kind of, you fool him once and yeah, okay, you get away with game number 1. But bear in mind, this man has 2 spectacles on. You're not gonna get past him. He sees right through you, right? So by the time maybe they reach the mid-game of game number 2, he's on to them. He's like, you know what? They're just gonna try and send their Greedent straight to me and my Duraludon, right? So as long as you guys stay bunched around me and you can keep me up, I can keep pumping out those solar beams and cut them all down, and that is exactly what they did.
Yep, and not forgetting, the Team Gap don't have any healer on their side as well. So, the only healing they have is probably like those Oran Berry provided by the Greedent. There's not too much.
Yeah, that's not real. That's nothing.
Yeah, but there's no sustainability coming in from Team Gap to deal with this heavy damage coming in from Venusaur. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just move right to the draft for game number 3. This is the final game, and the loser will be sent packing home while the winner still have their London dreams alive.
Absolutely. Everybody wants to go to London. You want to go to London? I want to go to London. Let's all go to London. Unfortunately, one of the people here are confirmed not going to London. So we're going to have to see which one it is, whether it's going to be Team Gap or Team Unknown. Of course, both these teams have worked a long, long road to make it to this point, of course, competing throughout the entire circuit of the UCS. And up till this point, Team Gap and Team Unknown, they've definitely proven why they deserve to be here. Now it's about solidifying that as a statement as we get into this deciding game number 3.
Yep, Team Gap immediately changed their composition up, right? No more cheese composition, no more objective composition, because right here, we're just gonna play the strongest composition in the game right now. If you're gonna stop me, you're gonna go through me in my strongest team. And this is the team that they are going out for, which is your Dragonite, your Zarina, and the Hoopa, and the Blissey is back as well. This premium picks is gonna be tearing them down. You have to stop Team Gap of this one, if not, off you go.
Exactly. Team Gap saying, oh, you haven't even met me at my final form, ladies and gents. Team Unknown, you got another thing coming. But this definitely is not something Team Unknown is unfamiliar with. They've made their way thus far, and they feel like this Duraludon slow bro strategy, along with the Solar Beam Venusaur, is going to be enough to carry them the whole way. But of course, we have seen what a terror this anonymous Zarina can be.
Yep, Zarina having those resets on the Storm once again is gonna be doing so much to their opponent, but not forgetting that Machop or even that Machamp in the future is gonna be packing with so much punch with 4 arms, right? Those amount of damage is gonna be flurrying straight right into Team Gap. How are they gonna stop that one? And they have to really maintain their sustainability. But down goes that Machop as another mouse is just pushing so hard on the top side.
Exactly. I mean, Machop, Flannel, I think he had a really good last few fights in that game number 2 to to help his team come back from that. But because of just the relative weakness of Machop in the early stage, just gets completely outdone by the Steenie and takes the early tumble. Now, like you said, these early KOs aren't the biggest of deals for these top half players who are trying to stack the attack weight, but it does kind of buffer out some of that EXP lead.
Yeah, it's not just EXP, right? But also the opportunity to actually dunk and stack on those weights. Because right here, that Steenie minimally have about 2 to 3 stacks onto him right now with no KO. And you know, it's gonna be really scary because she will only scale up from here and now. Storm going in, taking down Calypso in the process as well. Flanos in a little bit of a trouble, but manages to just get out of there alive with those hindrance-free bulk up.
Oh, that Astonish was beautiful, catching all 2 of them, stopping them from giving chase. And just like that, Team Gap, they're able to utilize the scorer's advantage and get more points in, continue to stack that up. And Phil, he's only at level 3, the poor Slowpoke, just waddling around. This doesn't feel very good.
Yep, look at this. Anonymous, probably this is their 5th or 6th Zang right here. And I believe that attack weight is going to be online, or even is already online right here. So, you know, they have to be really careful of this arena right here because their Machop is not even putting any stacks onto his attack weight.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to slow down Anonymous, and we've seen what happens when you let that Serena run wild. Of course, OM Beagle as well, getting the levels up in the central area, gonna be able to reach that Dragonite in just 1 level, just in time for the Dreadnought, just in time for the second set of Bees, and Team Unknown, they need to find some sort of opening here.
Yep, and there we have, you know, I think, you know, they're just trying to scramble. I believe Team Unknown could just forgo their Dreadnought and allow his Machop to actually score and just, you know, start those wakes on. But there you have, their Hoopa might be in a bad position. You don't want to be one-on-one-ing on a Machop right there. But it seems like Team Gap is on the push in the bottom side.
Yeah, they actually get a nice bit of comeback EXP because even though the Serena takes down that Duraludon, the Macho is able to take her down in kind. So because of that, in a bit of a rough way right now, even though they've opened the portal, Serena was a bit late to their party. So this Dreadnought is going to kick off 4v5. The knockout going to put Team Unknown in a bit of a weird spot here as they're trying to decide whether they want to engage or not. Here comes the Dragonite flying in. Phil still trying to buy the space, but it's not enough. The Dragonite secures it for his team, and now this Blissey is dropping to the deck. Another one to fall, Macho. This is not the fight that you wanted. The Hyper Beam out. Calypso is next, and Calypso will drop a KO streak of 4, a KO streak of 5. I have been shouting this man's name since the Aos Cup, but OM Beagle makes it a 6 on this Dragonite. He's just ringing in the KOs like he's a telephone. Every single time the bell gets hit, another one drops to the deck, and he's showing no signs of slowing down.
OM Beagle just gave me an OMG, ladies and gentlemen. Like 5 KO on the Dragonite with a 4v5 from Team Gap. And that's insane. Anonymous is on the push right here as well. Queenie Majesty pop. And it's chasing down Calypso down, taking out 2. Stop goes and down goes the Slow Bro as well. Blissey has no way to escape off this one. Team Gap is just pushing. You have OM Beagle, but you haven't seen Anonymous yet. And he put that on display, ladies and gentlemen.
This is like some inter-team rivalry or something. It's like, he's at the top side, right? He's taking Rotom, he's feeling good about his performance. Then suddenly the Dragonite gets a 6 KO, right? And then everyone's like, oh, great job, OM Beagle. And he's just like, I can do that. Gets a 4 KO by himself. Team Gap, they're not only gapping their opponents 318 to 4, they're gapping each other, trying to outdo each other in terms of the KO streak. This is madness.
This is not just a gap, Permasneeze. This is a distance, or should I say light years apart. 318 to 4, and even the level differences show right here. And the gaps are showing that Team Unknown really have to try get those revenge EXP. If not, it's gonna be too late.
Dude, look at Team Unknown's sidebar. Look at all their players. They're holding a big fat egg on all of the scores. It's just zeros across the board. The only person who's able to score is the Machamp, and he only has stacked once. That's a 4. That's literally 1 APOC.
Yup, and that is not enough for Machamp to actually scale. Immediately going to the top side, trying to do a little bit of sneaky. Only managed to do 16 before getting caught by their Hoopa on the top side as well. Team Gap is still not allowing them to have any rest, and down goes... Oh no, here comes the jump pad coming in as well. The cavalry is here, and Team Gap is pushing for it.
That's the Revolving Runes. Could they have overstayed their welcome? It seems that way. As the entire side of Team Unknown, they surge forward. A clutch Draco Impact. Gonna get him out of there. Can he swoop away? The Dragon Dance looks to be enough. But I think Team Team Gap, they might have pushed it a little bit too far. It's always at these tier 2s where, you know, you could do a little bit, we do a little bit of throwing, and that definitely was what that was, as it's gonna give an opening for Team Unknown to come back in a big way.
Yep, hopefully this didn't bite them in the butt later on. But there you have Rings and Ball pop up on the top side as well. It seems like Team Gap really wants that Rotom for themselves. Is marching straight right to the central zone. But Team Unknown is not going to allow that to happen. I think Team Gap is going to be focusing on the bottom side right here because the top side is too occupied.
Exactly, and for those of you scratching your heads, maybe wondering why Feather Unite move there wasn't anyone actually there, right? But it's just more of a safety Unite move, because once you reach that 3.5 minute mark, you can't use your Unite move anymore. It's gonna take too long to charge, and right now they're showing full control and knowing their limitations well. I say that, but Feather might just get knocked out. The one left behind is that Hoopa. But yeah, I mean, overall, they still managed to continue to push this advantage. They're almost double the points of Team Unknown.
Yep, a big sacrifice coming in by Feather to allow Anonymous to actually get out of that fight, right? So that everyone focuses on the Hoopa, and the Serena managed to get out of that fight. As Team Gap take position in that Dreadnought pit right here, they're still having a very huge level gap in between those two teams. And if Team Gap gets this Dreadnought, things is gonna be really wonky for Team Unknown, because could they keep up to the amount of damage coming in from Team Gap?
The thing that you said though, you mentioned earlier on in the early stage of the game that Team Gap, they're light years apart. Well, it's not so far apart anymore, right? Through a series of moves, Team Unknown have managed to claw back in a decent way. Their cores are almost to the point of level 13, right? They're still keeping relatively even on the EXP front. It's not the cutest, but it'll work. They've made this work before, and if they can just get a nice little lineup, if they can just stack everyone up just for this Venusaur on Sharp to just go back to the bowling alley and land another strike, they could be in a really good spot here.
Yeah, look at the minimap right on the top left side. Team Unknown is already in those brushes, waiting for those ambush. But Team Gap is moving down in the bottom side as well. It's gonna be a standoff right in the center. Hoopa going in. Hoopa, something creepy might be coming in.
Oh, we've seen this already. Is he gonna do it again? The pot straight to the goal zone. The 50s are in, and they get the Zapdos, but does it even matter? We've been killed before. This is the Team Gap special. Did you order a free 500 to your front door? Oh, wrong door? We're gonna dunk it in anyway. You can't do anything. The gap is too wide. They're still making it count. 530, they're still getting the dunks in, but 700 to 538. Okay. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. Even though Team Gap is in a really good position, they could still try and come back from this. OM Beagle under a bit of threat as Calypso holds his own, but he's in the speed flux zone. He needs to be careful, and there's really nowhere for him to run. So now all these individual KOs, they matter so much. 2 down on the side of Team Unknown.
Yep, we have seen this strategy before, and Team Gap just brought it to life once again. But that sneaky Rings Unbound just changed everything up. You can have the Zapdos, right? You can have the Zapdos because I have enough points to close you down. Anonymous holding 50 points as well. It seems like he might be going in for the push to dunk additional 100, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. With 45 more seconds on the clock, Team Unknown still have to climb back 210 points of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Team Unknown, Liuki's playing goalkeeper right now, but in reality, they need to be the ones on the front foot. They need to come out with some form of aggression. Looks like Anonymous getting caught out there. It's gonna get punched down. I think it doesn't look too good for him. There's no way he gets out of this, right? There's no... Oh, thank goodness. Forcing out the Blitz assistance, but that kind of feels like a half measure. It almost feels like Team Unknown, they know that the window is closing. They're opening to London. The flight is taking off, and it's gonna leave them behind. Team Gap, have they just done it here? The Rings Unbound as well, just to bring the defenders in case they need to, but Flano, one last hurrah. The dunks in the central area stopped by this Venusaur, and just like that, it looks like that's the end of the road for Team Unknown. They had a really good run. Unfortunately, they can't hold the candle to Team Gap's power, and Team Gap not only show us flexibility, but they show us dominance, and they bring out their best strategy when it matters the most and play it to perfection.
Yeah, this is just clean play coming in from Team Gap. You know, those maneuver coming in and not executing once again. That sneaky Rings Unbound did allow them to close the game, and they will be moving straight right to the next round. And the dream to London is still alive, but however, Team Unknown have to be sent back packing back to Down Under.
I mean, honestly, I gotta give props to Team Unknown. I do feel like they played such an interesting strategy here with the Solar Beam Venusaur, lining it up with that slow bro. Unfortunately, it just wasn't their time this time around. Unfortunately, this means that's the end of the road for their UCS circuit, and that is the end of the line for Team Unknown. Hopefully, we still see them competing in the future because, man, it really is what Pokemon is all about, right? Trying to make your favorites work. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them this time around.
Yeah, that is exactly right. But, congratulations to Team Gap once again. But Team Unknown really did put up a great fight against Team Gap, pushing this to a 3-game series. It's not easy facing up a team like Team Gap but they managed to just pull off the odds, bring it to game number 3, and here we are. But Team Gap, congratulations.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know me, I'm a Team Gap fanboy, so I'm really happy about that. But it does sting a little bit to lose Team Unknown, especially since they pulled off that amazing comeback earlier on as well. They showed a bunch of resilience, they showed a lot of heart, and I think everyone can commend them for that. It's very clear to see. But of course, today is just not their day. Team Gap though, man, that was a spicy little strategy they pulled out in the first 2 games, wasn't it?
Yep, I mean, those objective comms really did cheese them out a little bit of points right over there as well. But, game number 2 didn't really work out for them, and they immediately switched back to their main composition for this season, which is, the final composition that they ran. And they put it to perfection, and OM Beagle on that Dragonite, and not forgetting Anonymous on the Serena as well. These two men just literally tore Team Unknown apart.
Of course, we have to give a special shout out to Feather as well, coming in as the new in-game leader for them and the shot caller. Made the moves happen with the Hoopa, always managing to find that angle to sneak up on them for that final nail in securing the game. Just getting those dunks in means that more or less you're forcing your opponent into a rough position, and there's no way to wiggle out of that. Team Gap, they grabbed this win with Iron Fist. It was a little bit close, but they still claw it back in a 2-1 win. So, woo, that was beautiful stuff.
Yep, the road is not over for them yet, because they will be returning tomorrow for more action in the regionals, and they will be still fighting for their dream to go to London in the first year of Pokemon Unite. Take a look at the highlights right over here as well. As take a look, Team Gap just pushing Team Unknown straight back, and the Flannel being pushed back so early in the game, that might be what have put them behind.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of objective secure, it's not exactly there for Team Unknown, right? It's not as strong as it was, and this is the KO streak. This is not even a penta. This is like a penta plus 1.5, because he ends up taking down Luki as well, and they still continue pushing forward. OM Beagle just popping off from start to finish, and this was so sick from Anonymous. Knowing that he has this assistance available, just flying in, not to be outdone, finishes off another, gets a 4 for himself. They're just racking up the numbers.
Yeah, this also shows that, the ins and out he knows of Zarina, right? Those numbers that he's gonna hit is gonna be hitting those sweet spots, and he knows that he got the ability to chase those 2 Pokemon down in the hindrance zone of their opponents. So, that's just well calculated coming in from Team Gap. And take a look at this one. This is the sneaky down once again by Team Gap, and which secured them the additional 500 just for going the Zapdos. We don't need the Zapdos, we just need a sneaky Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't sneaky. I don't think that was sneaky at all. They literally showed up at the front door and were like, "Hello, welcome, delivery," and just like that, that was not what they ordered. That's for sure. Team Unknown getting a bit caught by surprise there, and OM Beagle once again. Dude, at this point, I feel like this entire regionals is just a bit for me to say OM Beagle as much as possible, because the way this man is playing, he's just popping off every single time. I have no choice. I'm basically contractually obligated to say his name, OM Beagle. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, this OM Beagle is just, we have been saying this name again and again and again the whole day. Maybe tomorrow we might not be saying his name that often,
No. Don't jinx it like that. Boom boy.
Okay.
Boom boy, shut your mouth. Don't say that.
I'm gonna shut it. But we will be seeing more OM Beagle tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because Team Gap will be back tomorrow for the playoffs, as they will be fighting their way ticket into London. And OM Beagle is the guy for Team Gap. OM Beagle.
Honestly, Boom boy, tomorrow before the class, right? I think we need to get a bit of a beverage and we need to take a cold shower because I need what Feather is on. This man is playing absolutely cracked, okay? I don't know what he's doing, I don't know what he's telling his team, but I need some of that secret sauce. I don't know whether it's from berry juice that he's juicing from his squirrel. I don't know whether he's pulling it out from a hyperspace bottle. I need some of that. Feather, if you're hearing this, hook me up, my friend, please.
Yeah, please share us what your secret, to the team, because look at this, it is OM Beagle on the screen right here, but Team Gap is not just OM Beagle, but the 4 other men that support the whole team. Every single player counts. It's just that, OM Beagle just happened to get MVP, but the whole team really did a great job coming together, gelling together, and working together like clockwork.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey you guys, I'm back.
Hello.
And I have some good news. Okay, so you know how you've been saying, oh my OM Beagle all day?
Oh, no way.
Yes, Wave. We have an interview session with OM Beagle.
Yay! OM Beagle! OM Beagle!
Beagle!
Down here. Firstly, congratulations, OM Beagle. I think we're doing great.
I'm so shy.
Fanboy mode.
Okay, I'll start while I let Permis to get his composure back. Firstly, how are you doing? You've had some fantastic games today. I mean, Permis has been dying while casting your matches. Same with Moonboy. But firstly, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think myself and the whole team included are feeling pretty excited to be at the stage once again. So yeah, a little bit tired but excited.
All right, Permis, are you ready to ask a question?
No. I'm gonna let Moonboy go first.
Okay. So, OM Beagle, what is your plan for tomorrow? Is everybody gonna take a cold shower and drink some G Fuel together before the final playoffs?
That's a good question. Cold shower tonight for sure. It's been a sweaty day, as you can tell. Might do some team discussion a little bit tonight about our game plan for tomorrow. But I think we'll have a good rest as well. It's going to be another long day tomorrow, depending on how we go in the losers bracket. But yeah, I think we're all waiting to see how it goes as well.
All right, Permis.
Oh, okay. Looks like we're gonna look at your beautiful place. Wait, OM Beagle, are you still there? They took him away from me? No! Wait, is he still there? No, wait. What? They just robbed it. Okay, but okay, at least we're getting... Okay, he's still there, thank God. Okay, look at you. Look at this beautiful Dragonite play. I'm gonna be real. After the regionals, when we first got to meet you during the AOS Cup, right? And I think Team Gap, you guys made a beautiful run. And what was it like? So can you walk me through the process of bringing Feather onto the team? Because during the AOS Cup, you guys seemed a lot more scrappy. There were a lot more close moments. You guys ended up finishing second, so props to you guys. But what's it like having this new edition of Feather in?
Yeah, the Feather edition is sort of a long story, but he, as you know, he left GZ. And me and Feather have been talking for a little bit. I wasn't planning to bring him in or anything. I wasn't planning to bring him in or anything, but he sort of approached me and said he wanted to play, and it sort of fit with our team chemistry a little bit more. We were able to make some better plays. We were able to fit more people in different positions, and as you can see, we brought out some sort of different compositions. Mix it up a little bit this tournament. Especially with the Greedent. Feather loves Greedent, so having his macro calling for us and his wisdom is really great. But yeah, having players that are able to play multiple positions and mix it up, can really throw off the opponent a little bit, and that's what we sort of aim to do this tournament.
All right, thank you so much, OM Beagle. Now, unfortunately, I do believe we've run out of time, but we are going to be catching more of you tomorrow. So firstly, good luck for tomorrow's matches. Hopefully you're going to be making it to London, because I know Permis is hoping that your team's able to do it.
I'll see you there. Okay, I'll see you there, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the support. Yeah.
Oh man, Permis, you make my job 10 times better.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Looks like we've got the whole crew here. We've got JJ and Contra back. Welcome back, gentlemen. I see
Contra, what?
You got Contra on the wrong way. He wasn't ready.
Wait. I wasn't ready. I was just enjoying that match. I took a bowl out. I was just going at it, that
That was just spectacular. You know, I even took off my jacket. I hope you guys don't mind me for a bit.
It's fine. It's a little bit steamy in here. It's all good. All right, so firstly, to all of our viewers that are watching, that does conclude the first half of the broadcast. Yes, I said half because we have another region coming up. So we've just wrapped up for Oceania, but that means we're going to move to APAC next. Before that, though, let's have some final thoughts before we jump on over to APAC. JJ, what are you feeling about Oceania so far? Do you think your prediction is still on track?
I mean, the first one already happened. It's not far-fetched to say that everything else will fall into place.
All right, Contra.
Okay,
your thoughts for
you
today?
know, like I'm on this hype train overall. Like, just look at these boys play. Like, Team Gab is just looking at their prime form, and you know, from a sneeze, you just convinced me. I'm on that bandwagon, and I want to see them go all the way.
No, here's the thing, right? Like, there are so many teams who have shown so much promise within just today alone. Like even GZ, right, who have been dominant for so long. In their game against Gap, they just showed so much skill and so much. I think it's just a lot of advancement and progression from what we saw when we watched them previously. So even though I'm saying, yes, I want Team Gap, there's only one slot. How am I supposed to pick? GZ, Gap? There's still the other two in the top four. I don't know how this is gonna go, man.
Yep, I mean, we have, you know, previously we've seen the OCE region in the AOS Cup as well. Finally, we get to see them once again in the regionals, and there's so much improvement coming in. Not just the top teams, but every single team coming in, and they have improved by a mile from what we've seen in AOS Cup. This region is just improving day after day after day. So we're just excited to see what's the future to come for OCE.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for concluding the first half of the broadcast, for covering the Oceania Regional Finals. That's going to be it for Oceania, but to all of our viewers, you now have permission to turn your streams around because we're jumping into APAC now. You don't have to watch it upside down. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be very competitive, but before that, we are going to have a quick break. So if you need to, as always, head on over to the toilet, grab your snacks, your drinks, but make sure you're back because I think APAC, it's just going to be equally as lit. See you after this.
여기서
자, 그리고
들어간다.
들어갔어! 84점 추가. 이터니티 1점 더 추가.
Hello everybody, Spraggles here, aka Jake, your resident content cowboy, yeehaw, and today I'm thrilled to be sitting down and talking to Sejun from Eternity. You may know Sejun from his iconic VGC win in 2014. During the AOS Cup, Eternity was able to pull out an amazing victory, and I can't wait to talk to Sejun about it. So for some, you're already a household name, but let everyone know what your name is and what name you play as in Pokemon Unite.
My name is Sejun Park, and I don't have a particular gamer tag. I go for a Sejun in most games, and also my Unite name is Sejun in Korean.
So tell me, Sejun, what was your first experience with Pokemon?
I was born in 1996, the same year when Pokemon was released actually. My childhood was just full of Pokemon. I played all the Pokemon games and watched anime, read manga, and buy all the Pokemon stuff. And my first game that I actually played was Pokemon Gold and Silver, and I just immediately fell in love with that.
But instead, Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit! A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division.
At your championship win in 2014, you used a Pokemon that kind of set the internet on fire. Tell us a little bit about that and that Pokemon choice.
Yeah, I was using a very cute and not really expected Pokemon to use in the finals of the World Championship match. It was a Pachirisu. Pachirisu is absolutely my favorite Pokemon. I really want it in the Unite too. Yeah, of course it was a very strategic pick. I was aiming for the champion in that year, of course. Pachirisu was a perfect slot in my team.
What was it about Pokemon Unite that made you want to jump in and start playing?
It was a Pokemon. There will be no better reason. Although I almost never tried multiplayer battle arena style games before, but I was very interested because there was Pokemons inside.
썬더 쪽도 버스피!
들어갑니다.
말도 안 되는 시즌!
What's your favorite Pokemon to play in Unite, and what kind of drew you to that Pokemon?
It's gradient. First it was a Squirrel Pokemon like Pachirisu is. And they even shares the Risu part in their name, in Korean and Japanese, is Yosinrisu and Pachirisu. And then I really started to like how it disrupts the opponents really well. So Gradient fit my playstyle perfectly. Still I'd be super happy if Pachirisu joins the Unite as a support role. I'd love to play.
Yes, Greedent, I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite Pokemon to watch and to play as in Unite. It is so incredibly mean. Your team, Team Eternity, beat No Show in the AOS Cup Finals there in Korea. I'm wondering, what is the gameplay style like in Korea, and what's your team's strategy?
We just focus on the scoring rather than actual fighting. Great object securing power. We almost every time we tried securing Zapdos, we succeeded. We had the confidence. We have confidence that we can score more until the last second of the match. So we fully concentrated until we win, and yeah, we won.
I love it. I love the confidence coming off a big win. I'm sure you guys are ready. You've got wind in your sails. How do you prepare for regionals? How do you prepare for possible world championships with your team?
We showed that we can win the tournament. We can win we won the AOS Cup, which is really that tournament. And then now we have a full confidence we can win any other team competing in Korea. So we still will do our best practicing, and we'll show how we can win another tournament.
Oh, Sejun, I'm right there with you. I would love to see you go up against Game and Gladiators Random Gaming from Brazil at Worlds. That would be incredible. Now, I would love to hear if you have a message out there to everyone watching, to your fans, to your future fans. What do you have to say to the people at home?
우선 저희 이터니티 팀원들과 응원해주신 분들께 진심으로 고맙고, 새롭게 유나이트 챔피언십에서도 멋진 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
Again, Sejun, big congratulations on your win in the AOS Cup, and I hope to see you at the World Championships. I'm going to let you go. I know you're a very busy man. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thank you all for listening. Follow us on social media for more information on Pokemon Unite. And of course, put Pachirisu in Unite already. You heard Sejun. Get it in the game. Goodbye, everybody.
And the Phantom Force is gonna be a swing and a miss, but he manages to grab it with the damage. For the rest of the team, Joe knows where they are, straight off the Jurek, finds them.
Kite tried to do that sneaky, but no, you go back to sleepy.
Yeah, Water Shuriken, it's a bit too late early. Nobody steals it. And Beagle, he steals it. There's a huge no-go. Onto 2, takes them down immediately.
No score yet for RJ Gaming. Are we going to see a repeat of what they did?
The Kings are gonna sit on their throne. They will not be denied.
Hello trainers and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here for the APAC Regional Finals. We've just finished Oceania. We're all warmed up on the panel. I'm warmed up. I'm super pumped. I've had my second coffee today and I'm really looking forward to this next matchup because it's a very exciting one for today. But firstly, as always, let's introduce our wonderful casters. My name is Daniel Lee. I'm going to be your wonderful host for this weekend. But let's jump on over to our 4 casters. They're pumped. They're ready. I know a certain caster that starts with Jay who's looking forward to this first matchup. But firstly, it's JJ Kun, it's Contra, it's Permaseas, it's Moonboy. Gentlemen, how are you doing? We're only halfway through the day.
Finally, we're here. You know, I think that's everything that we need to know. That's everything that everyone needs to know from us. That's it. That's it. You know, Danny, we know you're from OCE as well, but like the rest of the boys here, we APAC. We APAC. That's it.
True. Well, she's been around APAC for some time, so like, yeah, I believe that we're gonna get a whole lot of stacked rosters here ready to contend. And honestly, it's hard to pick names on who's really gonna be crowned champions of the region. I want to hear from you guys, Perma and Moonboy.
No Lucario. That's all I'm saying. Those are my boys, and I am rooting for them from start to finish. Singaporean pride, baby. I don't care. I know there's
Oh,
like
look
a
at that
bunch
biased
of
caster right now, guys.
coming from you, Mr. Reach Pokemon.
Bias right now.
Mr. Reach Pokemon, don't
No, Perma bias
All
right
of
now.
it.
Hashtag on the comments.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Moonboy, what about Moonboy?
Okay, let me talk, guys. Let me talk. Okay, finally we are back to APAC. And to answer to Contra, no Lucario, ladies and gentlemen. KST, my man. And
Outnumbered.
Permasneve have his OMB go. I got my KST.
Oh, these guys should be named Perma Bias and Bias Boy. I can't. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, we'll slow things down a little bit, right? Because we gotta keep things ready for that first game because it seems like we're a bit hyped right now. Okay, let's tone it down a little bit. Let's start with the format. Just to remind our viewers, anyone that came late to the broadcast, and update them on what's happening. So Moonboy, can you sort of walk us through the format that we're running for the weekend here for APAC?
So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, for those who just joined us today, so for day number 1, the players have already played a single round robin group stage previously, and currently we will be showcasing the top 8 teams which advance into the playoffs. This is going to be a top 4 double elimination, and it's going to be a best of 3. For tomorrow, it's going to be a top 4 elimination, or best of 3 as well, but however, the grand finals is definitely finishing off with a best of 5. Not forgetting the top 4 from the May finals is here with us today. No Lucario, Renaissance, RJ Gaming, Reach, Aeos, Arsenal. These 4 teams are no strangers for us in the region, so they are here to show what they got.
Now, here is the results here for the single round robin. Permasneeze, can you walk us through who made it through the groups here?
Whoa, this is kind of unexpected. I mean, no Lucario 5-0 and Elite 4. For those of you who do not recognize them, it's because they don't really participate in global competitions. They are actually the ex-Team Rocket and they've renamed themselves. Now for Group B, it's Renaissance going 5-0 as well, and Rohan, the Indonesian underdogs, or rather the sleepers from Indonesia, coming out with 4-1. Now for Group C, RJ Gaming 5-0ing their group, while RJ Gaming 3-2. So you put them together, you thought they were going to do a bit of picking each other off. Nope, they both get through. And of course, for Group D, we have Rise, the other one of Indonesia's powerhouses, as well as Reach Pokemon rising from Group D.
Yeah, so we can already see that we have some really strong teams, right? We've got a couple of 5-0s making it through. But JJ, walk us through these brackets because here are the matchups that we're going to be seeing over the course of this weekend. Walk us through this.
Right, so we have no Lucario. I'm not going to be mentioning Permaseas and Moonboy at this point on. Moving forward. We have RJ Gaming too. So for those who doesn't know, RJG2 is actually the second team here. For RJ Gaming, we have Rise versus Rohan as well. And then on the other one is RJ Gaming versus Reach Pokemon, and then Renaissance versus Elite, for which, on the first game, we're going to be seeing RJ Gaming and Reach Pokemon. And again, as always, just like the OCE, if they lose one time, it's not the end of the world for them, as they can still go back up to the grand finals should they win on the lower bracket.
And let's have a quick refresher as to what these teams are playing for, because it's not just those tickets to London, but we also have a prize pool that these players are aiming for. We have a total of $50,000 up for grabs, and if you manage to take the crown in first place, you'll be taking home $20,000. Second place will also get a ticket to London, so it's top 2 for APAC. They'll get $10,000 as well. If anything, if I were one of these teams, I'd be looking at that money and thinking, this is our budget money for London. Just
Right.
save it when you go to London. Of course, we do have some more money for the rest of the teams competing, but we know for a fact that it's top 2 that you're aiming for if you're APAC. So if you don't get the crown, it's okay. Try and shoot for that second place. It's going to be a really exciting day, folks, because we have a very, very cool matchup. And I know JJ is looking forward to this. The matchup that we're going to be watching today is RJ Gaming versus Reach Pokemon. JJ, you're casting this, so shh, keep your thoughts inside your brain. We're going to ask Permaseas and Moonboy for their opinions, because they're going to be leaving and they'll be watching the games with me. But very quickly, Permaseas, Moonboy, what do you think we're going to be seeing in RJ Gaming versus Reach Pokemon?
So I know JJ's probably gonna explain at length about Reach, so I'll leave that to him. But for RJ Gaming, they actually came out during the AOS Cup in quite a shocking fashion, right? We haven't seen them before, and then from Taiwan and Hong Kong, they come and shock everybody. Now, they're so good to the point that they even opened the sub-team RJ Gaming 2, so I'm interested to see what kind of growth they've had from AOS Cup until now in this upcoming match.
Yep, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting coming in from both of the teams that actually did really well in the AOS Cup as well. Reach being the AOS Cup champion, not getting RJ Gaming did a very good display last month as well. So it's going to be interesting what's going to be offering by both teams. And we're in APAC, so we're going to be seeing a few spicy competition coming in as well.
All right, thank you, Permasneeze. Thank you, Moonboy. You may return to your Pokeballs and enjoy this upcoming game. But that means it's going to be JJ Kun and Contra. Stop laughing. We have JJ Kun and Contra that's going to be covering this next game. So thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you a little bit later on. JJ, you hold it in first. I want to hear Contra, because I know you are going to talk non-stop about Reach Pokemon. Contra, what do you think we're going to be seeing in this matchup?
Yeah, we've already seen the results overall, and you can see that they have such a dominant run in their own groups, and so far remain undefeated. I think that they're gonna be the team to look out for. So with that being said, on the other side, yeah, Reach Gaming definitely didn't look like they had the perfect run, but then again, they're still well known to be a really solid team. So yeah, JJ, welcome to your TED Talk.
I'm sorry, but have you heard of any other team that was able to deny another team of scoring any points at all? It's only Reach Pokemon that was able to do it in the history of Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. So that's all I can say. That's everything you need to know. They are the only team that denied other teams from scoring. Not one, not two, nothing.
JJ, firstly, I just want to say here, how can you beat RJ Gaming when their entire team has a uniform?
Yo,
come on, look at
now that you mentioned, they're so synchronized. I love it. Can we have more teams doing this? Like, can you beat this?
Sure, but Reach Pokemon has some sort of uniforms as well. Yeah, they have Pokemon.
That's all you got.
All of them have they have all Pokemons. They all have Pokemons on their trainer cards. Yeah.
But my question here, can they ensure that RJ Gaming don't even score a single point? I think it's impossible. The stakes are high. Every team is hungry, JJ. So it's gonna be a tough one for Reach overall.
Right, but we have to remember that this was the grand finals matchup. It was RJ Gaming versus Reach Pokemon, where Reach Pokemon won 3-1? Yeah, 3-1. Yeah, they won 3-1.
Yes.
And this is just going to be a repeat. Now, if RJ Gaming wins this one, then good for them. They are going to be moving over to the winner's bracket. But if not, well, it looks like the history is still the one that is happening for us in this match.
Well, or it could be RJ Gaming going on for an undefeated run. Like, we'll just have to let the story unfolds as we go on to the game. But Danny, I know you're probably having a lot of thoughts.
Ready.
Oh,
I don't have any thoughts. The draft is ready, so I'm going to let the players do the talking and you as well. So JJ, Contra, take it away for our first game. The draft. Let's go.
Here we go. Let's find out if we're going to be seeing some changes here. And it looks like, well, they're not going to be running, Reach Pokemon is not going to be running the Sylveon anymore, which has been used as well for the North America and Europe, UCS and the AS Cup. But this time around, at the very least, they're going to be changing things up, and it seems as if they are going to be, sticking with a little bit of a balance composition for both of the teams, really. They have the sustain, they have the damage, and it all boils down to execution. And this is something that both of our casters, Pharmacies and Moonboy, doesn't want to see, and including Daniely as well. Who and both of the teams.
I guess they're definitely delighted to see the change of metas being played out as compared to the Oceanic region as well. Overall, we haven't seen that many Cramorant players. So with this in mind, like RJ Gaming, of course, is going to show us something completely different. Well, then again, we still have very similar core picks overall. Like we still see a couple of Blissies all around, and all the Venusaurs would still be played out through the course of the tournament, I do believe. So I guess like we just have to get the feel of things, like how much have really changed. You've mentioned there's history between some of these teams out there that has played through the rounds in APAC on the previous major tournaments that we had. But let's get it started. RJ Gaming taking on Reach Pokemon.
Here we go. Perhaps this might be a repeat of AS Cup Grand Finals. Perhaps it is not. Let's find out together, as RJ Gaming is going to be on the violet side and Reach Pokemon is going to be the one on the orange side. Now, first score, RJ Gaming. Okay, I'll give him that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they usually do play. Like, you see a little bit of regression in the early game. RJ starts off with a 4-pointer. Oh, not too shabby, but look at that. It's going to be multiple KOs happening across the map while Ikura being forced back.
Actually, I like what All Lamps did there. They weren't too greedy, allowing them to just go back, fall back down, and not forcing it in. They're gonna be able to get in 20 there, but at the same time, at what cost? At the cost of their HP. But that's fine. That's all fine. There's still a lot of chance here. Still in the early game. We still yet to see who's gonna be taking in the first Dreadnought.
Yeah, you can see some commanding plays over top end as you have the Dragonair just getting ramped up to speed, already hitting level 6. So you're going to be pretty sure that once you get the Unite moves up, when it turns to the Dragonite, yeah, they're going to be stomping. So let's see what they've got, though. Just a little bit of push and pull overall, but over the bottom side, it seems like there's a little bit more contention coming out of Reach Pokemon.
Right, and Reach Pokemon here, they just need to protect this, protect this Venusaur, because if they can't protect this, they're gonna have a hard time. But at the very least, that is also one of the reasons why they have the Absol and this arena, just to be able to dish out more damage against their opponents with MXI onto that of the Blissey to sustain them. And now, of course, going into that of the top hat, it looks like everyone is just going to be piling down there, going in for some action here. Kaya's going to be taken out, but here comes All-Lam's going to be able to deal some damage again. All-Lam's going to be taken out, however. RJ Gaming, very beautiful punish, and Kaya as well tries to get away and is not going to be able to do that. Oh, actually did, with a very small amount of HP left.
Yeah, Ikura just doing such massive work, just ensuring a just levels up the stomp, and after that, just having a little bit more zone control, allowing them to score in the fourth corner and taking a slight lead overall. So 7 minutes into play, I want to see how much can the Absol offer already 27, but we're about to get this big one underway.
Right, I don't think this is a small gap that RJ Gaming already has against Reach Pokemon. I think they do have a very huge gap from Reach Pokemon. Unite move coming in from that of the Dragon is going to be used here, but it's not going to be the Hyper that's taking it out. It is going to be the Cramoran. They're going to be able to take down Dream. That's going to be one down into the side of Reach Pokemon. Gets a reset. No, make that 2. Gets a reset and healing it. Wow. That's going to be an answer back here from Reach Pokemon. Are they going to be able to add up one more time? But no, Kai is going to be taken out as well. It's going to be 3 for 2 trade in favor of RJ Gaming.
Yeah, a long drawn-out fight that we just witnessed. RJ Gaming having to control the pace, but overall, I think that the exchange did also help Reach Pokemon try to stabilize as well. Now they're going to be gravitating over onto the top side, but we do have some points in. RJ Gaming extends it to 119, but it's going to be Rotom here. Will it be stolen away, though? It seems like Reach Pokemon has secured it.
Right, let's find out if that's going to be it. You know, like, Reach Pokemon is going to be able to take down that Rotom, going to be able to push that in, but it's still not going to be enough. However, Dream is going to be taken out as well. It looks like Reach Pokemon is kind of scrambling right now. You know, like, they're not eggs to be cooked, but they're scrambling.
Yeah, I prefer mine poached instead. But of course, to each their own.
Sorry, I like sunny side. I like the sunny side.
Sunny side up. Oh, so you're a classic man. Well,
I'm a classic man.
Kind of basic to me, but I don't judge you. All right, back to the game we go. So far, so good for both sides of the coin. RJ Gaming, though, like, the way that they are basically moving all around, picking up one small fight after another, has led to this sort of ramping tempo. But then again, Reach Pokemon, not too shabby. You saw that they have that cohesiveness, and they're going to go for take 2 because Dreadnought is about to spawn up yet again. So you see this Absol getting ready to make this a fight unfair. 5 versus 4.
Oh, wow. Unfortunately, that Grassy Glide wasn't enough to take them out, to take that, what do you call it, Koopa away from the hyperspace hole. But look at that. Bliss Assistance into that of the Venusaur. Not going to be enough, however. And look at that. Amsa is going to be the only one left here. And it looks like they are going to take him out as well. That's going to be 5 down here for the side of Reach Pokemon. RJ Gaming just going to be able to score in, destroy the first score goal for a half destroy, getting the Dreadnought as well, and they just did. Minute Slash coming in from all ends, but no follow-up damage is coming in just yet, but they are now coming in, up B coming in from that arena, and right now, they're going to be able to take down Shing Desu. Where are they going? Actually gets away with the hyperspace hole.
There we go. The siege is underway. Well, RJ Gaming.
Oh, that's going to be 4!
Too much.
Oh my goodness.
Open up the board as well. So many points in the matter split second. And they're still doing a whole lot of work over the top side as well. Reach, they're coming back strong.
Reach Pokemon, you're making me anxious. You're making me nervous. Why are you doing this? If you could do this from the early game, you should have done this. You know? You should have done this.
You know, there's still like 3.5 minutes. Have faith, man. Like, well, I'm still looking at RJ Gaming, though. They're having a really strong challenge.
Again.
Wow. Reach. They're doing it, man. Like, it's still a lot of work for them to secure those pointers, but they're slowly adding it up. KYY, though, just trying to get out of the way, managed to teleport off of the danger zones overall, but RJ Gaming, they're not too phased after all. Like, you just take a look at how much work Ikura has put throughout the course of the past few minutes. Like 74 points only for this arena.
Oh, look at
and
this.
It's gonna be big.
Yeah, look at the bottom path. They're going to be able to try to pick off Ikura, but unfortunately, with the Queenly Majesty ability, they were able to get away. That was quite close, though. That was quite close, because if they were able to take down Ikura at the perfect timing, they can essentially take out RG Gaming one by one before this episode comes out.
Yeah, and you can already see RJ Gaming. They know that the rest of the members of Reach are all the way up top. They're just trying to get their hands onto the Dreadnought, and they could still teleport in if there's anything that's not really favoring them. But you remember this, 15 seconds. This is the chance for them to turn tides around, but Reach Pokemon has already gotten that lead instead.
Yeah, the Zapdos fight is going to be early. Here we go, coming in. But we're seeing the Verdant Anchor be popped. No, not quite yet. But we're seeing the Unite move here coming from the Dragonite. Hyperspace Hole as well. And here you go, another one here. Who's going to be out first? JT with a stomp here. Not going to be enough, though, to take out that Blissey. But there's going to be 2 down to the side of each Pokemon. Shingdesu, rather, is going to be taken out by Dream. There's going to be 3 for 2 trade in favor of each Pokemon. They need to reset right now if they want to prolong this team fight. So let's find out if that's gonna be the thing here. Giraffe, however, with dive, going to be able to take out the Venusaur from Dream with the help of the Hoopa KYY, or Kai rather, Kai here with the help of MXI. We still need some help to deal some damage because Blissey and Hoopa doesn't have the damage to dish out against their opponents. So this is going to be the final match here. Let's find out who's going to be able to win this and take down that Zapdos. There goes the upbeat coming in from both of the Serenas as well. JD going to be able to get back in the perfect timing from Ray's Hyperspace Hole for the reset for RJ Gaming. Very beautiful timing and placement, and now they're ready to prolong the team fight. JT is not going to be able to prolong their health, but there goes Draco Impact once again from Shingdesu, going to be able to take down Kai once again, but it looks like RJ Gaming is going to be swept through the rug. Reach Pokemon taking in that Zapdos, flipping the game all over 4KO as well. And that looks like it. If they can score everything, they just need to defend and stay
it's just
like
20 more seconds, JJ. You saw through all that chaos, Reach Pokemon, they denied them the opportunity, but it was Dread always in the middle of the fight, draining them out, just making sure that he is just sticking them around. There's no way that RJ Gaming could have basically find ways to focus fire onto anybody out there. And this is over and done with for game 1. Reach Pokemon here, taking the lead. And what did I tell you, JJ? Have faith.
It's actually quite, it actually makes me nervous how they are playing like this. You know, yes, they you know, Reach Pokemon might have won this, but like with their current composition, I think they're still having a hard time going against RJ Gaming, knowing the fact that, you know, they gave away all the Dreadnoughts into RJ Gaming, and this composition coming from RJ Gaming, we have the Dragonite with the Serena, those alone, right? Those alone, allowing them to get their Power Spike is going to deal a lot of damage against you despite you being very bulky, which we've seen throughout the entire game. And with the help of Giraffe as well, you know, into that of the Cramorant, I'd say with the huge help of CC, Dragonite and Serena is just really dealing damage against the other against the opponents.
Yeah, like damage aside, just take a look at how much of a recovery they have made for Reach Pokemon, where it was so tough to actually take them down. And you saw those team fights, like you were on the mic for more than basically a half a minute overall, and they're still not done yet. And then you saw the portals open up once again, and I think like it was just phenomenal stuff coming out of both ends of the spectrum. But RJ Gaming, you know, like eventually all the cooldowns were burned off and Reach Pokemon starting to take over control. Eventually, they just lost the entire control over the central area, and just look at the graph. It was just moving up and down, so it fluctuates all across like Reach. They start to regain that tempo from that 7-minute mark onwards. Like they kept up with the pressure, and they definitely was deserving of this victory.
Right, it's just fascinating to see how, you know, Reach Pokemon was able to still flip that over, but obviously we know for a fact that RG Gaming is one of the best right now in our region. And, you know, I'd like, as much as I'd like to see Shingdesu's Greninja again, I don't think we're going to be seeing that a lot since it's got nerfed, but let's find out how they're going to be able to adjust against Reach Pokemon. But honestly though, with their current composition, I think it's fine. They don't need to change anything. All they need to do is how they're going to be executing their Zapdos play, because honestly, RJ Gaming had the game. RJ Gaming had the game from the early game, steamrolled it all over until Zapdos, and then on the Zapdos, it was a prolonged team fight that, unfortunately, with the mental fortitude being in play, it was Reach Pokemon that came on top and played them like a fiddle.
Yeah, like overall, like both teams had amazing Hoopa plays where they managed to extend certain fights by going for those resets. And the first Dreadnought take really put RJ Gaming for lead, at least for the good first half.
And at the same time, speaking of the hyperspace hole as well, coming in from that Hoopa, that reset coming in from RJ Gaming at the Zapdos fight was just phenomenal. That was, I'd have to say, that was the most beautiful hyperspace hole that I've seen so far in my career casting Pokemon Unite. Having everyone to, at the right timing, at the right position, at the right placement as well, putting down that hyperspace hole, allowing everyone to reset to prolong the team fight so that they can win, that was just majestic.
Yeah, I would say the same as well for Rich Pokemon. Maybe may not be as fancy as what you just explained early on, but I think like overall they understood what's at stake and when exactly to pull the right cards, and this was where RJG just had a little bit more of that flair, but didn't really have enough to take out the rest of the members, because I think like overall the sustain out of Reach Gaming, Reach Pokemon was just too strong, and Grant definitely well deserving of the MVP title because he was always thinking through to the middle of all these fights, just constantly being a nuisance to anyone that walks his way.
Yeah, and it was actually quite interesting as well that despite Dream here having a lot of having a lot of mistakes on that early game, it's actually also great to see that they were able to bounce back from the early game. Allowing the Venusaur to get its power spike and essentially carry the team fight. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the composition that they're playing right now, the kind of strategy that they're playing right now. Just have to protect the Venusaur, allow it to get its power spike, and it can essentially hyper carry you on team fights. Hopefully, though, that they can get a little bit more careful going into game number 2 if they want to stick to this strategy, because we all saw how what happened on the bottom path. They were really targeting Dream with the Venusaur and essentially denying it and delaying it to get its power spike.
Yeah, overall, like I just really enjoy the level of play that these two are offering. Like, sure, Grant, he may have a little bit of a hassle trying to keep up with the tempo much early on, but it's when it's a Bulbasaur, you can only do so much. Like when you turn to Venusaur, sure, you start to churn a little bit more of exchange between all the other wrestlers, and then like once you're turned to that Venusaur, yeah, it's your time to shine. And I guess that they shouldn't really change all too much, but now with this whole series at stake here for the likes of RJ Gaming, I feel like they knew that it wasn't really about the early game that they were messing up on. So, like you said, just refine that late game team fight, and that should be good to go, because I expect to see something out of the ordinary that these two Hoopas could possibly pull up once more.
Right. I think they're going to be playing the same composition here. Nothing has been changed. We have the Absol really, how to say this, quite convincingly playing that potion and focus band for sustainability, because we all know for a fact that Absol rather, Absol with that ability Super Lock allows it to crit, as it has the highest crit rate in the game, and that alone is enough for you to deal a lot of damage. Although that that kind of means that you're playing a lot with RNG, and if RNG isn't on your side, then you're gonna have a hard time. But like that very low, very low cooldown with the potion, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, that heals up 20% of your HP, of your total HP. And with only like, what, 40 seconds of cooldown, you can pretty much spam it.
Yeah, and imagine how important that will be if you have it available in all these massive engagements on those battles. But here we go, heading into game 2. It's a Breach Pokemon here that will start off with the lead. But you know, RJ Gaming have been ruthless on that early game pressure, and they're gonna go at it. Ikura already starting off with the 6 point.
Right, and let's find out if RJ Game is going to be able to adjust against Reach Pokemon, if they can maintain their dominance from the early game into the late game and even on the Zapdos, right? If they could do that, then we might be able to see a game number 3 here. It's not impossible. Actually, it's very likely that we are going to be seeing game number 3.
Yeah, indeed, and we're already having an early pickup coming for Olanums, coming out with a strong showing, securing that knockout very early on. And with that 20 pointers, like, you could basically find ways to cut corners and try to ensure that you sneak it away 20 points in to keep up with RJ Gaming. But Vespi Queen, all secured by Reach.
Right, and look at that, all is going to be able to take down that Dragonite Shingdesu into the side of RJ Gaming. Perhaps they want more, but you know, again, in this early game, especially with Serena, you don't want to be too greedy. Yes, you may be greedy if you can, but if you are a little bit too greedy, then you're going to have quite a bad time.
Yeah, thankfully they managed to going for some quick reset. Now going for some small little trades. It's going to be doing exactly the same thing as Ikura did early on. Going to pick up a berry and still fight for the A-Palm. Guido, a little bit overextended. He's in trouble.
Okai needs that hyperspace hold though, but unfortunately not going to make it in time. Olanum's going to be able to respond to that at the top half. 1v3 situation with Stomp here from Ikura. Let's find out if they're going to be able to actually get this one down. But oh my goodness, Soccer Plus is just so good. But here comes the assist from Reach Pokemon. Are they going to be able to take down Ikura? Yes, they will. But Shingdesu, now a Dragonite.
Wow.
It's going to be enough. Unfortunately not. Serena just turned Serena right now into
triple
on, and
wow,
it's not the right play for each Pokemon right now. Shingdesu with a 3 KO, just beautiful.
You know, JJ, you were talking about teams that, I mean, Reach Pokemon forcing teams not to score at all. RJ Gaming is basically doing the reversal. Like, have you jinxed it? Have you not?
I don't know.
Oh, wait.
We'll find out together, you know?
Perhaps not.
But here comes the first Dreadnought of the game right now. Let's find out who's going to be able to take this one up. But it looks like
going back.
Team is going to take that one down. And that's going to be 5 KO for RJ Gaming. And that, you know, not only were they able to get in the Dreadnought, get in the XP for the Dreadnought, but they were also able to get in the XPs from taking out everyone from Reach Pokemon. Now, okay, look,
that's
look.
Why. Yeah.
Look, Contra,
I'm hearing.
We might be able to. We might be watching the repeat of the history. You know, this is what happened on game number 1 as well. Do you think what happened on game number 1 will happen again?
Perhaps not. Just look at this dominant fashion of display that RJ Gaming is putting on. Like, the reason why RJ Gaming has quite a solid support base is because, like, this team overall is just multifaceted. Like, the way that they can actually switch around very quickly and just respond, and just knowing when exactly to pull off those solid defense. Like, this team looks like they got everything figured out after some of the hiccups that they had in game 1.
Oh no, Reach Pokemon is getting punished once again.
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get harder from here on. Just look at that start level difference out of the many. Like, you can see that Hoopo is still level 7, and even your Serena, who's supposed to try to make plays, is now on level 8. So 2 levels or should I say even 4 compared to the Dragon Knight, how are they supposed to keep up with those team fights?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, but I don't like what's happening right now. So for those who didn't know, right? On the grand finals, one of the games there, Reach Pokemon did not allow on AOS Cup, right? Grand finals game, AOS Cup. Reach Pokemon did not allow RG Gaming to score, not even once. And now it looks like the opposite is happening. Reach Pokemon still doesn't have any points. RJ Gaming is currently winning, but Crabber's gonna be taken out, and they're gonna be able to take down that Dreadnought as well for themselves. Dream's gonna be taken out as well without any problems. Into the side of RJ Gaming, they are targeting Shing Desu's Dragonite because they know for a fact that that is the biggest threat that they have against their team, but it's not working out for them.
Not at all. Just look at the gap here displayed. 222, and you know it's about to extend overall. So Reach Pokemon, they have fallen too far behind. I don't know, even at this point, if you were to snatch a Zapdos away, could it actually change things? It's 2 minutes away, but I mean, it takes a lot of prep to get there.
I mean, sure, if they can steal away the Zapdos, have everyone still alive, and have a lot of points, then sure, they would still be able to, you know, catch up against RG Gaming. But at this point it seems impossible that even if RG Gaming can, even if Reach Pokemon can take the Zapdos, RG Gaming can just counter score.
It's just the cleanest of plays that we're seeing here out of RJ Gaming. Like, game 1, Reach Pokemon really fought hard to ensure that they secure that point. RJ not giving out with a fight. And here we go.
Yeah, Gatling Gut Missile is going to be used again. Draco Impact from Shing Desu going to be able to take down Dream. Ikura now with this time. KYY Kai is going to be taken out. It's going to be 4 down. No, make that 5. RJ Gaming, another sweep against Reach Pokemon. And now, no more score goals are available into that of the top path for Reach Pokemon. What would they need to do, Contra, for them to catch up against RJ Gaming?
If you're asking me, I have no answers. Same goes to Reach Pokemon. They haven't been able to find avenues. They couldn't break through the defense. And another time, they try to contest for that Dreadnought. And even so, do they have any firepower here? They could just land in with a Draco Impact to try to steal this one away. But this would still be Reach Pokemon that will secure it eventually. With RJ Gaming not really having the sure focus over on the bottom lane. Instead, they're just preparing for what's to come.
They have the luxury to do that. They have the luxury to wait out Reach Pokemon, because look at the levels right now. Dragonite Shing Desu is currently at level 14. We have a Dragonite. Not a Dragonite. Hoopa is currently at level 12. Serena at level 13. They are way above XP against Reach Pokemon. Now, if Reach Pokemon can take them out one by one, they're going to have a hard time, and they are not going to take down the Zapdos. And look at that. They were easily able to take down Dream with the Venusaur. Coming in, another one with JT into that of the Serena. It's going to be 2 down, 2 for 2, however, from the side of to no one's favor. And Omega 3 down into RJ Gaming, and perhaps they're going to be able to take down this Zapdos. I don't think all of them would be able to seal this one away.
Not at all. Just look at how devastating that was. We were talking about a Venusaur that just
is trying to steal this one, and they did!
Oh,
Kai was able to do it! Kai was able to do it! And going to be able to take down Tree in the process as well. And all they need to do now is just score in. Score in. One needs to defend the score goal, but all they need to do now is just score in and defend like their life depends on it.
If you blink, you'll probably miss the steal. Like, that was a clutch play. Now there is hope. Another 100 being scored by the Serena, but they still need more. But you see, they're also racing it. RJ Gaming just going all the way back, just trying to put more numbers before the rest of Reach Pokemon moves right in.
Okay, did you notice that Kai did not use Rings Unbound? Kai did not use Rings Unbound, so perhaps we might be able to see a final push here from the side of Reach Pokemon. Now let's find out if that is what Kai is going to be doing here. No popping in of Rings Unbound. They just need to get in the on. You don't want to be on the B. You don't want to be on the B. Oh my goodness. If you are very low in health, just like that, like Shing Desu, you don't want to be beside any wild Pokemon at all, because that is what's going to happen. The wild Pokemon is going to be taking you out. And now let's find out if we're going to be seeing the Unite move here. No, not quite yet. And all in if they can't score this in, then we're going to be getting into game number 3. And I think that's what's going to happen for this one. That was quite close. Reach Pokemon was almost there and getting over the score of RJ Gaming.
Quite the nail biter that we have here, JJ, and RJ Gaming still pulled it off. Though it wasn't that clean sheet victory here on game 2 that they've been eyeing on. Of course, with that steal coming out, that was some pretty close call, because if they found their way all the way into the goal zones, then Reach Pokemon just gets those double pointers in. That could have actually changed things in the blink of an eye. But oh well, we have to go to game 3 to decide who moves on forward in the upper bracket runs.
And it is this is okay, not gonna lie, this is what happened to AOS Cup as well. You know, Reach Pokemon winning 1, RJ Gaming winning 1 again, and then it was a sweep for Reach Pokemon. But you know, I'm not
Look
saying
at the chart,
that
though.
I'm not saying okay, I'm not saying that history will repeat itself, obviously, but you know, since this is just a quarterfinal. But this just shows how RG Gaming, right? How RG Gaming evolved from AOS Cup. They were 3rd place on May finals, whereas Reach Pokemon was 12 to 12th place tie for May finals. So they had to play on the Last Chance qualifiers for them to compete to the regionals. But you can see the difference right now that Reach Pokemon, despite only placing 9 to 12th place tie on Makeup and needing to get that LCQ qualifiers, you can see how they are just, I'd say about 50-50 in terms of strength.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Like, overall, you saw back in game 1, that was the game that Reach Pokemon had been able to finally get a win off, which a lot of these other teams that were playing back in the group stages weren't able to actually shut them down. So I believe that kind of sparked and ignited flames inside of RJ Gaming, which you saw what happened from the early game all the way till the close and the things, until of course that Zapdos happened. So Reach Pokemon, of course, there's still a lot of fight in them, and I admire their spirit overall. So I expect not much to be changed once again. Graphs, they look pretty good, and they knew exactly what to do, and each members were playing a huge part in many of all these contests. But something's got to change in the way that they control that early game. So if there's going to be anything that they should adjust, JJ, what would that be? Since you've had this prophecy for, Reach to get all the way there.
Okay, to be fair, I never said anything yet. Contra, I never said anything yet. Contra, I never said anything yet, okay? I never gave anything.
Why are you shaking?
APAC. It was OCE. I gave something on OCE, but not yet on APAC, okay? Not yet on APAC. But we'll get there eventually. But just to answer your question, I've been saying this since earlier. I think the biggest problem that Reach Pokemon has would be the Absol. Yes, Absol has a huge potential, right? Huge potential damage, but with this kind of composition, you already have this arena. You already have the you already have the Venusaur as well. Yes, of course, there is the Blissey to complement that Venusaur, but at the end of the day, the Absol doesn't have much mobility and doesn't have that much of a. I mean, it helps, but it's not as effective in this kind of composition. Perhaps what they could do is add one Pokemon that can provide CCs. Say, for example, Blastoise with Surf, or perhaps with its Unite move, Hydro Typhoon, so that Serena and Venusaur can solely focus into dealing damage against their opponents. Whereas, because you can see what happens, right? You already saw what happened. Absol is kind of squishy. It doesn't really help out as much on team fights, and they need an initiator for team fights.
Yeah, I was about to get to that point, you know, JJ, like that the squishiness really didn't help them sustain overall in the fights. Like there was that first battle for Zapdos, which you saw Dremt got absolutely knocked out in a blink of an eye. And after that, like, sure, you wait for a timer's out. I think like he definitely made a huge redemption by taking that steal alongside with his teammates. But overall, great attempt from Reach to at least still take those strides. Like, you know what Permasnees have always yelled on the mic. It's not over till it's really over. Like, it was less than 30, 40 pointers overall in terms of the difference in score. So heading into game 3, this is it, JJ.
Oh,
one of them
goodness.
have to fall to the lower bracket, and it just has to be the case.
Okay, they're changing. Okay, they're changing the they're changing the Absol now. All in Amps here, going back to their Sylveon. This is the Sylveon that made them win AS Cup. This is far better than the Absol, just because of the fact that number 1, it has damage, it has pressure, it has DPS. Number 2, it has sustain as well. You know, after using Fairy Frolic, its move will, you know, essentially heal itself up while dealing out damage, while pressuring out their opponents. And definitely this Sylveon is going in for the jungle, as we all know how All Nams has played. But however, another factor here to consider is that this was the composition that made them win AS Cup, a tournament that was held 2 months ago. There were a lot of patches, there were a lot of tournaments that happened after AS Cup, so I don't think this composition, I don't think this Pokemon would, you know, I wouldn't say it's a cheese strat. I think, you know, because it's an actual strategy that actually works, but I'm pretty sure most teams on APAC have already adjusted to this Sylveon.
Yeah, I would certainly agree, because it's been played ever since its release in multiple tournaments that we've seen beforehand. And I guess Sylveon in general is still a better pick as compared to what we saw early on, which this Absol couldn't really show that much of a presence, but they're going in early. RJ Gaming wants to take the first KO because they gave chase, but they're still having a little bit more of a trouble cracking it all the way to the first post, but we'll just have to, of course, let them slowly figure out how to get the first few pointers in. RJ Gaming starts off with only 4 points, but of course, still very early to tell what's going to happen here. We still need to see all these sort of rotational control, like, I guess, over on the previous game. Rich Pokemon just have a feather control over the top, or should I say RJ?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Reach Pokemon, this is what they always do, you know, with this Sylveon. The moment that it has like level 4, level 5, it immediately just goes into that of the top path, because if they can secure the top path, they can essentially just, you know, steamroll all over all of the paths. And look at that, they're gonna be able to take down one for one trade here for both of the teams. But it looks like they're gonna be heading up one more. Never mind, gets a hyperspace hold just to get some reset, and just like that, All Amps is going back to the central area again.
Yeah, I just love how quick they responded overall. But they're just going to go at it time and time again. We're going to take this fight up top once more as we see the Dragonair just securing another knockout. But yet again, it doesn't mean all too much so long as they don't start scoring all too much.
Yeah, but you know, I think we should not dismiss Reach Pokemon here, because they are really doing their best right now. Calm Mind into Hyper Voice is the play of the game here. All Nams currently at level 6. Perhaps we might be able to get that level 8 as well if they can play this right into that at the top path. Level 8, so that they have Fairy Frolic, so that they can pressure up RJ Gaming into that of the Dreadnought. But again, this is the same, again, as I mentioned, this is the same composition that they use against RJ Gaming. So I'm about 50-50 that this is going to work against them, because they already fought against them. Obviously, they're going to practice against it.
The same thing so happened twice, right?
I'm a little bit 50-50 about that.
Yeah. It's a little bit of contest over the Vespi Queen as we're looking at Jay trying to get a catch here onto Ikura, but both sides of this arena receiving ample damage, having to reset once again. But here comes our first Dreadnought fight.
Right, and here we go. Dream doesn't have any follow-up from the side of Reach Pokemon, but never mind, they were just a little bit too late, and they're gonna be coming back right now. Dream gets the reset, gonna be able to take down Chengdesu as well. They are really targeting, as I keep on mentioning since earlier, they are really targeting Chengdesu, essentially denying it to get any objective and delaying it as well in terms of XP. But now Phantom Force is going to be used here by Kai, and instead of the Shadow Ball, and look at that, JT's going to be able to secure the Dreadnought for themselves, and they're going to be able to take down 2. All is going to be able to take down another one here. JT taking down the Ditto's Arena, and they're going to be able to take down another one. Chengdesu.
Wow.
Reach Pokemon is back. They are awake finally. And yes, I may have my doubts against Reach Pokemon Sylveon, the same composition that they use against RJ Gaming, that they used to win the AS Cup. But you know what? They are proving me wrong by the second.
Well, they have to pull their trump card because you want a more comfortable route for the upper brackets, and they will deliver. But here comes the aggression, trying to take them out.
With the Blitz Assistance! MXI had the perfect timing with the Blitz Assistance, allowing it to be sustained. But unfortunately, you know, JT went inside the team fight. Perhaps with the help of the shield from the Blitz Assistance, they could have sustained themselves further because there's a lot of opponents anyway. And with the help of the Queen Assistance, allowing it to heal itself up, if there's a lot of opponents, then it would have been a possibility. But you know, that's not what they did. Yeah. They did go for, and it's not like they're gonna be losing a lot if they did not do it. In fact, they're still in the lead.
Yeah, they are, and they will continue to secure objectives of their own, working onto the Rotom though. But you can see the Dragonair is already prepared. JT coming big, huge stomps, gets that KO. So without that Dragonite, it's gonna be much harder to do for RJ. They have to give up the Rotom.
You see, right? You see how that's the game plan. Now, for RJ Gaming, what they need to do is protect Chengdesu's Dragonite, because if they don't, right? So here's the thing, right? They need to protect it. They need to protect the Dragonite because that's the target, the priority of each Pokemon. Now, if they can protect Dragonite, Reach Pokemon will and would overextend, trying to take out the Dragonite. Look at this right now, going into the next team fight.
Yeah, we're all looking for effectiveness, and here we go. Dram doing a lot of work.
See, they are targeting Chengdesu, denying it anything, you know, any buffs, any KOs, and just like that, since RJ Gaming isn't able to sustain this Dragonite, Reach Pokemon can essentially just destroy everyone from RJ Gaming.
Yeah, and overall, that has addressed their issue back in game 2. What do you do when you have a Dragonite that was overpowering them? Just make sure he doesn't play the game at all. Like, here comes, as I speak of his name. They're just gonna give chase, but I don't think it's the right move though. They might pick off MXI.
Oh, MXI is going to be picked off, just like you said. Yes, sirree. But still, the points that we have right now is 46 to 213. And they have the XP advantage as well for Reach Pokemon side. But look at that. They're going to be able to answer back against Reach Pokemon. There's going to be 2 down, but 2 for 2 trade here. Gets the reset. Chengdesu coming back here with full HP. Not going to be able to... Oh, actually going to be able to take down 1 to the side of Reach Pokemon as well. But of course, it's going to be taken out as well. But look at that. Chengdesu just going to be going back, but with the cooldown of the hyperspace hole, they're not going to be able to go back down into that other bottom path.
Yeah, I just love the counter attack of Reach Pokemon. They pull back a little bit. Sure, they may have actually lost Blissey way too early, but you buy enough time, you go in for mobile resets, you're eventually going to be able to out-trade them regardless, because you just look at a little bit of stark difference in level. It's just going to have a stronger lineup, especially in the front line. Rotom up, and it's going to go there.
Oh, Reach Pokemon takes the Rotom as well for themselves. JT currently low HP, gets the right timing into that hyperspace hole, gets the reset, and they're going to be able to pressure RJ Gaming once again to get to the top path, allowing the Rotom to come in and overcapping as well with more than 50 points.
Yeah, just having a strong lead. This is like a reversal. Like they've just basically woken up the beast of Reach Pokemon. Now this is possibly them just unleashing what they could possibly do in the upper bracket runs overall. Now just absolutely gating the rest of RJ Gaming from entering the Zapdos Central area.
Yeah, but let's find out if RJ Gaming is going to be able to get in. But if they do, that's only going to be like, what, 1 or 2 Pokemon, and they're going to get picked up, just like what's happening right now. Shane Dasu with a Draco Impact trying to get away after going in, but they're going to be able to pick up other people, other players. Just going to be 2 down, no make that 3. Shane Dasu is going to be going down, and that's going to be a total team wipeout for RJ Gaming. Rich Pokemon is going to be able to secure the Zapdos for themselves. No more score, and RJ Gaming surrenders. Rich Pokemon winning 2-1 and moving on to our winners bracket.
I was just about to yell, JJ, it's over from then on. And that surrender came in like, of course, they gave massive respect to Reach Pokemon. That was fair trade. And there's just so much that RJ Gaming gave away in the early game. And just take a look at all these scores. Like, he definitely have great finesse on how he basically plays on this hoopla, and they were really relying on him. Like you had mentioned in that first round that, yeah, this composition looks a little bit squishy overall, but now they fixed it with the Sylveon. At least having more damage to offer is definitely giving them that solid solution that they've been looking for.
Yeah, definitely. And being able to fix that problem definitely showed how much powerful Reach Pokemon can be, and it looks like the composition that defeated RJ Gaming has yet again bested them over on the quarterfinals. But let's find out if RJ Gaming, because they have been the King Slayers for APAC, and it's not impossible to say that RJ Gaming may come back for Reach Pokemon's throne on the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm sure that they will be able to bounce back up stronger. Unfortunately for fans of RJ Gaming, this time around falling into the low brackets, we'll still have chances for them to climb back up, as we've seen teams from different regions have been able to pull off an amazing feat. But, this is just at the quarter, so it's going to be a long, drawn-out battle over on the lower end of the spectrum. But for these guys, man, Reach Pokemon, they're looking really good overall, so kudos to them. Let's take a look at their run overall. As you've mentioned, they were the winners of the AOS Finals. They made it to top 12 back in the main finals instead. This time, of course, they want to climb back to the top of the podium.
Right, and that's what I mentioned, right? Like after AOS Finals, they kind of went downhill, joining several community tournaments and several, grassroots tournaments as well. May Finals only a top 12, but it did not stop them, it did not stop them from competing. They were able to bounce back into, they were able to bounce back into the Last Chance qualifiers and earn their spot to be here, and they just proved us, right? They just prove us with the game against RJ Gaming that they definitely deserve the spot.
Indeed, it's just having a little bit more of a glimpse of what went down. We saw Reach Pokemon on that 4-minute mark just really pushed the rest of RJ Gaming all the way back. They tried to go for multiple resets, but yet again, it didn't work as according to plan, as they've already had this Dragonite just getting pushed around time and time again, just not having the effectiveness throughout the course of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, Dream here definitely, I'd have to say the MVP once again, allowing their team to just get in. But all in all, with the pressure coming in from the hyperspace hole, gave a huge breathing room, a huge space here for Reach Pokemon for them to dish out a lot of damage. But you know what? Let's talk more about it when we have our friend Danny here. Danny, where are you at? But we're going to have the MVP first. Reach Pokemon here. Reach Pokemon's MVP here is Kai. Definitely huge mobility, but I still stand by my I still stand by what I said earlier. I think it's Dream. So.
Yeah, but overall, remember back in the very first game, how impressive some of all these Unite moves have been pulled out by his Hoopa overall. Like, he have definitely shown us that, yeah, if you time it well, if you know what exactly to do and how you could easily just help your teammates come in for those resets, you could possibly win the trades outrightiously. So overall, like you mentioned, Graham have definitely looked really good on that Venusaur. I think a lot of all these plays wouldn't be made possible if it wasn't for the help of this Hoopa.
But before...
Looky who's back.
Yeah, Daddy.
You sound so unenthusiastic, JJ. I'm insulted, but it's fine because your prediction was technically correct, so you can enjoy your glasses there. But firstly, congratulations to Reach Pokemon. I had my doubts actually coming into this series. I thought it was going to be RJ Gaming, but clearly the uniform, it wasn't enough. They need a little bit more to sort of make it through. But we've seen that these two teams, they have a history. So Reach Pokemon, we'll be seeing more of them in the upper bracket, but RJ now have to make the Cinderella run down in the lower bracket, right? They've got 1 life left. If they get eliminated one more time, we're sadly gonna have to say goodbye to RJ Gaming. But gentlemen, let's take a look at the brackets again. So as we can see, whilst we were watching that match, we did have every other match playing simultaneously. So we've now got our new matchups for the next section of the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So firstly, no Lucario, it has won their series 2-1. We're playing up against Rohan, who won it 2-0. Reach Pokemon will be playing up against Renaissance next, as Renaissance were able to 2-1 Elite Four. And then of course in the losers bracket, we can see we have Elite Four playing up against RJ Gaming, and then lastly we have Rise versus Riggs. But I know for a fact that a certain caster is looking forward to Reach Pokemon versus Renaissance.
Oh, indeed. Well, JJ.
I mean,
where's JJ? Man, I was expecting you to sort of come in just full energy, but clearly you're bathing in your glory.
I'm not really bathing in glory. It's just that there's nothing else to say.
Okay,
that's it.
I guess anything. Yeah.
I think
what we saw. I think what we saw says a lot already.
All right.
But then again, it was close calls overall, where you see not only did they...
Nah, we're not doubting Reach Pokemon here. We don't do that here, sir. We don't do that here.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to send you two off as you guys are going to be on break because Moon Boy and Permasneeze are going to come back a little bit later on. But before they come back, we are going to have a quick break. So, of course, as always, if you need to do whatever you need to do it now. You've got 5 minutes because once you return, we'll jump into our next game of the day. So we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Now, we're gonna talk about items. There are 2 types of items in Pokemon Unite: battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Eos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show.
Trainers, welcome back to the APAC Regional Finals. I'm here with Permasneeze and Moonboy. We've sent Contra off as well as JJ to their Pokeballs so they can recharge. I'm going to walk them over to Nurse Joy later, it's fine. We're going to have a dandy old time. But I know we are going to have a really exciting time because we have a really exciting matchup coming up next, gentlemen. Okay. I hate asking JJ because he's always right, but I love asking you two because I know there's a chance that
because
you
we're always wrong.
It's no Lucario versus Rohan.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, I think a lot of fans of APAC and a lot of fans of both of these teams, these are teams we've seen a lot of times before. No Lucario, I don't think I need to say too much, but Rohan actually, when we talk about Indonesian Pokemon Unite, it's always Team Overdrive and Rise, right? But Rohan actually are one of the long-standing other teams in Indonesia who have been having quite a quiet run up, and they beat Rise on the way here as well. So to come up against no Lucario, they're proving themselves as the premier Indonesian team at the moment.
Yeah,
right,
no
and do you believe that? Sorry, Moonboy. The draft is ready. We're gonna go right into it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do this. So guys, off into the draft right here. My name is Moonboy and I'm with Permasneeze. All biasness aside, right? We're gonna do this fair, right? Permasneeze?
Correct. No, okay, so the thing is, there is no doubt that as, you know, me and Moonboy, we're both from Singapore. Of course, we're rooting for our countrymen. But at the same time, Rohan, this is the story I'm trying to tell, right? For the longest time, they've sort of been overshadowed in their own country by Team Rise, by Team Overdrive F. And here they are up against Singapore's finals, right? So this is their chance to prove themselves. Thorfinn was from Rise as well. But interestingly enough, so is Dev from No Lucario.
Yep, so I mean, this, I believe something happened to Overdrive. Maybe, like, you know, there are a little bit of player movement, right? But no Lucario, they were Divinity previously, they disbanded, and then they reformed themselves as NL. No Lucario used to be a household name for the Singaporean team, right? For the Singaporean scene. So, you know, coming together with this name, No Lucario, no one is unfamiliar with this name, and, you know, coming into this winner semifinals, both teams coming in with a mirror matchup right here. So it's all down about who knows this composition in and out. And I believe No Lucario might have an upper edge of this one because they did display and they showed us they're really, really good with this composition.
Yeah, so Rohan, while they haven't been placing the highest, they are consistent, right? They were 7th and 8th in the AOS Cup, and they were 7th and 8th in the recent May Cup as well. But it seems like they're finally facing their demons. They've beaten out their counterparts in their country, and now they are facing up against the big dogs of No Lucario. As we get into game number 1 of the women's semi-finals, it's going to be No Lucario from Singapore against Rohan from Indonesia.
Yeah, when looking down at the bottom side as well, when it comes to a mirror composition, everything is about scaling. Whoever could scale better than your opponent, whoever could work together as a team better than your opponent is gonna be coming on top. Take a look at that. The Magician immediately removing that Citrus Berry away from Lanya, and he's not gonna having that heal for this moment.
1-2 poof, there goes your regen in your lane, my friend. KST nabs that one from the bot path. But I think it's something like you said, right, Moonboy? And we mentioned this earlier in the Oceanic cast as well. We said when you have a mirror matchup, it all comes down to not only the scaling, but how much you're comfortable with the composition, how well each cog in the machine understands their role. Right now, Dev's in a little bit of trouble. Kolo's Ranger getting the moves out onto all three. They're damaging them really, really tight here. The nice reset coming out from Thorfinn gets that Dragonair out of danger. He's not going to be coming back into their clutches, but that means they have a man advantage on the top side.
That was such a close shave for Rohan right there. That Dragonair was so close to going down, and those additional EXP going over to No Lucario, that's not what they want to do. Rife is on the push right here, and Rife is back on the Venusaur, right? That guy, he's known for the household Venusaur back then, those back in the days, and he is back, and he might be the Venusaur show once again.
He literally went around the world in terms of like everything you need to do for Pokemon Unite, right? He kind of played so many different roles. He's been so flexible, and they're finally getting him back on his comfort on his attacker, where he has shown in the original iteration of No Lucario. Jeez, I'm stumbling all over my words. A bit too excited to see them as Solo putting on a masterclass. He made use of that advantage that they had in the early stage, hit that level 6 and stomp his counterpart down.
Yep, being a level above their opponent and getting into Serena first, level 7 already unlocked. That means that Chop Kick is online for him as well, or Grassy Glide, right? So, it seems like No Lucario is a little bit ahead in terms of the level department. Level 7 on the Serena and 6 on the Venusaur as well. So this is going to be making a difference coming into the first fight.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's still going pretty even. The main disparity is in the Serenas, right? Like you said, 2 level difference right now. And if Solo decides to show his face at this bot path fight, it's going to be curtains for Rohan. They need to be careful how they approach.
Yeah, take a look at this as the rest of Rohan rotates straight right down, as leaving a Steenie all by herself all on the top side. They're having the level disadvantage, but now they have the numbers disadvantage for this Dreadnought.
Yeah, they need to start something off here in No Lucario, because if not, they're just giving that Steenie free space, and Hammer Ranger will be the first one to go down. A lot of damage out onto the side of No Lucario, but it's not enough to take down anyone as they clean up the Dragonite that more than likely secures them this Dreadnought, barring a cheeky steal that's not gonna come. They're not gonna risk it on Rohan. They back off, and NL grabs the Dreadnought for themselves.
Yep, and not just that, they're dunking another 12 points by KST and 30 by the Ivysaur as well. Rife is really online with that Venusaur, letting their Rotom going straight right in the top side, but immediately rotating straight right up. They're not allowing their Serena to stay alive as they want her down.
Yeah, but the Chop Kick out makes sure that she can get back to safety. But this is the trade-off, right? No Lucario, they take a win in the bot side, but these are top teams. They're not just gonna let you get an advantage without taking one themselves. Utoki Ranger, a bit of a comeback now, still a bit behind his counterpart, but at least at that level 8.
Yep, immediately going out with that Hyperspace Hole, moving in strong. Cold Ranger going in for the push as well, but no one is at home. No Lucario managed to get out of that one, and Rohan is still back online, just rotating straight to their respective lane and start farming.
Yeah, that felt a bit awkward, I'm not gonna lie. That Draco Impact kind of fell out of nowhere. Dev as well, just seemingly tossing that out to secure some last hits. Maybe they're not really prizing this as much because they're not going for the score shield or sneaky sort of maneuvers. There isn't really a lot of places to go, right? Because all these tier 1 goal zones are still up and running.
Yep, that is exactly right. But when it comes to this kind of situation, such a high stake coming in from these 2 teams, you don't really want to make any mistakes. So they are playing really disciplinedly right here, right? Knowing when to back off, knowing when to not overextend and not allow your opponent to take advantage of your sleep. But Ice going in for the push as well from Mad Cold Ranger, but I believe he will be getting out of this one as the rest of the team coming to save him.
Oh, no Lucario. They're gathering in full force here. They want to put the pressure on the Kolos Ranger. And remember, like what I said in the earlier broadcast, in the past, you know, these teams would leave up the Tier 1 Go Zones, but with the Koopa Highway online, you want to get rid of these Tier 1s as soon as possible to limit their map movement. Oh, Wraith in a bit of trouble, but showing his mastery of the Pokemon, understands that his team has his back. Ice is right there to keep him up and running, and he's going to get a nice little reset. Meanwhile, topside, they're still trying to two-man chase off Solo, living up to his name actually. In our player interview with him, he mentioned that the reason why he's called Solo is because he's so used to this situation, he always just holds his own. But right now, no Lucario, they're holding down the fort in this second Dreadnought, and they're going to be able to grab that one for free. The trade-off is the Rotom in the top half once again though.
Yep, I mean, taking down the, like, not having the Rotom is totally okay for no Lucario right here, right? They have the level advantage. They have to really prepare for fights after fights after fights. But here we go, they're not allowing the Rotom to rest as they are going straight right on.
Oh, the Verdant Anger actually steals it. Nice stuff coming out from Wraith, and the Rings Unbound. They want to punish no Lucario here, but Wraith, he's standing strong, has the backup of Ice, and the pedal dance move speed is enough, and they pop the Rings Unbound for that. I don't know about that one. It kind of feels like a bit of... I'm just so stunned because I feel like Rohan, they needed to get a bit more from that. That felt like a swing and a miss.
Yep, it seems like Rohan really wants to, you know, get some KO onto no Lucario, right? Just take them down and just get those revenge EXP. But take a look at Death right over here as well, putting himself in a little bit of a awkward position by immediately going out. But however, bringing back to the point that I was saying, right? No Lucario is so disciplined right here. Immediately
for sure.
when they know that they were in danger and not overextending. Like, that is what you want to see from a high-level team coming in.
Yeah, if there was a Pokemon Unite competitive playbook, these guys are going down the line in terms of what to do, checking all the boxes, dotting all the I's and crossing all their T's. They're doing exactly everything they need to keep this game firmly in their control and deny any opportunity for Rohan. Now, don't let the points deceive you. Even though the advantage isn't something crazy, they definitely still have a firm grasp on this game, NL.
Yep, definitely right. And right here, Dragonite is already at level 12, closing to level 13. That means that Dragonite is close to fully scaled. You don't really want to deal with a Dragonite that is level 13 because all the attacks will be at the plus range. But Rive chasing down Utoki Ranger, immediately retreating, knowing that that is a danger zone. And that is what discipline is all about from NL.
This reminds me of the old school NL, right? Where they would basically toss the Venusaur to one side of the map, clean up all the EXP by himself with that ridiculous ability to farm, and the rest of the composition would just go around and spread terror. And that's exactly what they're doing. Wraith, he's already at that level 13 as well, has been able to farm up so well, and he's going to be such a terror in these fights.
Yep, I'm loving how NL is going in with this maneuver, right? 4 men going into the Dreadnought, but this arena is all alone by on top. Just to defend that one goal zone so that Rohan don't break it anymore. But there you have, NL is really in a good position onto the Zapdos as that Zapdos goes live.
Dev is still holding a perimeter at that bot side. He knows there could be a sneaky dunk in the bot path, and there it is. Rohan, they pop the neck out of that Venusaur, but in comes the Draco Impact, immediately denying it. I've no doubt that Dev is going to try and hunt down this Venusaur. Meanwhile, the rest of no Lucario that's stuck in a bit of a weird spot. They don't have their Dragonite, but there is the Rings Unbound. It's more than likely going to bring him back in, but he actually takes down the Venusaur by himself. He's able to hunt him down, and the Blissey's falls as well. Rohan, they're running out of members. The Rings Unbound falls out from Thorfinn. They're trying to fight on, but there's the Verdant Anger coming up from Wraith. He is standing strong on that Venusaur, tearing down Thorfinn, and they easily take that Zapdos. It doesn't even look difficult. That looked so cookie cutter. It was just made easy.
Discipline and patience, rewarded no Lucario right over here. Immediately taking down those key characters, taking down the Venusaur away from Rohan. Coming into the fight a little bit late. Look at this. Rive is a monster on this Venusaur, and he is back once again, scoring another 500 points for no Lucario. 758 to 153. They are not allowing Rohan to rest as Death goes back, and he is back on the defense.
Man, you know there was an old Singaporean Pokemon Unite proverb. It goes like this: if you want to win, don't let Wraith get his Venusaur. In fact, many have surmised that we came up with the banning system in Singapore just to stop Wraith from repeatedly winning on this Pokemon, and he's showing exactly why. This man is an absolute menace. Didn't even care, ran up against 3, just faced them all off and just basically shoved the vines in their face, saying, what you gonna do about it? 828 points, and the lead is only widening right now.
There's nothing that Rohan could do right now. 15 more seconds on the clock and they need 600 points. It's not looking great for them and Lucario is trying to stop them right here, but nothing matters at this point in time. As Lucario takes on game number 1, it's Rohan back to the drawing board right now. How are we gonna stop this giant from Singapore?
This is exactly what they used to dominate the May finals as well, and nothing has changed since then. Rohan, you can't outbeat us at our composition. They just do it better. Lanaya, he just couldn't hold the handle to Wraith. It feels like Wraith just managed to somehow get more farm, just juice out more EXP from the map, as he always does. I can't wait to look at the damage numbers, but of course, gotta give a huge shout out as well to the different components of No Lucario, right? Dev holding it down solo, just 2v1ing in the top side, allowing Wraith and the other bot path laners of No Lucario so much space. 78k damage dealt by Wraith. Now this is no crazy number, but you know, you don't see those very often, and this was a solid performance overall.
Yep, speaking of salt, like crazy numbers right here. Ice on that BC, 79k worth of return. And that is nothing. That's, you know, above that whatever, you know, Rohan has dealt. 79k all by Blizzard himself. Not forgetting KST with those clutch hyperspace hole and those, you know, rings unbound as well. Like this, everything is just played to perfection right here for No Lucario, and they just have to keep this going. One more win and they are into the winners finals tomorrow.
Moonboy, I have a question for you. Don't you feel like Rohan kind of played that a little bit trigger happy? Like there were moments where they popped off Unite moves and I'm just like, what is this for? Like, what are we trying to achieve here? And no, it's not a flame, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to understand, because there were moments where it was very clear that the fight was over or there was no fight, right? Like pop a Unite move like the Draco Impact, and then NL just decides, hey, you know what? Let's ditch. They use the Unite move. And they have no way of catching up. It sort of feels like they're not really gauging their how much they can put into the fight.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about Rohan, right? But it's more of NL. They always disengage before they could get in any form of danger. And take a look, and that's exactly what they did. Take a look at this once again, right? They got their Dreadnought and just retreats immediately and not play to Rohan's combat. So maybe Rohan just went for a preemptive Unite move just to prepare himself for No Lucario, but it was no avail. No Lucario immediately, disciplinedly removed themselves from the fight and saying, I got what I need, and I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like No Lucario. You know, in this earlier series, we were talking about how teams maybe they were one step ahead of the other. It felt like No Lucario just didn't. It felt like Rohan, they were trying to read the next step from No Lucario, but No Lucario was like, yeah, you can overreact. It's all good. We'll just back up and do our thing. And do their thing they did. They just kept farming up, kept scaling up. It's like what you said, Moonboy. When you have a mirror matchup like this, it's important to kind of know your limits, and No Lucario, they demonstrate that to perfection.
Yep, in no point in time we actually saw No Lucario engage in a fight that they are not capable of winning, and that, you know, this strategy is all about, right? Knowing that what is your ins and out. If I'm not gonna win this battle, why would I bother putting myself in there? And that is exactly what they did. Just disengage when you know that is not the fight for you, and engage when you know that you could truly win. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the match MVP for you guys. Death from No Lucario on the Dragonite today, and he's just having a stellar performance.
Once again, Dev used to be from Rise as well, so definitely quite familiar with the names on the other side. The other ex-Rise individual is also Thorfinn from the other team, so there's no doubt that they know each other well, but obviously Dev, he played so consistent on that Dragonite. I think it all started in the early stage, right, when both Dragonairs went to kind of gang up on that top side, that they actually were forced to put their Dragonair in a rough position because he reset right in front of the goal zone. If he comes back, he's toast. So because of that, he can't take the portal back, and that opens up the advantage for the side of No Lucario, and from there they just steamroll through.
Yup, and not forgetting, right, No Lucario actually spread their EXP really well and just share every single wild Pokemon among all 5 players. And if, you know, because this might be the reason why the whole team could be so consistent and like constantly on par with each other. There's no point in time where you see a Pokemon or a teammate that is far below whoever else. So, you know, that is what a team is all about as well.
Correct. No man left behind and no Lucario. They definitely understand that fact. Now, I think it's interesting to note this because a lot of the times, even when a team is greatly ahead, we see a lot of teams fall into this formula of what you, Moonboy, like to call protect the president, right? Where there's one grossly over-level individual in the team and all the hopes and dreams are banking on them. So if they're on a character like the Cinder Ace, then if they just get blown up, then suddenly it just all goes down the drain. No such thing for no Lucario though. Like you said, every single one of the Pokemon, even the supports, just pulling their weight and even twice that in this series.
Yeah, definitely, right? Everyone is just doing, they're so good at what they're at. You know, the healer, like, you know, Ice on the Blissey, his job is to heal, and he did. He healed. You know, KSC, his job is the Hooper. His job is to rotate everyone around the map. He did. And that is what every member knows exactly what they're doing, and when they come together as a team, they are unstoppable.
It just kind of felt like you ever see those nature videos where there's a snake in the jungle and he's hiding? No, bear with me. I'm about to get to the good part. There's a snake, right? And he sees his prey, but he's not spotted. So he slowly corners the prey. He makes a little rustle here. Oh man, well, let's say it's a rabbit, right? Rohan is that rabbit. You hear a little rustle as the rabbit. Oh, you inch forward towards this corner. And then suddenly you hear a hiss on the other side. You're like, oh, that's danger. I need to back off. But little do they know they're falling right for no Lucario's trap. I feel like every single objective that they take, every single fight, it was so intentional and it forced Rohan into this uncomfortable position where they don't have a lot of the map to work with, and suddenly, that's when your Hoopa starts feeling really awful.
Yep, that is exactly what. Like, I mean, that is a really long explanation. I get what you mean.
Sorry. I'm just trying to let us get a clear picture, right? We're gonna take a look at the teams again. We didn't actually get the chance to talk through them, but I know there are some notable members you want to talk about on the side of no Lucario, right, Moonboy?
Yep, that is exactly right. You know, KST previously from Divinity. This actually shows, right, which team they were previously from.
They used to be, yeah.
Yeah, they're here together as no Lucario once again. You know, KST on that Hoopa is just doing so well, but not forgetting Wraith back on that Venusaur. That's something that we have not seen for ages, and finally he's back onto that Venusaur and he's here to do what he used to do, and in fact, he might even perform it even better. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at the draft. You know, enough of talking of all this thing. Let's just see what are they gonna be playing in game number 2.
Yeah, expecting no changes coming out from no Lucario. They're comfy, they're cruising, they're looking good. So I don't really think they're gonna try and switch anything up. And this is the composition that we've been seeing the most after all. And I think the broadcast so far for today has been really exciting because we see so many different strategies coming out, right? But this, without a doubt, is the premier strategy being run right now. We have that Dragonite in the central area, the Serena in the top side. I'm just too used to saying Lucario in the top side. But Wraith as well on that attacker Venusaur in the bot path, backed up by, of course, the staples of Koopa and Blissey.
Yep, this is kind of like the premium pick for this meta, right? Like, this is the 2-go and this is the best whatever that's going to offer in this meta. But however, you know, Rohan is sticking it to it as well. But like you know, maybe they could have went with a different approach coming in against NL, playing something that they are more comfortable with compared to, you know, the same composition once again against NL. And you know, you might see a deja vu coming in from game number 1.
Here's the tricky thing when it comes to the meta, right? Whenever you have a default composition that's just better than the rest, then you're stuck in a situation where you just need to straight up mechanically outskill or outshot call the other team. Now Rohan are in a spot where unless they bring something completely out of left field, where unless they can surprise no Lucario, they are in this position where they need to out-execute no Lucario on the hero, or not the hero, but on the very composition that they are so familiar and comfortable with as we've seen in game number 1. So a tall task ahead of them, but of course this is the winner semi-final, so even if they drop a game or drop the series here, it's not over for them. The dream is still alive, but it's definitely going to be an upwards climb.
Yep, definitely right. And take a look at the bottom side as well. Rife is already having so much EXP in his pocket, and that also means he's a little bit ahead against Rohan. We said this in game number 1. You have to be ahead of your opponent when it comes to a mirror composition. And if you're falling behind, it's going to be really tough climb because, you know, the same amount of scaling is going to be happening for both sides, and you just want to be on the winning side to just snowball your way through.
100%. As the Dragonair from Rohan looking towards the bot side, they want to nullify this advantage that Wraith was able to get, and they're going to start by eliminating his support. That is Ice down. This could be a huge KO if they get it, and a nice rotation coming out from Kolo's Ranger. Not expecting that Dragonair to show up from that angle, and they're going to get caught with their pants down. Good start for Rohan.
Yep, something different coming in from Rohan, rotating through the bottom side instead of the top side, while no Lucario rotate to the rotate to the top side as well. I believe, you know, the Pokemon that you want to try to help is definitely going to be that Steenie. Try to get her up to a Serena ASAP so that she could do her havoc after that.
Absolutely. Now, no Lucario, of course, we talked about it before. They are comprised of basically a smattering of the fallout of the top 3 teams in Singapore, right? It used to be Star9, Divinity, as well as Renaissance. Now, a bunch of different players coming in, and they're called back to their legacy name, as you can see from the fact here. When they were on their old team, it was basically just comprised of 5 Lucario players, and that was Dev included as well. So because of that, as kind of like a little inside joke among them, they called themselves No Lucario, but they're still carrying on this legacy name to today, and of course, they're hoping to carry on that dominance, which they most definitely were in the first game.
Yep, it's not just no Lucario, and definitely they have no Lucario for this matchup as well. Instead, we're going with that Serena, so it kind of like fit into their whole branding as of right now.
Yeah, this works out well for them. They're pleased about this. They're kicking their legs. They're like, finally. But yeah, but I mean, Wraith as well, back to the Venu Gel as we talked about. I mean, we were memeing about it earlier on, but this man is a menace on this Pokemon, right? There's a reason why, you know, he was even joking about it himself. Oh, as Solo, once again, dominance in the top side on that Serena. I feel like we're just used to this, right? At a certain point, this Serena from Solo just gets like a solo kill on the top half.
Yep, I mean, you know, with the help of Dev on the top side as well, you know, he's able to get so much space to get those dunks in and get those levels up as soon as possible. But however, on the bottom side as well, it seems like Cold Ranger is just, you know, pushing down the bottom side, maybe helping the Venusaur scale a little bit. So a little bit of a different prioritization coming in from both teams.
Yeah, they need to watch the perimeter here. If they get caught out by this Serena, they could get taken out in an instant. She's already diving in to the backlines. Meanwhile, Dev cleaning her up. And perhaps this time Solo's gone a bit too far. It'll be her that gets knocked out instead. And now here comes the Draco Impact. This could be the turnaround. Absolutely not. There's the secure from Ice. But there's Rutoki Ranger onto the backline of No Lucario, trying to take down the supports. But it's Dev they're looking towards. And that Dragonite is not going to stay flying for long. Drops to the ground. And so much damage out coming out from Wraith. But he's only at that Ivysaur stage. Now here's Solo. Back for some revenge. Has the reset in front of him. Takes the bottle through. But that means the chase is over. And Rohan, they're able to escape with that fight win, even though they lost the Dreadnought.
Yep, I mean, no Lucario got the Dreadnought, but Rohan is ultimately the winner right on top of the fight. But however, in the levels department as well, it still looks pretty even. So it's down to fights after fights, right? So it's what we said in game number 1, is discipline as of right now. Whoever is going to be more disciplined, whoever is able to hold their punches to the very last second is going to be coming right on top. And there we have Ice being caught up by Ranger as well, but Wraith immediately leveling up into that Venusaur, and things is going to get juicy for no Lucario.
Yeah, Rohan's Ivysaur still trying to hit that final evolution. They should take advantage of this duration to try and wipe out this Rotom. But for now, they're just going to be happy with the bees, as they're just keeping control of this top half.
Yep, not going to be going in for the Rotom just yet. They're going to pick a fight, and there we have Rohan going in for the initiation.
There are the two Venusaurs butting heads at the Rotom pit. The Verdant Anger's coming out, but not in time. And the Queen's Ascendant just kicks that poor turtle down. Wraith is running a rampage right now, pushing forward, blocking the shots for his team so they can get the scores in. Nicely done from that Venusaur. Knows he can afford to. And with that, the top tier 1 Go Zone is going to be broken wide apart. Here's the Grousing Glide though from Utoki Ranger, trying to get the damage in. Solo in a rough way. There is the Hyper Beam, and Kolo's Ranger going to be able to finish him off. Now it's a 2v3 situation, but Wraith, he's been here before. There is the Giga Drain, but there's the Hyper Beam. Oh, the Blitz Assistance. That's a huge shield with the Bunny Barrier as well. And now the side of Rohan, they have to run, but there's nowhere left to go. Can you Dragon Dance your way out of this one? The move speed almost okay enough for Wraith. He's gonna have the Pedal Dance in an instant, but another Dragon Dance. While watching the hunt down, usually it's the Dragon that chases down this Toad. But right now, that's just space. So much space created, and no Lucario. They're gonna be able to grab this one, not if Kolos has something to say about it. This time's the Hyper Beam, and that's gonna be the Dreadnought falling to the side of no Lucario. The rest of the side of Rohan, they're dropping to the ground on this beach. And Wraith is here suddenly, running them down. And just like that, no Lucario, they take back a huge advantage.
is eyes on that Blissey, ladies and gentlemen, allowing so much sustainability for Wraith to survive. Just pushing straight right down and put the pressure onto Rohan and distracting them away from that Dreadnought. KSC with the huge rings unbound, bring the rest of the team down to the bottom side, have that Dreadnought, score those points, break that tier 1 and push Rohan back. No Lucario is not resting on the top side as well as they're pushing straight right in. Rings unbound from Rohan.
Rohan want to fight this, and they could punish this Venusaur. They finally take him down, but Solo's gonna answer right back. There is the Hyperspace Fury. Can they get out? No. There's a beautiful portal coming out from KSD to get the Serena out of that situation. So a Unite move coming out from Thorfinn. He's gonna have to go hard and try and farm this one up and get that one back charge for the final fight.
Yup, NL already got that good positioning onto that Rotom as well. It seems like Rohan is nowhere close to the Rotom as the rest of Team KFC went for the Hyperspace Hole, just pushing himself down to the bottom side to help Death a little bit more.
Oh, Utoki Ranger doesn't manage to get the steal, missed time. That was really nicely done from Solo. Do you see that? He stepped away because he knew that combo was gonna come in. He kind of just goes like, oh, you first, and then he finishes him off right after the fact, but nicely done.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying when we knows your ins and out of every single Pokemon, right? You know what are the numbers coming in from this arena, and you know how you could stack up this hit so that you could get that final last hit on that Rotom. Yeah. And this is such precision coming in from Solo.
That's exactly, I mean, this is exactly what we talked about the entire time. It's just familiarity with the Pokemon that you're playing. When you know it this well, you know these numbers down to a T just by, looking at it with just a glance value, you already know what you need to do in each of these situations. And Solo is showing his mastery of this Pokemon right here. Now, Serena, traditionally not as dominant of a top path laner, but with this recent update and I guess in the past 2 competitions as well, between May and now, has really seen a resurgence alongside Dragonite. Now, this premier top path Pokemon has been just putting the screws to Rohan. They don't really have an opening here.
Wait a minute, guys. We'll take a look at the minimap right there. KSD might be in a little bit of a sneaky position as he's moving straight right to the top side. Instead of that, you're going in for the duck. Distracting Dragonite off that as well. Gets the zap.
Oh no!
Lucario as they are going in for the push. And there we have that Rings Unbound coming in from the Hoopa. And the rest of No Lucario will be pushing straight right to the central area as well as they'll be dunking everything they have and taking out the Dragonite in the process.
Rohan looking like a poor little boy lost in the supermarket waiting for their mom to come to the cashier in an instant. No Lucario just pulled that tablecloth from right under them and it looked like they were confused. They have tier 1 gold zones to work with, they have tier 2s, but they just kind of couldn't decide. It looked like they were scattered for an instant and just like that, in that moment, No Lucario capitalized and solidified their lead to 791 points now. Wraith has found Thorfinn in this corner, can't even make it into his own portal. That's not a good sign. Level 15 on this Venusaur, Raid Boss online.
That was the start of the end. It seems like KSD might be thinking of going in for a spooky maneuver, but instead getting caught by the Dragonite but however the rest of the team just focuses down onto the Zapdos. No one of Rohan is near the Zapdos pit at that point in time, but No Lucario capitalized on that and going in for the Rings Unbound and bring everyone back and just score every single point to that they are holding.
That is disgusting. I think the only thing stopping Ray from returning back to that central area on his opponent's side is the cooldown on the Hyperspace Hole. If not, you know he'd be right back up in their faces. But he's making their way there. They've just break open a second tier gold zone. A lot of the times when you see teams have such a huge advantage, all they'll play is defense, but no such thing from No Lucario. They want to win in style. They're continuing to dunk these points in, continuing to build their advantage, pad the stats, stomp them down. Rohan, 10 seconds left on the deck. You have a Queen to center on the Venusaur, but what else do you have to offer? You finally get one KO, but it's too little, too late. No Lucario in this winter semifinals. They're gonna sweep it with ease as Rohan get knocked down to the losers bracket 2-0.
This is not just a win for No Lucario, but this is a statement made by them. We are the May Cup Finals. We are back in the under the banner final of no Lucario. And here we are, and we are going to London. And this is what they're saying, taking this home 262 to 1071. The first 1K in the whole regionals final so far. And no Lucario is just bringing it strong, and they are moving straight right to the winners bracket finals tomorrow.
As if you needed to know just how much they want to go to London, they just punch in 4 digits for you right there just to close out this series. What a wonderful performance coming out from them. And of course, I think it's so hard to point to one MVP. It's easy to look at Wraith and say, man, this Venusaur is cracked. We know that. But look at the rest of the side of no Lucario. Solo, once again, consistently getting these gaps. Just consistently outplaying his counterpart, out one-on-oneing his opponents, and getting those KOs where he really should have no business doing. No Lucario, they just have a vice grip on this match from start to finish. No chance for Rohan to play their game.
Yep, and that is how a disciplined team is like. This is how a well-gelled team is like. There is no MVP because the whole team are the MVPs. So, you know, and that is what teamwork is all about. Take a look at this. No Lucario. These 5 men are here to stay, and they won a ticket to London, and they are the winners of the May Cup finals, and they are here in the regionals finals.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing for me is that you do have to remember that even though their track record doesn't look that extensive, once again, I'd like to reiterate that these are all players from some of the top teams in Singapore, right? They've been around, so they've shifted a lot of places, but back when they were no Lucario, they were essentially the most dominant team, hands down, across the entire Asia Pacific, right? And they're here, they're reprising their old brand. They're like, you know what? We'll do it again. We'll do it again, and here they are. They're doing absolutely that. I mean, it was a bit of a split kind of decision from Rohan. Take a look at where they are on the map. Blissey is at the top half, trying to get a recall in to defend goal zones that are already, you know, defenseless. And then the rest of the side of Rohan, they don't want to kind of go and score instead. Suddenly the Blissey's in the central area because the Rings Unbound was popped there. Just a bit of a mess coming out from Rohan. It felt like they didn't at one point have someone telling them, this is what we need to do, let's try and get this done. And NL, they just capitalized on that because the discipline is there, like you said.
Yep, exactly. Like everything is just felt all over the place, right? There's a Hoopla at the bottom side, there's everyone else in the Zapdos pit, and then there's a Blissey on the top side as well. But, you know, that's probably something that Rohan have to go back and reflect a little bit on about, because they are not out of the race yet, as they will be moving straight right to the loser bracket as well. So, you know, maybe they could just reflect themselves and come back a little bit stronger, because Rohan is still a really strong team.
Yeah, 100%, right? That you don't. The thing is, where it sounds like we're saying, "Oh man, Rohan, what are you doing?" But in reality, number one, no Lucario have played just cookie cutter perfect Pokemon Unite, right? There's no argument about that. Number two, let me remind you of the journey that Rohan took to be here. They defeated 2 of the other top teams within Indonesia, both Rise and Team Overdrive. So even though we're not seeing them anymore, unfortunately, we're definitely, they're not out just yet.
Hello, gentlemen, I'm back.
Hello. I was waiting for you to come in. I was like, all right, Daddy, take it away.
Well, I was just wondering, like, maybe you want to ask me something, but it's fine. You don't need to ask me anything, because firstly, it was a great game for the day. It is only our second one for APAC. We've got plenty more to go. But okay, I think the big question in the room, at least, or the elephant in the room, is what are the chances of no Lucario making it to the grand finals and winning?
I mean, if we take a look at it, okay. If we take a look at it, just statistically speaking, I think
from what we know now, right? Because
from what we know now,
kind of got a bracket update.
Right. So right now we're looking at the bracket. No Lucario. They defeated RJ Gaming number 2, and they just beat Rohan 2-0. They look phenomenal. Now, their contenders are going to be Reach Pokemon and Renaissance. Of course, we didn't get to see Renaissance just yet, so we don't know what exact form they're in at the moment. But Reach Pokemon, of course, they did pull out that win over RJ Gaming. That one was close. So it's kind of hard to tell at the moment because we haven't seen the rest of the teams interact. But just statistically speaking, it kind of feels like no Lucario would have the edge. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the grand finals. Whether they win is another question, though.
Yep.
So you're implying that, hang on, sorry, I'm just going to quickly bounce off of Sneeze here. So you're implying that no Lucario is potentially the better team if they face against Reach Pokemon. Do you think they're the better team, just from what you've seen?
I would dare say so. Yeah.
All right, sorry, Moonboy. Sorry to cut you off there. I want to hear your thoughts, actually. Like, what do you think about this?
I think coming into this regionals, no Lucario is the favorite, right? They are the front horse of this whole tournament.
Oh, okay.
And they are looking great coming in, you know, just winning a community event just last week. So they are the team to watch out for, and you know, it's down to Reach and Renaissance. Renaissance is from Singapore. They are kind of like, you know, doing a lot of exchanges from no Lucario, but Reach Pokemon might be the wild card right over here to stop NL.
All right, guys, I do believe we're going to be hopping into a break really quick. So we're going to let the teams get ready, let our casters get pumped up as well. And of course, it's a short break for you as well. So do whatever you need to do. You've got 5 minutes because once we come back from this small commercial break, we're going to jump right into our next series. We'll see you after this.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down. Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island. In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the APAC Regional Finals. I'm here with JJ Kun and Contra as we jump into our next game of the day. It is Rise versus RJ Gaming 2. Or actually, JJ, do they prefer RJ Gaming 2 or RJG2?
You know, RJG2 is kind of a mouthful, so I just say RJ Gaming 2. You know, again, as people say, if something is good, why is there no part 2? Now, since see, I told you, it's a mouthful. RJ Gaming has 2, that means they're good.
All right.
Well, it's interesting because like there's more syllables.
Sorry guys, looks like the draft is ready. I think we're just going to jump right into it. So JJ, Contra, take it away.
Thank you very much, definitely. And yes, and now we're here for the run between these two teams. So far, things are looking pretty sharp for all the teams that have been participating in APAC, excuse me. So, JJ Kun, what are your expectations heading into this best of 3 between the two teams?
You know, one of the players originally coming in from RJ Gaming is currently on RJ Gaming. We need to do something about this. We need to do something about the name here. But yeah, I mean, Rise here is definitely one of the top teams as well in APAC. You know, Bongo OC here, mostly known for the Venusaur before, but now they're just trying to change things up, trying to, you know, get back into the meta that we already have right now, obviously with the new patches and all this. But RJ Gaming 2, we haven't heard of the players of RJ Gaming 2 except for one. I unfortunately have forgotten which player that was. It was originally from RJ Gaming 1. Part 1 and Part 2. Okay, you know what? We're going to call it Part 1 and Part 2. Okay, so, you know, they definitely have the experience for Part 2, but, you know, it's, let's find out if they can be of equal with the first RJ Gaming.
Yeah, and overall, these teams, they have definitely had quite the hurdle to make it to this point. We've already seen their run back in the group stages. Now, of course, more challenges up ahead as we are having both Rise as well as RJG set in the remote stadium, contesting to see who proceeds forward. Of course, we have Howlingo here on the Duraludon. Not really something that we have seen to be the staple pick for many of these teams, but of course it does offer a lot heading into the mid game.
I mean, yeah, sure. You know, like, Duraludon was a staple pick, but unfortunately, you know, with all of the balance patches, it kind of went down, got nerfed and all, and, you know, people kind of stopped using Duraludon. But, you know, Duraludon is still a pretty good pick, I'd say. But right now, RJ Gaming 2 is just showing that a sequel to a Part 1 is definitely making some work.
Yeah, I gotta say that we are once again seeing some priority onto the low 9 tails as well. So RJG, they will have some strong offense when they go in for those objective takedowns. Now they're basically trying to secure a little bit more lead after taking down the Vespi Queen, but all sort of the damage has been able to shove Rise a little bit backwards as RJG, they continue on with the hot pursuit while they secured 11 points from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point on, you know, these 11 points doesn't really matter as much unless it is obviously going to be, you know, scored in by the Serena because of the stacks and all. But other than that, you know, it's still kind of early to tell who's going to be winning this one up. At the very least, you know, Rise here and RJ Gaming 2 still doesn't have any... Well, still doesn't have any advantage against each other. They're still kind of playing it, you know, still trying to play the poking game here.
Yeah, as for Rise, you understand that they're aiming to scale towards the late game. That's where they're going to be looking at their strongest. Of course, just having stability to start off your RJG didn't really press on all too much. So RJG2, yeah, it's starting to get to my tongue, JJ. But I absolutely get your point. Like, these guys, I guess, like, what you really want to do is to not commit any mistakes at all. Hey, we got some trivia going on. Or what's it?
Trivia? What does the trainer name mean here? You know, the IGN here for Bongo C, saying that he chose his name because of the Bongo cat. You know, like the one that's playing the bongo drums.
Absolutely love it.
Meme in the internet. Yeah. Speaking of the drums here, Bongo needs to play these drums because Rubis is just poking them out.
Yeah, hitting them like a drum, I would say. Like, you can see beat after beat. As we see, only Pongo's unlocked for the contest. RJG2.
And of course,
they want to secure this.
The Dreadnought's going to be up as well. And it looks like Haliga right now with the Duraludon going to be able to deal a lot of damage here. But it looks like the Dragon is going to be able to take down that Serena into the side of RJ Gaming Part 2. But there goes 1-for-1 trade. Never mind, not 1-for-1 trade. Yeah, actually 1-for-1 trade. And guessing the Dreadnought as well. Going to be able to take down 2 into the side of Rise. Bongo C wants to get away, but never mind. Dragon Pulse would be the power needed here by RJ Gaming 2 for them to try to get that away. Trying to get that Bongo. Yeah, Bongo trying to get away from them, but no, they're not going to go away.
Yeah, he's just got to gravitate to what Moonboy have said much early on. Like, they're doing it like Tiki-Taka style, where you just move around 1-2, 1-2, get those pickoffs, and Rise is trying to keep up to all these sort of passes while they've actually secured a couple of knockouts of their own. But they kind of overextend once more. Well, they should have actually backed away when they had the chance.
Yeah, but now we might be able to see another pressure here from the side of Rise, especially that they're going to go now into that of the top half, wanting to get in that Rotom. And I think whoever's going to be able to take down the first score goal would have the advantage. And right now, Rise is looking like they want to catch up into that top hat. RJ Gaming 2 can be able to take down that Rotom for themselves, but are they going to be able to push that into the score goal? That is the big question. But never mind, that's not what's going to happen here. The score is still right there. It's still stagnant right here. And in terms of XP though, I think Rise has the upper advantage.
I definitely agree with you. So far, at least they managed to hold back the Rotom in order to at least keep this top side of the goal zone pretty much safe for now. But you know, with 4 members up here, RJG, so long as they pull all the gears into the right place, they should be able to actually get up to speed. But look what we have.
Oh, Rings Unbound. Yeah, Rings Unbound is going to be used here by the Hoopa, but both of them, actually, Zoe even using their own Unite move as well, so that they can bring everyone into that Dreadnought, but it looks like it is going to be RJ Gaming 2. They'll be able to take down that Dreadnought, but Zell here tries to get away. Here comes the Stomp here. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Rise. 2-for-1 trade in favor of RJ Gaming, and just like that, they win that one. They win the team fight. Only 1 casualty, takes a Dreadnought. They won that.
Yeah, like, they've been able to do it in a splendid style overall, but you see Rise, they're also catching up to speed, so it's not too big of a hiccup, I would say, while we have Blissey doing a lot of heavy lifting in the early game so far. They'll be able to quickly teleport, reset, but eventually somebody's got to do something about the siege over on the bottom side, because RJG2, they're just starting to score more and more points. Another 40 coming in from their Blissey.
I like how this game right now, you know, with Rise versus RJ Gaming 2 is kind of a slow game, you know, compared to the previous games, you know, where Perma's Knees and Moonboy were at. Those had like a lot of action, but you know, Rise versus RJ Gaming 2, a little bit too slow here. They're just waiting each other out and probably just, you know, trying to get in some
just cleaner takes.
Waiting down for the Zapdos, you know, just to get the very last one. But look at that. Dragon Pulse is going to be able to take down the Zapdos.
What the snatch?
The Zapdos, rather. The Rotom for themselves to be able to push down the Rotom with the first score goal and going to get that lead as well. Going to be able to destroy the first score goal into the side of Rise. Rise no longer has first score goal to go to the pass. RJ Gaming 2, however, is looking pretty good in terms of XP.
Yeah, and overall, you can see that each one of them are trying to look for the most efficient ways to score as well as to defend. And on the attack, like, they're just trying to find the perfect avenue without needing too much of that conflict. But Rise, on the other hand, I think they're ready for more challenges as they're starting to scale up to speed. Let's take a look at the rest of the members of Rise. Moving on to the Dreadnought. What is RJ Gaming's response?
Oh!
What?
Oh my goodness!
From where?
That was, I mean, that was around the right side of the Dreadnought. You know, Hoopa with that of the Shadow Ball was able to take it out. You know, that's my down now. Correct me if I'm not saying that correctly. That was, you know, the Hoopa with the Shadow Ball going to be able to take down the Dreadnought away from Rise, allowing them to widen the gap that they already have in terms of the XP. Now, in just a few seconds, the Xanthus is going to be coming out, and whoever's going to be winning this team fight will definitely have a huge chance of a flip. Ring Sunbound is going to be used here by Zoe.
Beautiful stuff. Now they're basically focused firing onto Zapdos. Want to secure it real quick. But RJ Gaming 2, they moved in. They took it.
They're going to be able to do that as well. Going to be able to take that one out. That's going to be 4 down to the side of Rise. They'll make that 5. And with this, I don't think there's any chance for Rise to, score back against RJ Gaming 2, and showing us as well that Duraludon still works. Haliga with the Duraludon, dealing a lot of damage, taking down 4 into the side of Rise is just beautiful to watch. And my goodness, even if they can take out RJ Gaming 2, even if they can take out the entire team, Rise doesn't have enough points. And even if they do, it still wouldn't be enough to catch up to RJ Gaming 2.
Yeah, they only have 1 minute to work with, and honestly, there's just not enough of these window for them to even try to score much. And you can see Rise kind of know that this is kind of over and done. Like, you just got to quickly go for that mental reset, because we saw early game, they handled it well enough. So I guess strategizing on how they could possibly coordinate better, because RJ Gaming 2, you saw everything that they did was absolutely clean. And that's also including that Hoopa steal on that Dreadnought.
Right, and look at that right now. It looks like RJ Gaming 2 is just dominating right now. Gonna be able to take down 3 into the side of Rise. No, make that 4. And the Blissey is gonna be the only one left off. Becoming able to Serena, gonna be able to take down that Blissey. Another team wipe here for Team Rise. RJ Gaming 2 is just going to be widening the gap. The next time that Rise is gonna be responding here would be on the next game. So I guess Rise, you'll have to rise up to the next game.
Yeah, overall, this is pretty much one-sided. If I just have to tell the truth, RJ Gaming 2 will have the most convincing victory that we've seen all day here in the APAC Regional Finals.
Right, it wasn't like a no Lucario earlier. I mean, I guess no Lucario from, the earlier match, they really forced the issue against Rise, against their opponents rather, not Rise. But RJ Gaming 2, to compare it, is just that Rise isn't able to answer back against RJ Gaming 2. That whatever they do, they just get punished. They just get eaten up. They are essentially the breakfast here. Well, okay, the dinner for RJ Gaming 2.
And remember this, you mentioned much early on that RJ Gaming 2 was also paired in the same group as their brethren, RJ Gaming, and you're telling me that these guys play so clean and they still lost to their siblings overall. That goes to show that this whole guild, clan, or whatever you want to name it, man, they're just filled with absolute professional trainers.
Yeah, definitely. Again, just to reiterate on what you said, this squad, RJ Gaming 2, they were put in the same bracket, same group rather. I believe that was Group C, right? I believe that was Group C, and they still came on top, being the top 2 of their group. And I think that says a lot, That says a lot. Both of your teams, not a lot of squad was able to do that. Okay, not a lot of squad was able to do that. Everyone on the regional championships right now are on different squads, under different squads, with the exception of RJ Gaming. And RJ Gaming 2 obviously is like from the same squad. But yeah, they are, that is a huge statement. And I think that also means that we cannot dismiss the power that they do have against everyone else from APAC.
I just love the way that RG Gaming 2 played this one out, where not only were they focusing on the objectives, they have a few members up in the front lines to ensure that Team Rise couldn't get anywhere close, and if they do, they just kept on doing damage output that was too hard for them to ignore. It's either you back out of that battle or you just fully commit to it, and the results after some of all these battles that didn't really went on their favor. And I guess they didn't manage to find that scaling that they desired to hit in that tempo that RJ Gaming 2 was playing at.
Yeah, And right now, what do you think should Rise to, you know, going over into game number 2, what do you think should Rise to so that they can, you know, well adjust against RJ Gaming 2?
Yeah, like if we really look at the composition, I don't really see it to be the biggest of an issue because we've seen other teams execute this sort of draft. Like, what you really have to do is to also ensure that your Dragonite on your team has a smooth cruise overall. Like, I believe what we are seeing here is a little bit more passive coming out of Team Rise. Like, you gotta show a little bit more tenacity, a little bit more of some flair heading on to some of all these plays that you're trying to create, because I think they give a little bit more respect as well as room to RJ Gaming from the early stages, and I think eventually you give them an inch to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, right, RJ Gaming 2 didn't really have the lead in the early game. In fact, what I did say is that they were a little bit, you know, playing around and just trying to poke each other out, and it was Rise that actually got a little bit ahead instead of the top path. Whereas the bottom path, it was a little bit so-so, right? But at the end of the day, the moment that there was a team fight, you know, the difference has showed, and RJ Gaming 2 from there on out after the first team fight was just able to win against Team against Team Rise, and they essentially just steamrolled up until the late game, and they almost didn't even have any chance over the Zapdos fight as well.
Yeah, I think it's more of a macro mechanics that they really have to coordinate a little bit better, because all this goes down to communication. After all, Pokemon Unite, it's all about teamwork. And with that being said, RJ Gaming 2, I think as compared to all the games that we had from morning, if you're in GMT 8, up till now, this is by far one of the cleanest ways where you just secure objectives after objectives, and they didn't really seem to be all too troubled. I won't say that, oh, Team Rise wasn't really putting in enough of a fight, but it was due to those circumstances that they were put in that they were rendered into such a position.
Right, and you know, hopefully in the next game they're not going to be, you know, put into that position. Hopefully they can bounce back, and you know, we've seen Rise play out on previous tournament as well. You know, in fact, getting in 4th place on AS Cup, getting in 5th to 6th place tie on May Finals. You know, they were able to qualify for the regional championships due to them getting top 8, being within the top 8 in terms of the leaderboard points, and I think that says a lot for Rise, and I think this is also the game that we're gonna be seeing them awake finally, just like what happened on the previous games where, you know, they might be getting beaten up on the first game, but on the second game they will get the revenge going over to game number 3.
Okay, I like this one better. Now Team Rise, they're switching over to have, of course, Venusaur, and other than that, it seems like there's not too much of a stark difference by switching out the Dragonite instead. So overall, it's just going to be another run-through once again for RJ Gaming 2. So are you expecting any form of different result, especially with the change that we're seeing from Team Rise?
I mean, yeah, I mean, for Team Rise, you know, Bongo, as I mentioned earlier before we started the game, they're kind of known to... Okay, I'll be bold here. I consider Bongo as one of the best, if not the best, Venusaur in the region. So definitely changing this one up, going back to their roots, just like what happened with Reach Pokemon. They went back to their roots with the Sylveon, but this time for Bongo, with that of the Venusaur, I think we're gonna be seeing a huge change here for Rise going against RJ Gaming 2.
Yeah, I hope to witness the best Venusaur in action, and of course, let's see how well could he possibly train his Pokemon overall. We got the first goal already as we have just begun round 2 between RJ Gaming 2 as well as Team Rise. So a little bit of a push and pull. Vosh already soaking a little bit more damage than he should. We'll have to give away a couple of all these wild Pokemons to be secured by RJ Gaming 2.
Yeah, Maidang now still running that, Hoopa. Still gonna be the same here, but it looks like RJ Gaming 2, you know, Yamu going to be able to take down the Sarina into the side of Fries, allowing it, denying it some XP, delaying it as well, and not allowing it to get its momentum, not allowing it to get its pressure against them into that other top path. And I think that's going to be a huge problem for Rise if they can't pressure up top into that other top path. But right now, Nyara is going to be taken out. No, not quite yet. Going to be able to survive.
Still surviving.
But with this 3v2 situation right now, it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, they would be able to at least put some pointers in. Team Rise just trying to get some more done, but it's going to be this arena that eventually secures another knockout. So RJ Gaming 2, they extend the lead over the bottom. Oh my word! Did you just see that, JJ?
I think, you know, it's not. I mean, it's not what it's big. At the very least, they were able to get the one. Obviously, the camera is going to be a big help here for Team Rise. But I just want to go back into, you know, what happened in the top path. I think the hyperspace hole then, it was a little bit mistimed. I think they had a pretty good chance of taking down 2 of the Pokemon from the side of RJ Gaming if it wasn't for the hyperspace hole. But unfortunately, with the mistimed hyperspace hole, they just went back and, you know, just risked only 1 Pokemon getting taken out, and you know RJ Gaming was able to capitalize for that. But look at this right now. Bongo is going to be taken out as well. Necro going back as well. Not going to be, you know, Zoe here. Not going to be catching up on time to help down Bongo. And just like that, RJ Gaming 2 now has the lead. Now has the pressure into the other top path, and we are looking like it's going to be the same here for the bottom path as they have 4 Pokemon into that path.
Yeah, they're just sticking together like a glue, and I just love how Hallyu as well as Maga now, they've been working in tandem overall now, trying to get some zone control as the Dreadnought's coming up real soon.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It only took 4 Pokemon from the side of RJ Gaming to push back Rise. And with the help of this arena right now with Yamu, my goodness, they are doing a lot of damage right now. Going to be able to take down 2 inside of Rise. Going to have some resets here, but they're just going to wait for them. But unfortunately, they did not transfer back, teleport back instead of the hyperspace hole. And it doesn't matter because Rise is just going to be eaten up here with this 5-man rotation going back now.
And this time around, RJ Gaming 2 is just working so efficiently, just like how we saw in the past game. But this time, they are basically ramping up in terms of speed. It's like, yeah, we knew how Team Rise played. They like to at least take that slow way out of that laning phase. So after that, you know, Team Rise, they lost out on that Dreadnought fight. They have to give away from the goal zone, and there's no point teleporting back because they're just gonna have a couple more Pokemons being knocked out. Let's see, can they hold on though?
Right, I think this is a pretty good chance here for Team RJ Gaming too. But unfortunately, they went ahead and pushed down that Rotom. It could have been that Rotom could still go into that second tier score goal if they, you know, if they could have like scored in over a cap that first tier score goal. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But going down to the bottom path, I mean, Rise here definitely need to rise up the ranks because RJ Gaming too is eating them up.
Yeah, like they've just had this pure confidence in their play. Just look at them having perfect formation in every one of all these rotation, to the way that they just place themselves in all these engagements that they've been seeking out for. So Team Rise, they're seeking places to at least get some energy being stored up. Like, they know it's not an option to contest directly because this arena is already hitting level 11 on RJ Gaming.
Rings and bounds is going to be used once again for both of the Hoopas here, but let's find out who's going to be going on top. But it looks like Yamu's going to be able to take down the Venusaur. Don't make the 3 down. Up B coming in from Yamu again into that of the Hoopa. Still not going to be enough, however, but it doesn't matter because 4 is going to be going down. Hoopa wants to get away here, but I don't think Zoe's going to be able to catch up. Oh my goodness, with a stab down B from Yamu. Going to be able to take down everyone from the side of Rise and takes the Dreadnought as well. Huge XP jump here from before that team fight.
It's just amazing how they're so clean in every battle that they take. I might sound like a broken record right now, but man, they just can't keep going at it time and time again and not really commit too much of a mistake. Or I could be wrong, because 2 more minutes, you know, it's going to be the spawn of the Zapdos, but overall, just having all their core members here already well established, this Duraludon is going to go unstoppable. Level 13 now.
Yeah, I mean, level 13 Duraludon definitely would deal a lot of damage, but we have to consider as well that, you know, Yama with the Serena is already at level 12, and just a little bit more, it would deal more damage. With the Duraludon and the Serena being at level 12 level 13 respectively, it's just the damage that you're going to be dealing against Rice is just going to be so much that I don't think the Blazy would be able to sustain this, to sustain the Venusaur of Bongo in team fights.
It's going to take a while for them to be able to at least find a way to sustain. So you can see that they're just going on full defense. Like, they're not even extending more than half a portion of the map. They know that it's too much of a risk to take. Like you said, RJG will have Yemo on a ready to just click onto the Queen's Ascendants, and whoever gets picked off, man, good luck to him.
Right, you know, at this point on, RJ Gaming 2 doesn't even need the Zapdos for them to win, because a lot of them already has points. They can essentially just give away the Zapdos into Team Rise, and with the help of the Hoopa, you know, rings and bounce, score into this last year's score goal, and from there on out, they can just, like, well, back score.
Yeah, they know this is a chance to give up the Dreadnought, but they're also moving into the top goal zone, so they want to quickly get those points in. But then again, if you're really fighting for Zapdos,
wow,
you're gonna do
they're going nowhere. Oh my goodness! I thought they're gonna be able to get down. Gonna be able to take down Tree, but unfortunately not enough time. But at the very least, they were able to take down that Cramorant, allowing them, you know, freeing them a lot against crowd controls, especially with the help of you know, the Cramorant.
Yeah, they will still have 5 members up and ready though, but they're being pushed back. Like, they didn't really have to force the Zapdos. They understand, like, all you want to do as RJ Gaming 2 is to force them to come in.
Oh, here we go. Ring Sambas going to be used again. And oh my goodness, Ruins Revolve. A Revolving Ruins rather is going to be used as well. Going to be 4 down inside of Team Rise. And that's going to be 5. RJ Game is going to be able to secure the Zapdos for themselves. And from here on out, I think, yes, it's still a minute and a half, but I really think so that this is a game here for RJ Gaming 2.
Yeah, and basically RJ Gaming 2 read them like a book. Eventually, if we tickle down the HP bars of Zapdos enough, Team Rise will come running directly into the central area. And lo and behold, every one of these members of RJ Gaming 2 were on standby, just waiting by the corner of the bush. And when they strike, they basically hit a home run. So now, 1 minute left. With 99 points, hard to keep up against RJ Gaming.
You won't be able to keep up. You won't be able to 1v1. You know, you won't be able to 1v1 that Duraludon. It's already gotten its final power spike as well. And you know, RJ Gaming, what they're doing right now is just buying time so that Rise won't be able to get in. But even if they do allow it, and even if they can just, like, you know, even if they just stand up, even if they do just stand up in the game, it still wouldn't change a thing. They would still win. And just like that, this is a huge statement here coming in from RJ Gaming 2. We are going to be winning this one, and perhaps we are one of the teams that you should look out for that Worlds qualifier.
That's right. Watch this team, because RJ Gaming 2 is going to rise above the rest as they will secure back-to-back points to put themselves up in the losers round 3 run. So, JJ, I think, like, even though they were knocked down previously by the other teams, like, this team still have so much to offer overall. Like, do you think it's a final form? Because I feel like they're just getting started right here.
I mean, you know, RJ Gaming, it's a very formidable squad, right? And it's a very formidable squad. And knowing that they contain it into just one team had them form this RJ Gaming 2. So I wouldn't say that they're not strong. They are definitely strong. And if they got recognized here by RJ Gaming, then they have a lot to offer. And as you can see, they had a huge lead against Rise.
Yeah, overall, they were basically dictating the pace, the tempo of how this entire run has been played. Not only in this matchup that was just concluded, sure, we could run it back and see how did they do it every step of the way. Overall, I think like you've mentioned about the missed times of Team Rise, and it may have actually costed them a fair bit, but when it comes down to preparation for the next objectives, I think that is where it's kind of lacking, and unfortunately to say, like, that's going to be the last of what Team Rise could possibly pull off, and unfortunately, they won't be making it to London.
Right, but you know, here we have been. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye here to Team Rise. I would have to say goodbye to Team Rise here. They're not going to be able to get in on that. Regardless, the Worlds here. RJ Gaming 2, however, is going to be proceeding forward. And again, this is something new of a comp that we have for RJ Gaming 2, as our other casters have actually, pointed out. We have the Alone on Ninetales here, Raldon. You'd see that RJ Gaming 2's composition right now is more designed to be pressuring up the other team. And if they can't get their power spike, if they can't get their gap, if they can't get their momentum from the early game, they would have a hard time. But at the very least, they still have the prowess to deal damage against the other. And just like that, RJ Gaming 2 is going to be the ones that's going to be moving forward in this tournament.
To me, what I'm really impressed about RJ Gaming 2 is that, sure, they may not have participated back in the AOS finals. They made it to top 24, and look at how far they've come every single tournament that they've participated in. They just keep jumping up the ladder, and I won't be surprised if they're going to end up at least top 4 with this sort of play that they've been displaying.
Well, you know what they say, not all sequels are bad. But firstly, congratulations to RJG2 for making it through. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Rise, as they were sitting on their last life. They are now officially eliminated from the tournament. But the journey continues for a lot of these teams. We are still going to be sticking in this lower bracket, folks. I think we are done in the upper bracket. So, JJ, Contra, firstly, JJ, I want to ask you, if we haven't seen these two teams play against each other, right? We haven't seen the RJ brothers go against each other.
Right.
If they did, which is very possible if you take a look at how the brackets are now, but if the RJ teams go up against each other, who do you think is actually the better team?
Okay, so we've seen RJ Gaming, right? We've seen RJ Gaming on the AOS Cup, but definitely dealt a lot of played really good, right? They play really good, but I don't think we've seen RJ Gaming just yet. I don't think they've done their 100% against Reach Pokemon earlier. That's why they are currently in the lower bracket. But like with the kind of performance that RJ Gaming 2 has, you can definitely see how they kind of adapted from the first team, where both of the teams are really aggressive. But to answer your question, really, this is actually pretty hard. At one point, right, at one aspect, I'd like to say RJ Gaming 2, but if RJ Gaming Part 1 can, like, get their power spike first, then RJ Gaming 2, being their composition of a more of attacker, they would have a hard time going against RJ Gaming. So it all depends whoever's going to be taking in the early game, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything to add, Contra, before we go for a quick break?
Well, referring to the group stages, RJ Gaming might have won, but it looks like they're struggling overall in these brackets. So I think that this is just maybe just a little bit glimpse into what we might be expecting. But I'm pretty sure that Permasneeze as well as Moonboy, they're happy to see who's on that winner's bracket though.
Absolutely. But we are going to go for a quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Contra. But as always, we are going to go for a 5-minute break. And once we return, we'll jump into our next game of the day. So we'll see you after this.
Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokémon UNITE. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready? Go!
First, First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
Trainers, welcome back to the APAC Regional Finals. Midway completely messed me up because my intro in my ear. Thanks, Midway. I mean, I guess that's one way to start a show, but firstly, welcome Midway and Pepper Sneeze to the broadcast. So our next matchup of the day is, firstly, we're still in the lower bracket here. It's RJ Gaming versus Rohan. Any of these teams, whoever wins will go on. Unfortunately, the loser is going to be eliminated. So both of these teams are literally on their last leg. Let's just quickly go through these teams because I believe the draft is almost ready. Rohan, RJ Gaming, hit me. What have we got?
Rohan, like I said, one of the top Indonesian teams, the sleeper, because at this point, Rise and Overdrive are knocked out. They are going to be the last Indonesian hope in this tournament, so they're carrying the pride of their region on their back. For RJ Gaming, however, they were completely dominant throughout the group stage. They have that entirety. Look at those perfect uniforms, like you were saying, Daddy. But, you know, they seem to be struggling a little bit during this bracket, like Contra was mentioning.
I do believe the draft is ready, so let's jump right into it. Rohan versus RJ Gaming. Take it away, Permasneeze and Moonboy.
Let's get to it. You know one thing about APAC that I realized? All of these team names start with R for some reason. Like, what is up with that? I don't understand.
But I guess, like, you know, we like the word R, like it's really cool, like really, like, you know, royalty. Like, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at the draft right here. It seems like it's gonna be a mirror composition coming in from both sides. Not too much to explain about, right? We have seen this composition again and again the whole day today. It just does what it does. There's like lots of damage coming in from Dragonite as well. Serena is just solid, and those sustainability coming in from the Venusaur, Blissey, and also Hoopa as well.
It goes back to what we were talking about the out execution, right? When you're playing these mirror matchup, it all comes down to the minute differences. Now, I'm gonna have to double check this, but if I'm not wrong, that Blissey on the Rohan side actually opted to get a potion instead. For their health item. So that's definitely an interesting choice and not something that we see a lot. Of course, there is a merit to it, right? Because, you know, every time we see the potion, we're like, oh, you know, it's this person doesn't have health items unlocked. This guy's new, man. But potion actually not that bad. For the cooldown and the burst heal that it gives you, allows you to sustain longer in that fights. And sometimes that's exactly what a Blissey needs just to get another round of her moves off.
Yep, if you guys have realized that all over the world, or even on Leather itself, the potion health item has gained a lot of popularity, a lot of traction moving forward. Let's see if this would reward them. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just move right to the next round right here with Rohan versus RJ Gaming. The best of Indonesia going up against the best of Hong Kong, Taiwan.
Absolutely here. RJ Gaming getting a little bit shown up by their sister team based on the results so far, so they definitely have something to prove. If not, they might be the one who kind of shifted to the 2 position and lose their main team privileges instead. But one interesting thing I want to note is that actually there's a bit of a role swap since we last saw them, right? In the past, it was Giraffe in this top half playing the Lucario that we remember him for, but now it's actually Ikura who's going to be running that Serena in the top half for RJ Gaming instead.
Yeah, moving forward into the Mew patch, you know, teams have to adapt to what the meta is actually like. And this is, I actually like what RJ Gaming is doing, right? Like, you know, doing this switcheroo around, showing that the team has so much flexibility. I'm not just stuck to one Pokemon or one role because I could just play the game as what it is. And this is what RJ Gaming is trying to show. And, you know, that rotation coming into the top side by both Central Area Pokemon is gonna see they really want to support those Serena to get those levels up.
Yeah, I mean, it's RJ Gaming with the advantage because their Dragonite got here first, but a nice reset gets Utoki Ranger out of that, but doesn't manage to fish out their Dragonite. Now Thorfinn in a bit of trouble as well. There's the boosted auto attack, paralyzing up that poor Koopa and leaving her with nowhere to run. They're gonna make use of the numbers advantage here just to get a couple dunks in and put that goal zone down to 16 points left this early on.
Yep, things are looking great for RJ Gaming right over here, you know, putting in so much pressure on the top side, and the Steenie is already at level 5 right now. Like, things are just looking great. But however, in the bottom side as well, it seems like, you know, both Blissey is having a little bit more EXP compared to those Venusaur, but RJ Gaming is being pushed back down in the bottom. Maybe it's time for Shindesu to come down to help.
Off camera, we're gonna see one Steenie beat out the other. RJ Gaming Steenie, or rather Ikura, making full use of the advantage gained by the early maneuvers and taking out their counterpart. Meanwhile, we didn't get to see this as well, but they actually went into the central area. Between the Dragonash, Shingdesu of RJ Gaming and the Hoopa, they did the classic, you know, invade, and then they hyperspace portal back home. So while that was happening, of course, the Bulbasaur does go down, which isn't the cutest, but RJ Gaming, they're in the lead here for sure.
Yep, RJ Gaming is definitely leading on the top side. Take a look at this. Ikura and Ray is just, you know, putting in so much pressure. Here comes Shindesu into the fray as well. They're just trying to break the top side so that those rotation coming in from the Hoopa would be immobilized.
Yeah, they need to be so careful here because level 4 only on Giraffe, and Kolos Ranger already has that Hyper Beam up, can definitely chunk these 2 Pokemon out if they're not too careful. Look at that HP disappear. Did you see that, Moonboy? That Bulbasaur just got roasted.
Yep, that is how those Hyper Beam actually work right there, guys. And there we have, you know, both teams going to square off while the Dreadnought goes live. Rohan already got a good positioning. RJ goes for the reset, and they will be back for blood.
They are back for absolutely nothing. It seems they don't actually make it in time. And here's the Draco Impact finishing off the Blissey. They found that Bulbasaur as well. Sorry, Ivysaur. And in comes the return. There's Ikura trying to make an impact. The Draco Impact to follow. But the Dragon Neck on the side of Rohan already cleaning up. Colo Ranger coming out with so much damage on his Hyper Beam. There's a KO streak of 3. What is this? Is this a... We saw this earlier as well, but not racking up those numbers. He's going to be more than happy with that performance though. Colo Ranger popping off on his Dragonite.
This might be the comeback that Rohan needs, right? Like, getting that Dreadnought and also winning that fight. Just pushing RJ Gaming right back. Then RJ Gaming not coming back from the portal might have cost them a little bit of time or a lot of EXP moving forward as well. As both teams scrambles right to the top side. I believe it's gonna be 2v2 on the top side. So, that Rotom is definitely gonna be the eye prize right here. Ikura taking down one of them in process. And Ranger might not be in range to get out of this.
The Serena breaks open the go zone, which means no more reinforcements are on their way. The Dragonite can't make its way up here. And there is the Chop Kick as well, slowing down Hamu Ranger. That's a kill streak of 3, but in comes Lanaya with the Verdant Anger. It's straight up onto this Dragonite. Gonna be able to take him down almost. The Marble Skill keeping him up and running just for now. But there's the Queen Ascendant trying to fight up. There are the Chop Kicks. It's enough. Ikura, he's just popping off right now. They're taking turns, and this time it's Ikura who gets in the driver's seat and steers it home for RJ Gaming.
Wow, at this point in time, it's still anybody's game, but I believe right here, RJ Gaming is in a little bit of a back foot right now. Look at this, Ivysaur only at level 7 compared to Rohan's level 10 Venusaur. Things is going to be looking very difficult for RJ Gaming. They have to try to feed a little bit more EXP onto that Venusaur, get him to Venusaur so that those Verdant Anger would be impactful later on.
Oh, trying for the steal there is Utoki Ranger, but slightly mistimed it. Now in a little bit of trouble. Drop kick, but there's the Queen's Ascendant to turn it around. Can he get this KO? He's 2 levels up, but the Storms, the drop kicks, the resets, are they there? There's the shield, the Grassy Glide. Utoki Ranger needs to be so careful, has to run for his precious last bit of HP. But getting chased out by his counterpart. Meanwhile, Dreadnought on the bottom half. Who's it gonna get cleaned up by? I believe that was the side of Rohan who managed to grab it. Are the shields enough? They take down Z-Ray. There's the Draco Impact. Straight onto the entire side of RJ Gaming. They need to run for the hills right now. Bliss's distance on to Shane Desu, trying to get him out of the situation. There is the Hyper Beam. Takes him down. Held down by Lanaya. Rohan take that fight in commanding fashion, break open the go zone, and man, what a team fight.
Colo Ranger literally brought the fight to them. Those damage coming in from those Hyper Beam and those Dragon Dance just hype it up by so much. I think the key difference right there is definitely going to be that Venusaur having those sustainability and those shredding potential coming in with those Petal Dust is just too much to handle. Giraffe only at level 9 at this point. How could he come back and how can he keep it on par to his opponent?
Oh dear, Ikura gonna get picked up again, and I do want to point out RJ Gaming, when they did falter in the Yale's Cup when we last watched them, it was Giraffe who was sort of not pulling the weight on that Lucario, getting taken advantage of, and it's starting to kind of look the same again. His Venusaur just a bar below Lanaya's, 2 levels behind. No, it is 3. He's actually the lowest level in his team. He's level 9 on this Venusaur as the attacker role.
Yup, as of right now, RJ Gaming do have that point lead. So, they have to try to capitalize on that, not allow Rohan to do anything, get the Zapdos, and that is probably the only game plan because right now, they can't pick a fight against Rohan. Look at Rohan's level. Look at those, like carry Pokemon coming in from Rohan. They're just doing it so much work for the team.
Yeah, nice position here coming out from that Koopa from Rohan on the bot path. He knows he can kind of hold that perimeter by himself and bring the team down with a Rings Unbound if he needs to. But now they're looking towards the Rotom here. Ikura jumping forward with the Chop Kick, trying to do some damage. The Marble Scale is going to prop for Colo Ranger, meaning that he's not going to take as much damage. Hamu as well has a soft boil and gets out of there. So no real way for RG Gaming to initiate. And just like that, they weren't able to find a fight. But in the meanwhile, they find the Rotom, and that's going to be a nice bit of pressure for them.
Yep, additional pressure coming in for Rotom. 40 more seconds. We are not going to see a mini Zapdos coming in for this one. But this really bought a lot of time for RJ Gaming. Take a look at this. They're immediately rotating straight right down to the bottom side. But Rohan spotted it. Hyperspace hole, potting the rest of team down to stop RJ Gaming from getting that Dreadnought.
They have to know the Koopa's down here. The portal shows, but they managed to grab the Dreadnought. So that's a much needed objective take from the side of RJ Gaming, at least evening out the score a little bit. Meanwhile, top half, they kind of picked off Hamu Ranger. And that's going to be a nice pick-off going into the final stretch. The respawn timer is a little bit low, so it's not like it's going to impact this final stretch very much. But getting that nice bit of additional experience is definitely important.
Yeah, but however, that BC is going to be having additional buff up onto that Blitz assistance as well. As the Zapdos goes live, RJ Gaming is in position, waiting for Rohan to come in, and they are on that ambush. Take a look at this. Everybody's just hiding in the brush, waiting to strike on Rohan.
I like this move because this RJ Gaming Venusaur is clearly waiting for the rings about to bring him in, but they have to be careful because if Z-Ray opens his portal at the wrong spot, could send that Venusaur straight into his demise. He's just going to join the fight manually right now as both teams staring up each other. This good old Mexican standoff as nobody really wants to pull the trigger, but it's going to be this Serena who goes in for now. The Queen's Ascendant answer back. Going to pop Ikura up to the sky. Can Ikura get his own Unite move off? Yes, they can. Draco impact onto the back lines. Stunning up Dolphin on that Hoopa Unbound, but the stun is right back the other way. Hyperspace Fury coming out as well. No one going down for now, but the Serena is going to drop. 2 down already. Rohan, they're starting to take advantage in this fight. Nobody on the side of Rohan has even dropped at all. Amazing kiting coming in from Rohan. They eat the initiation of RJ Gaming, and they're not relenting. Both Hyper Beams swinging and missing, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. They finally take down Utoki Ranger, but it's too little too late. As Rohan, they're going to be able to grab up the Zapdos and head straight for the goal zones.
But level difference actually did come into fruition, and Rohan took advantage of that and took that fight to RJ Gaming. Despite RJ Gaming being an initiator right over there, they have every capability to bring them down. RJ Gaming dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 like fries, and there's no way for them to come back off this one. Take a look at this. 30 more seconds on the clock. Rohan leading by a mere 300 points. And right here, RJ Gaming have to try to win one big team fight and deposit 300 points. Is looking really steep climb for them.
It just kind of feels like Rohan, they took that fight perfectly. They knew that RJ Gaming were fiending for an angle, and the second the Serena from RJ Gaming tried to go in, Ikura jumped straight in with the double drop kicks. It was immediately nullified. It was so awkward for the side of RJ Gaming because they thought our Serena is going in, we can collapse and follow. But the thing is, as soon as the Serena went in, Queen's Ascendant from Rohan Serena instead pops her up and just takes her out of the fight. From there, the rest of the side of RJ Gaming trying to collapse inwards just get eaten up by Rohan's remaining team members. So really nicely played from them to win that crucial fight and flip the game. Up until that point, they were on the back foot. It was pretty even all around, but RJ Gaming, they're not able to close it out when it matters. And Colo Ranger on that Dragonite, what a performance.
I think the weakest link for RJ Gaming is definitely going to be Giraffe, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Under-leveled the whole game and unable to keep up the Lanaya. So, that is probably the downfall or the start of the fall for RJ Gaming because, Giraffe fell really early in the bottom lane as well, unable to get much farm and just getting bullied by Lanaya again and again and again. And that might be the result that why RJ Gaming was not scaling enough and just literally brought that loss for RJ Gaming. So, good job to Rohan right here, but RJ Gaming is not a team that surrenders, so they will be coming back strong in game number 2.
Yeah, I think I do agree with your point about Giraffe sort of falling behind, but I do want to draw everyone's attention back to the early rotations. We're talking about the Dragonair and where they choose to go. Actually, Rohan's Dragonair, Colo Ranger, decided to make a bit of a detour. That's why we saw him come late to the top half, because he was actually pushing back that Bulbasaur and not allowing him to get EXP. Just that small bit of EXP was more than enough for them to capitalize and take the lead from there. So really nicely done for them. As we're going to take a quick look back at how all of that happened, and as we see, this Dragonite is up in this top half, but at the same time, that means that this Venusaur has been already pressured up. At this first Dreadnought, the Colo Ranger Dragonite already has the finger on the trigger, and they time it perfectly along with that steamy ability as well. So coming out, the Draco Impact from there, it just starts to go haywire, right? Because at this point, Giraffe has fallen like what, 2-3 times?
I mean, RJ Gaming had a really good early game, right? Like for the first 3 minutes into the game, they were doing so well. But after the first Dreadnought, everything just spiraled downwards for them because, Rohan has so much fighting capability. Take a look at this, right? Fighting just right in front of the hook of RJ Gaming. And yet, that Dragonite could get a 3 KO and just, clean up every single Pokemon from RJ Gaming. So this is just what Rohan is all about. And they will be bringing the game. They won this 2-0 victory and they won their London dream to still be alive.
Absolutely here. And Rohan, you know, they suffered a bit of a tough loss in the past game that we cast of them, but still kind of putting up a good fight. I think key thing to note as well is Hamu Ranger, so much sustain coming out from the soft boil and the potion that they opted to go for. And because of that, able to keep themselves up and running in the fights, which means more heals, which means RJ Gaming can't actually finish off any of the members. We saw it come into play in this final fight as well. Nobody but Serena from the side of Rohan going down, which allows them to just dunk in these points and get their lead up to 400.
Yeah, take a look at this. The match MVP for this round is Kolos Ranger on that Dragonite. So we have seen this Dragonite again and again, and he has been back in this patch, right? Like those hyper beams are just so heavy in terms of the damage department, and it melts every single objective, every single enemy down from a 1 turret to a 0 immediately.
Absolutely. I mean, how many times at this point, if you needed a testament to how strong Dragonite is in this patch, just count back to how many times the match MVP card was actually a Dragonite player, right? I'm not saying it's an easy Pokemon, by no means. I've tried it out myself. Just trying to manage your Dragon Dancers, trying to manage your maneuverability and manage your booster auto attacks. It's not easy. It's not like you have a Unite move that is like a be-all end-all fight winner as well. You really need to play your mechanics very, very well. And Kolos Ranger, you know, he demonstrates that he has mastery over this Pokemon and he just outdid his opponents.
Yep, and not just that, right? Those, Draco Impact really have to be well-timed and well-positioned to actually make a impactful Unite move against your opponent. So, moving straight right into game number 2, RJ Gaming really have to tie those loose ends in the early game if they want a game number 3. Because Rohan is not allowing them to rest, right? They actually took a loss from NL previously, and they might have taken a bit of a lesson home and just, and actually applied it right over here in this matchup.
That's true. They do say, after all, that the best way to learn is to lose. And boy, did they lose to NL just now. That was not pretty. But I mean, for sure, after that kind of game, you really kind of go back, think about the things that went wrong. And, that's the cute thing, right? Even though a mirror matchup, we've seen it time and time again. And it's like, okay, this is the same old thing. Not exactly, right? For each of these teams, every time they play against it, and even when they play against a better team who's running this composition, there's a few key things that they'll pick up. They're like, oh, this player outdid me in this regard. Maybe I can try it myself. And we're seeing them apply some of these tricks to outdo RJ Gaming here.
Yep, take a look at this. Rohan has no reason to change their composition, but however, on RJ Gaming side, 3 all-rounders, ladies and gentlemen. A switch onto that AG Slash and that Slow Bro. No Hoopa rotation coming for RJ Gaming. They're just gonna play all simple Pokemon Unite.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. There's 2 situations where this kind of thing happens, because on one hand, it might be a situation where, these teams, they're so flexible, they can play multiple Pokemon. That's why Giraffe is kind of going to the Blissey right now and Z-Ray is taking over. Here is the side that a lot of people don't talk about. When you do play these team battlers, you need to rely on your teammates and you need to trust that they can do their jobs. But with Giraffe, he's been, and as we said, this is not Flame, this is just a fact. Back in the AOS Cup, it was sort of the faltering on his Lucario that sort of caused RJ Gaming to sort of lose their advantage in some of these games. Same situation for earlier, right? We had Giraffe on the Ivysaur just constantly being picked off and getting overextended and picked up, just taken down. And then now he's being rotated with Blissey. I sure hope that it isn't a situation where they're like, oh, why don't you just go on the Blissey? We'll settle the game from there, because that's where it can sort of get ugly. That's where the trust can sort of start to get uprooted within your team, and that's not how you win a team game.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So this is the second game right here with Rohan already leading 1 point up. RJ Gaming is trying to go for the push right here. They push it to game number 3. If not, it's gonna be bye-bye for them. And Ray is on the offense now. This is not where you want to be as a AG Slash, right? Like, you are taking double damage at this stage. Like, you don't really want to be so offensive, just pushing right into a Bulbasaur.
Yeah, in case you guys aren't familiar with this Pokemon, this is when he's at his Horn Edge stage, and even at the Double Edge, you don't really have access to your defensive move yet, which means that you're not getting all that juicy bonus attacks and getting that mini stun off as well as the healing. You're just going in, no defenses whatsoever. So he's just free and easy to just kind of get slapped around. He can do a lot of damage, but it's at the cost of his own vulnerability as well. Now, RJ Gaming, once again, they've brought out the Dragonair to this top path to try and even the score, and they managed to split those Bs half-half. So not too bad for them to start.
Yep, on the top side it's looking kind of even, but however RJ Gaming is trying to put a little bit more pressure down on that bottom side. They have to try to control the Naya from him doing his shenanigans, but however that Blissey from Rohan is just doing so much healing on that Bulbasaur, so it's not going to be going down so easily. So it's down to RJ Gaming. How are we going to crack this Bulbasaur?
The boosted attacks, are they enough? They're there for Z-Ray. Lines them up perfectly with the Sacred Sword, which allows him to get a bunch of stacks of his booster attacks. Now he has to be a bit careful because there's Kolos Ranger. The surf across, nicely done. But actually denying that. Now it's Z-Ray in a bit of trouble. Can he finish off this Dragonair? Absolutely not. Hamu Ranger, the real MVP, just keeping his central area Pokemon up, faces his fate, understands that a sacrifice must be made. So he just goes and accepts his own KO.
Yep, I mean, you don't want Colo Ranger to be going down this early, right? You want that Dragonair to get as much EXP as possible so that he could be that Dragonite and start bridging those Hyper Beam onto their opponent. But, and just sacrificing himself just to allow his mid-central area Pokemon to run a little bit free, like that is just a worthy sacrifice coming in from a support player.
Absolutely. Now, RJ Gaming, the points aren't really indicative of anything at the moment, right? It's still early stages. If anything, these are just middling points that you got to score while your opponents were down for a little bit. The second set of B is going to mostly be cleaned up because RJ Gaming have the man advantage, but they have the Hoopa on the side of Rohan. So they're going to bring the whole squad to the bot side. Meanwhile, the Serena on RJ Gaming has to make the long walk down here instead. They could start things off while they know they're not here. The Kolos Ranger are going to start attacking up onto this Dreadnought. Meanwhile, they're getting the punches off. Onto the side of Rohan, a nice Sacred Sword, but just like I said, no guard means that he evaporates. The Serena gonna finish off Lucia on that Slowbro as well, but at least Shing Desu manages to secure that objective for his team. There's the Draco Impact finishing off the Ivysaur, and here is Ikura ready to play. The reset is gonna bring Utoki Ranger out of there, but it's not gonna be Blissey that is so lucky. Ikura now facing off against Utoki Ranger. They're dashing around, there's the Draco Impact, but the drop kick out of that situation. Now RJ getting Shing Desu, getting his Marvel skill popped. Needs to be careful, but another reset coming out from Rohan's Hoopa, but at the cost of their own support. So that Hoopa is going to go down, but manages to get Colo Ranger out of there, which is huge because that comeback EXP would have really helped RJ Gaming.
Yep, that fight right there is definitely going straight right to RJ Gaming, right? Taking the Dreadnought, and then it seems like Colo Ranger might have lost his way or missed the trade back into that fight, and therefore stuck, and he had to make the long trip down to the bottom side as well. So that actually makes a difference, and not allowing them to just close off that Dreadnought for Rohan.
Yeah, absolutely. Rohan gonna grab up this Rotom and continue to try and pressure this in. They wanna ideally break open this tier 1 Go Zone as much as possible. Of course, this is not so much of a factor since they don't have a Hoopa on RJ Gaming, so we might see them leave it at a bit of a low remaining energy count, right? Just so they can get those double dunks in somewhere down in the future.
Yep, a Manu Ranger right there. He's stuck on the base just for a little bit. It got me worried for a while. But he's back. It's totally fine. But like right here, like Rohan seems like they are on a great foot moving forward. But Shindesu is already at level 11. Like that Dragonite has to be stopped or controlled by Rohan. If not, it's gonna be really difficult to be dealing with. Those all-rounded is fully evolved at this point in time. And as we are moving from the mid to the late game, and they will be paying the dividends against Rohan. There you have Hyper Beam. And it seems like the Blissey is not going out of here alive, and Z-Ray just slashes him right down.
A bit of an awkward move there coming out from Hamu Ranger, I'm not gonna lie, because I feel like, you don't really have any business being there, especially since you don't see anyone on RJ Gaming. You can't just walk up all willy-nilly like that, and because that Blissey just kind of gets taken down so early on, right? Rohan actually can't even contest here. We're gonna opt for some dunks in the top side instead, but like you said, the Dreadnought provides such a huge chunk of EXP and allows RJ Gaming to really even out this game.
Yep, I mean, at this point in time, it seems pretty even, right? But RJ Gaming actually has a little bit of a level advantage. Level 12 on that Dragonite is going to be making a lot of difference moving forward as well. But it seems like Rohan is being pushed to the back foot right now, and RJ Gaming is stepping on every single gas that they could find, and they are on the push. They won that Rotom, and they won Rohan down as well.
Ooh, LC Lucia going out for the telekinesis, but there's the Rings Unbound pop. Y-Guard as well, pushing away that Hoopa. No one to drop for now. The sustain is enough, but Venusaur is gonna fall inside Rohan. Dolphin falling back to the Citrus Berry, but surging forward is RJ Gaming. There is the Aegis Slash. Shing, 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 and cuts them all down. Welcome to the kitchen, and you're on the chopping board, trying to finish them off right now. Still has the backup of his Slowbro, surfing them up, and they're just gonna continue to put pressure up into this tier 1 Go Zone. Rohan They don't have any way to respond at the moment, and they are gonna have to concede this part of the map.
This is the kind of comeback that RJ Gaming actually want to see, right? And once everyone is fully skilled, that's so hard for Rohan to actually keep up with that one. Keep away the main attackers away from the fight. Take down the Dragon Knight, take down the Serena, take down the Venusaur, and there's no damage to be dealt to RJ Gaming. All they have is a unbound form Hoopa. There's nothing much that he could do against 5 men from RJ Gaming.
I'm not gonna lie, if I'm the Venusaur and Rohan, I'd be sweating right now. In this economy, up against an Aegis Slash, a Dragon Knight, and a Serena, they're just gonna be coming for you. If you go up close to them, you're just gonna get popped, and that's exactly what we saw. But it's sort of a kind of catch-22 situation, right? Because if you're not in the thick of the fight, you're not gonna be doing any damage, and you're such a large component of Rohan's damage composition, right? You need to be in the thick of things. But it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna just tank out all these boosted autos coming out from Z-Ray. He had a bit of a rough start, but now that he's at that Aegis Slash stage, able to sustain in these fights a whole lot longer.
Yep, another Dreadnought immediately going straight right to RJ Gaming right now. And it seems like they are just in a comfortable position with that additional shield moving into the final stretch. They are ready to take on Rohan. They are ready to take the fight to them. You got that Hoopa is totally okay because I have really heavy burst damage. I will be taking every single Pokemon down with those slash and dice coming in with my Aegis Slash.
Exactly, and Aegis Slash was a Pokemon I honestly expected to see a lot more of, but only now, in the second last game of the day, are we seeing this Pokemon make its appearance. But we're seeing why, has a bit of a rough early start and very susceptible to being flanked and taken out early on. But once he scales up, he can become absolutely unstoppable. We're seeing a sneaky dunk coming out from the Dragon Knight from Rohan. He's gonna get a couple of points in, doubling them up, 54. Gonna give Rohan the advantage, but they already had it. There's a Draco Impact, but it's not in time. The coup de grace to finish it off, and now the side of Rohan, they're in a bit of threat. Now comes the Draco Impact as well, and the White Guard just to keep the rest of the defenders away from the goal zones. Shin Desu just gonna fly in, swoop in. Ikura, can he get there? There is the Grassy Glide, or rather, I believe that was the drop kick, excuse me. Manages to get taken out though, so no points for them. But still, RJ Gaming, off the back of that brilliant Zapdos take, they're gonna be 200 points up. Now Rohan, 1 minute left on the clock, and the top tier 2 goal zone is their next target.
Yep, things is not looking great for Rohan right now, but there is still a chance for them to come back off this one. Down onto that springboard right there as well. Rohan is on the push.
Yeah, managing to get 32 in, but that's just about all the energy that they had. We were praising, it's down to such low count, but that actually ends up biting them. Now they need to make a push towards the central area. Do they have enough? On paper, they have more than enough points, but here is Z-Ray with the White Guard, cutting them apart. This is a sushi restaurant, and you're on my platter, baby. Just cuts them all up, serves them up, sends them to a game number 3. Did you order this for dessert, Utoki Ranger? You're the last one standing, but that's a very nice mangosteen I'm seeing. Is this a nice little fruit treat? Gonna finish him off. The Dragon Knight to clean up as well. And Utoki Ranger has no choice. You have a bit of focus band sustain going on, but the coup de grace, what a beautiful way to end it off. RJ Gaming, it didn't look comfortable for them. Rohan had some flashes of nice moves as well, but all throughout they answer back, and they're gonna take this series to a game 3. The road to London is not over just yet.
That was a great display coming in from RJ Gaming. They had that legendary spit. They were waiting for Rohan to strike, but Rohan instead, they scattered off and they were all over the map. RJ Gaming notices that and immediately zoned down on that Zapdos ASAP. And Rohan has no choice when they are unable to get that Zapdos for themselves. They managed to get RJ Gaming after they dunked, but was unable to capitalize on that team wipe. They're unable to get back on par on the score levels, but RJ Gaming, maintaining the lead, goes on that defense, and Rohan played into Z-Ray's White Guard right over there as well, and that is what turned the tide over. And that Sword and Shield, ladies and gentlemen, that Aegis Slash by Z-Ray was just doing so much job for RJ Gaming.
Yeah, we were questioning this switch up because they brought in the Slowbro as well. We're so used to seeing LC Lucia on that Blissey, right? So having someone else take that was a bit jarring to start us off, but it ends up paying dividends for them as this Aegis Slash didn't have the best early stage. Like we said, the no guard leaving it vulnerable, but once it gets its second component of the shield, that's where it can buy so much time. We saw the White Guard make such a difference in the fights, just pushing away key targets and being such a nuisance.
Yep, and speaking of the white guard, right? Like you really have to try to play around them instead of playing into that white guard, and that is exactly what Rohan did, and they literally played into that Sword and Shield Pokemon. Take a look at the highlights right over here as well. It seems like Rohan have a really good lead in the early game, but RJ Gaming turned the game around once the Aegislash goes online.
So one thing I do want to point out about Rohan is I feel like, yes, their Hoopa seems a bit specialized, and what I mean by that is that Thorfinn is really, really good at getting resets, right? Like always throws out the hoop right under his teammates and gets them that crucial reset when they need it. Now, that might be the case, but it doesn't really seem like Rohan are very used to playing around the portals. I didn't really see a lot of high impact rotations coming out from them.
Right.
I didn't feel like they fully utilized the Hoopa's strengths, right? And if you're choosing to run this Hoopa, you kind of need to have both of those down at least to somewhat of a degree. If your teammates aren't used to the portal timings, if you guys aren't used to sort of making, it's not just about just merely rotating, right? You need to rotate with a purpose as well. And if you don't have that, it's very easy to kind of fall by the wayside with this Pokemon, as we see that final Zapdos fight shake down.
Yup, and this is the start of the end where actually Rohan was really all over the place just before the Zapdos fight. They managed to get RJ Gaming after they score, but they were unable to just score back and equalize the points difference coming in. And congratulations to RJ Gaming, as we will be moving straight right to game number 3 later on. And what are you going to expect?
I think honestly, okay, so MVP once again, Dragonite. Oh, we've been here before, Shingdesu. In the past, it was his Greninja, but no surprise to see this man right on the MVP screen once again. Of course, this is where he's most comfortable, right? We've seen him here right in this slot so many times, but I think he played very well. But I do think, like, I think I just want to add on to the point that I was making. I do feel like Rohan, you know, the reason why I say about the Hoopa rotations is because, you know, if we watch any other team where we see a Dragonite going for a sneaky dunk, you will assume that you sort of have a Rings Unbound ready to bring him back into the fight. Instead, he kind of took the long way around, and then by the time it was too late to the engagement, and then they just lost it like that. It just felt like it was a bit disconnected, like there wasn't really a cohesive, you know, earlier on in OCE, we saw some teams running the Hoopa, and it was very decisive. It was very clear the Hoopa was saying, hey, let's go here right now and get this done. And that was what was happening. But here, it feels like it's a bit disjointed.
I mean, you are actually right? So, you know, maybe coming into game number 3, Rohan might have to tie this up, and that Hoopa really have to try to do a lot more playmaking plays and just allow the team to just capitalize on that. But RJ Gaming, there's no reason for them to change this composition, you know, but everything just looks solid. Maybe, you know, they're losing out a little bit of the early game, but once the Aegislash goes online, things are looking great for RJ Gaming. Maybe what Rohan could do is maybe, you know, play around the Aegislash a little bit more and not play into those white guards by the Aegislash.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is just emphasizing on pressuring him out early, right? Because the Aegislash, when he's in that Horn Edge stage, yes, he has a lot of aggressive potential, but he also needs to kind of throw himself into the fray to get anything done. You can try and catch him in those moments and punish him and prevent him from getting to that late game stage. If you're able to run away with a lead early on, you'll be able to deny that. Now, is Venusaur the Pokemon to do that? I'm not entirely sure. So that might warrant a bit of a switch up in terms of strategy, because it's not like your Serena is gonna come down and deal with this Aegislash, right? That's not happening. It's not like your Dragonite is gonna come down and be like, hey, I can out 1v1 this sword. That's not happening. Knights use swords to slay dragons, right? That's not how it works. So you kind of need to come up with a different solution coming into this game number 3, and I'm excited to see if they change anything up or they stick with it, because I would say they need to switch up, but at the same time, there's always the matter of comfort. This is a game number 3 with everything on the line. Your trip to London on the line. So it's a hard call.
I mean, Naya can actually go with maybe like a Pikachu or something with a little bit of a burst damage that could deal with the Aegislash a little bit better, right? And instead of going up close, you know, you have the comfort of the range, or even like Cramorant, like this Pokemon could still bully an Aegislash in lane. So, you know, instead of, he chose to go back with that Venusaur, likely that he might be comfortable as what you said, but it might not be the best answer moving forward to deal with the Aegislash. Maybe, just maybe, he might go Solar Beam, like that could make a difference.
So I know this is gonna sound like a joke, but I really like this health item decision coming out from Z-Ray. Don't know if you noticed it, but he actually went weakness policy and he's holding a potion. So the thing about Aegislash is, in those early stages, you might not just have the raw HP available to actually make full use of that weakness policy, because you're just gonna go down because of the no guard. But with that little bump up in HP from the potion and it being up, which means every small skirmish you get, you're gonna get a nice little boost of HP. That's actually a lot of effective HP as well gained, because once you get that shield form, you're starting to gain it all back. So can really surprise his opponents with how much sustain he might have. And it's an interesting tip going into this game number 3.
Yep, I mean, he don't really need the healing coming in from his teammates, right? The healing could go to his other teammates instead. So he just, go a little bit with his self-sustainability and try to out-heal his opponent. So ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is the final game for this matchup right here. Is Rohan versus RJ Gaming. The winner will be moving straight right, and their London Dream is alive, and the loser will be sent packing. And this is gonna be neck and neck, and everything is on the line.
Everything for day number 2. You made it so far, made it through the single round robins, made it through the qualifiers, made it through so many months of Pokemon Unite competitive action, and you don't want it all to end here. It can't be so. But one of these teams, unfortunately, will be saying goodbye to, and that is unfortunate. That is an unfortunate reality that we'll have to face. But for one of these teams, this could be the start of their journey to make it all the way. So it's not all sad. And like we said, we wanted to see a bit more early emphasis and bullying out that Honedge and that Venusaur on the, or rather that man, I'm messing this up. I'm going down the line. This Bulbasaur on Lanaya is getting it done.
Yep, I mean, you have to bully that Honedge, right? Not allowing it to evolve, not allowing it to get any form of EXP, because right here, he is at his most vulnerable stage. You have to take advantage of that and take him out of commission. But however, I believe that Slowbro is not allowing him to fall down that easily, and he will try his best ability to allow the Honedge to scale as much as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, LC Lucia as well, still at that slowpoke, which means that they're not going to be able to offer up a surf, and they're just going to get cooked up. Boosted auto attack coming out from Colo Ranger, going to clean that one up. So Rohan in a much better early position than they were in game number 2.
Yep, that was a really good retreat coming in from Rohan, knowing that Shindesu is coming out from that central area. They have to back out, and they are in a very bad position against RG Gaming.
Yeah, Lanaya now at that Ivysaur able to just throw out the damage from afar. And Hammer Ranger, we talked about the build as well. Going for Soft Boil as well as Potion has so much sustain inherently, and on top of that just has all those little perks. Now a nice 3-man stun coming out from Thorfinn as the damage is starting to be dealt to Shingdesu. They're able to finish off this Dragonair, and that's going to be a pretty significant pick off moving into this second stage, because there is the Dragonite already online from Colo's Ranger, and we talked about it earlier of what happens when you allow this Dragonite to get off to a rolling start.
Yep, not just a rolling start, and he will be steamrolling his way into your hoops. And take a look at this, level 9 already unlocked for Colo Ranger as well. That means the Unite move is online, while Shindesu is only stuck at level 7. Ilusha is unable to get out of this alive, but those delay damage coming in, putting into work, as Rohan really got a good positioning onto the Dreadnought pit. RJ Gaming, how are you going to answer to this high level Rohan?
Yeah, the Colo Ranger is the one to watch. He could be the one to send them packing. Has that damage, the Hyper Beam just finishes off the double edge. And just like that, there is no way to enter this fight. This Dragonite is so powerful right now. Tells them, good night, get out, go to sleep. This bot path is mine.
Yep, those Hyper Beam, you guys can see those huge number coming in as well. Draco Impact going right in. And since like the double H is not out of the clear yet, he's going in for the offense. He's ducking in 5 more points. He's trying to break that tier 2, but unable to do so as they retreat right here. I think RJ Gaming has to stop farming. They have to get those EXP online to get on par of Rohan. If not, it's gonna be too late.
6 minutes into the game is not when you want to evolve your Aegislash from the Doublade, but unfortunately that is exactly what the situation is. Now that he's at this Aegislash stage, like you said, Moonboy, need to get the farm up and running so he can actually pose the threat in these fights.
Yep, that's exactly right. Rohan immediately rotating straight right to the top side as well. They want that Rotom so that they can just punish RJ Gaming a little bit more, pushing them back, not allowing him any breathing space right here. Ikura might be going down in a 1v4.
Ooh, manages to pick up the Citrus Berry and the Focus Band coming out as well. The sustain is there. Giraffe also opting to pick up the softball this time means that there is extended sustain in these fights. Now, it's Slowbro who's going to go down. Lucia was trying to defend that, gets picked off in the top half. Meanwhile, Z-Ray trying to get whatever he can in this bottom half. Like we said, this Aegis Slash needs some time.
Yep, RJ Gaming has to capitalize on this Aegis Slash right now because it is online. And as much as it's only at level 8, he could still pack a punch moving forward into the second Dreadnought.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like, now is not the time to take a team fight just yet. You want to try and get these isolated pickoffs, but look at Rohan. They're playing airtight right now. Everybody in their assigned positions. Hamu Ranger scouting the perimeter for the top path. Meanwhile, everyone's starting to make their move over while just getting as much EXP while they can on the way to the bot Dreadnought.
Rohan is true, right? They got that Hooper at level 9. Rings Unbound is online as well.
Oh.
I could pot everyone straight right to the bottom side. Take a look at this as they initiate the fight right here against RJ Gaming.
Oh, Shingdesu in a little bit of trouble. There's the Draco Impact, the Hyperspace Fury as well, but he's gonna jump out of there, trying to finish off the Dreadnought, but now there's the Burden Anger as well. Their Dragonite is gonna drop to the deck. This is not the vacation that he wanted. 4 members down on the side of RJ Gaming. That LC Lucia Slowbro poked the head into the wrong neighborhood, tried to find a target with telekinesis, found absolutely nothing but destruction as Rohan reined it in, grabbed the Dreadnought and punished them for daring to make a move to their side of the map.
Yep, that level difference actually put to play right there for Rohan. And not forgetting having their Hooper, that means that Rings Unbound is going to be online for Rohan as well. That also said that, the RJ Gaming is on that number disadvantage. 5 men against 3 or 4 down in the Dreadnought pit. That is not the fight that you want to take. But however, that Serena on the top side has managed to get a little bit of breathing space and dunk a little bit more on the top side. He's currently at level 11 right now, but I don't think it's going to be enough to face Rohan later on.
Oh, Draco Impact coming in, could get the steal, and he does! Shingdesu, huge play for his team, and they're looking to search for and take advantage right now, but the sustain is there for Rohan. Looks like Hamu Ranger is gonna get picked off. There is the bind as well. Slow Beam finishing off Venusaur. Could this be the turning point for RJ Gaming? They managed to crack open the goal zone before the Rotom went in, which means that they can continue to pressure up here. They still have the backup. Draco Impact coming out to try and defend from Rohan's Dragonite. Colo Ranger trying to do everything that he can, dragging the team away. There's the Sacred Sword. Z-Ray is here as well, and Z-Ray continues to knock them side by side with that white guard. The shield just blocking and paving the way for his team. Is it enough? The defenders are starting to come in. The slicers are there. The dicers are there. This leaf is getting bushwhacked right now, but Lanaya has the sustain, holding them off. Rotom is gonna drop, and that is the end of the pressure. RJ Gaming not able to convert.
I mean, they don't have to convert. They already converted enough EXP into their pocket. That one push literally brought RJ Gaming on par to Rohan in terms of the level department as well. Right here, Rohan is in deep trouble. If they really want to win this one, they have to keep RJ Gaming in check because right now they are not doing a good job keeping RJ Gaming where they're supposed to be.
I mean, you say that, but they still kind of have a 280 advantage over RJ Gaming. I'm not really sure. I still do think that Rohan are in a good position. It might not be as dire, but I definitely do agree there is a chance for RJ Gaming to come back. This is by no means over, but they do have to watch their step. One wrong move, one slow beam could be the end of it. Lucia gonna pop him up with the telekinesis, but immediately saved by that Blissey. And now this is gonna be a fight at the legendary pit that we're waiting for. The storm's coming in from Ikura. That's the Sacred Sword, and the slow beam is the reset then. It's not! The Venusaur drops! Rohan are in trouble! Where is your attacker? Good night to you! As RJ Gaming surge forward, 1 game away from defeat, taking a loss in the second game. They're gonna answer right back, out with the Queen's Ascendant and the telekinesis as well. Lucia proving the work on the Slowbro, just constantly hindering the side of Rohan. They're trying to get an entry into the Zapdos. Can they get it? Absolutely not. Not in Shingdesu's house, not here, not now, not in this regional championships. You're not going to London, baby. We still have our shot. Rohan, it's time to go back to Indonesia.
RJ Gaming brought the fight to Rohan, ladies and gentlemen, taking down Lanaya out of the fight first. No damage dealer, taking out the Dragonite next. Next up is the Serena on the menu as well. RJ Gaming is just taking all the attackers out. No damage for Rohan. Rohan. RJ Gaming took advantage of that, took that Zapdos, and they went for that push. Shindesu on the push as well, just, collecting a little bit more, trying to defend himself against Rohan. But it seems like Rohan might not be in a good position to fight right now, as RJ Gaming has 2 level 15 on their side.
I mean, RJ Gaming, that MVP of the fight is that Slowbro. We've been questioning this pick here and there. It's such a high execution Pokemon. It's no longer as easy as just surfing up, press amnesia, you never get KO'd. It requires a lot of skill to get the right telekinesis, especially up against a Blissey. But Lucia finds it. The slow beam catches the crucial target. And Thorfinn, yes, he's gonna get a reset. But one final hurrah from Rohan for their dreams at London. But it's all falling apart. 3 members down. Draco Impact seal the deal, and RJ Gaming will fire right back. You said we were struggling. We're here to play. We're gonna keep trucking on, and you got nothing on us, Rohan. RJ Gaming, the pride of Taiwan and Hong Kong, will move ahead here in the regional finals.
This team has not disappointed us yet. They had a really slow early game, but however, they managed to get Ray onto that AG slash, and everything is just turned over from then on. That big fight on the top side about 5 minutes mark was the turning point for RJ Gaming. They took the fight, they took the Rotom, they took the fight to them, they take most of Rohan out again and again and again, and they knew that this time they bailed out, they didn't score, but it's okay, they got the levels to what they need. And not forgetting LC Lucia on that Slowbro. Those crucial slow beam, those crucial telekinesis are just too clutch for RJ Gaming.
That entire game had me going slow, bro. The telekinesis just on point, finding them every single time. Yes, sure, there were some shaky moments, but it's so hard to play Slowbro at this state. And I mean, Daddy's gonna be happy about that. The uniform buff finally coming into play. It took a while, but just like the 3-stage evolution Pokemon Gengar that they're trying to cosplay, it all gets better over time. RJ Gaming, they're just heating up. They're coming for you from the shadows, and you can't count them out just yet, Moonboy.
Yeah, they will be moving straight right to day number 2 against the winner of the game that's going to be happening later on as well. So, both teams are going to be scouted, and right here, RJ Gaming might, is just out there, putting their strategy out there. They won Rohan with a really good win right here. Take a look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts, really, really nicely for Rohan, right? They're able to get these early objectives. They managed to get all 2 Dreadnoughts and the Rotoms as well, but it's all the final stretch where it all goes wrong. Take a look at this Slowbro. Just gets the slow beam onto the Venusaur, and you might be wondering, okay, where's the response? Like, how do they just let their Venusaur go like that? It's because right before this clip started, he actually landed a telekinesis that required Hammer Ranger to make a response. So already tossing out the support abilities. And once those moves are used, that's where he commits his Unite move. Another beautiful hold up with the telekinesis from Lucia. Really the MVP of this match, keeping RJ Gaming's dream alive.
Yep, those stuns coming in from LC Lucia, but not forgetting the damage coming in from the AG slash as well. Not forgetting Shindesu with those huge hyper beam actually made a lot of difference, and that actually what turned the game around for RJ Gaming, having the AG slash online, and down Rohan goes.
Yeah, I mean, they do make one final valiant push as they do, but look at RJ Gaming standing together. This is a message that they're not ready to be out just yet. They might have heard me saying, what's going on here? Is it a teamwork breakdown? Are they worried? No, not at all. They're standing strong. They're standing together. The unity is there, and they proved me completely wrong, and I've never been happier.
Yep, there we have, Ikura on that Zarina is the MVP for this match. Those storms reset coming in, and those healing from the storms is just too strong. This is definitely the premium all-rounder right now, and this might be the replacement for Lucario.
Absolutely. I mean, you're at this point, at the last game of the day that we're casting, you're like, oh, this might be the replacement for that. Yes, it is.
The replacement.
We've seen it. It has replaced Lucario. Earlier on in the AOS Cup, it was, oh, Blissey, oh, Hoopa, oh, Lucario. At least now we got a little bit of something fresh.
Not just a little bit. I think we've had a lot of variety over the past, just a single day. We've got one more day happening after this, but I thought Rohan was going to win that. The early game looked fantastic. But it just seemed that after the Rotom, everything went downhill, right? Everything just went wrong. But anyways, congratulations to RJ Gaming. They're going to continue on. We could be seeing them going up against their brother team, RJ Gaming too.
That's gonna be spicy.
I think it will be, right, because essentially these two teams, firstly, they're in the same org. Secondly, they probably scrim with each other quite a lot. And then it's like, considering that you would always consider RJ Gaming the older brother to be the team to go to London. What kind of upset are we looking at if it ends up being, for example, RJ Gaming 2 to go to London instead?
Yeah, and not just that. What if RJ Gaming 2 beat RJ Gaming to go to London? That's like ultimate like.
Yeah. I mean that's
ultimately
basically what's
it's just
happening.
yeah. I mean, ultimately it's just all about respect, right? And they have to play to their best ability.
Now, just a reminder to everyone watching the broadcast, we are here with the APAC Regional Finals. The top 2 teams that come out of this weekend are going to be going to London. So the top 2 teams will be making it to London. 2 slots.
That could be RJ Gaming and RJ Gaming 2 to be. But I mean, at this point,
that's not possible.
Yeah, right.
That's
Because they're
not
both in the
possible.
losers bracket. I know. I'm just coping. I'm just coping. Come on.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a very good way of coping, Pim.
Full RJ Gaming excursion to London. Smile.
It might be possible in the future, but who knows? But that's going to conclude that matchup. We do have one more game for all of you folks watching at home, but before we jump into that, we will go for a quick break. So 5 minutes. If you need to go to the toilet, grab your snacks, your drinks, do so now, because once you return, we'll jump right into our final game of the night. We'll see you after this.
São 3 jogadores já batidos pela Clube TV. Último vivo, Freeze tá no chão. Afro Brasil vence a briga e vai pegando os ápidos a seu favor.
I'm Baby Basil, I'm the checker from Brazil, and I'm currently in part of the team that won twice in the Worlds Qualifier for the SA server. I'm a Switch player. Me and Soto are both Switch players, and we both started like at the release date of the game. I was actually in another team called Overheat, which is like one of the top teams in Brazil as well. We were all from separate teams, except for Gisin and Soto. They were both in the same, but every single other player was in a different team. Every single one. And then there was this one tournament in Brazil that some things happened, and like I decided to leave the team I was before, and I was like, okay, I want to gather every single best player in every single role and make the best possible Brazilian powerhouse. And that's when I was reaching out to the guys, and I was, hey, do you want to join? Do you want to join? Do you want to join? And glad everyone accepted, and glad it really worked out in the end. We have actually never met in person. Everyone never met like. We live in 3 different states, so that says a lot for how hard it is to meet everybody, especially in Brazil, because like states are really big and really far apart. We're hoping to meet in London. For whoever is going to face us at Worlds, don't sleep on us, because we're going to try and begin hard.
Hello trainers, welcome back to the APAC Regional Finals. We are here with JJ-kun and Contra for our final game of the night. It is Reach Pokemon versus RJ Gaming 2. Gentlemen, this is going to be a fire matchup because firstly, it's Reach Pokemon. Secondly, RJ Gaming 2. I want to hear your thoughts here, JJ.
It's Reach Pokemon. It's Reach Pokemon and RJ Gaming 2. You know, they have been
JJ,
the ones who have been a lot who are, you know, people are looking forward to. So I don't know, man. It's everything. It's Reach Pokemon, RJ Gaming 2. Whoever wins this would have to go to, you know, the losers semifinals, but it's gonna be a tough match. It's Reach Pokemon and RJ Gaming 2.
Yeah.
Contra, I want to hear your thoughts really quickly. What do you think? Is it going to be Reach Pokemon or RJ Gaming 2?
You know, it's been a long day for both of them who has been playing since the start of the APAC run overall, but both sides looking really good. I am into great stories overall. Not that I'm not siding with Reach Pokemon, but RJG 2 versus RJG 1 possibly will be quite the story to tell because we want to see who's that better team between the two. Yes, they may have actually met in group stages, but here, I guess that Reach Gaming is here to really prove them up.
Okay,
Reach
sorry,
Pokemon.
Contra, but you sided wrong.
Draft is ready, folks. Let's jump right into it. JJ-kun and Contra, take it away.
Man,
All right,
you're
so-
bringing the MIB vibes over here, but I absolutely love it. Like, I let my hair loose, feeling like I'm part of Team Rocket James. So, yeah, let's get this going.
So here we go. You know, the first draft here, Reach Pokemon gonna be, gonna be going back to their roots. RJ Gaming 2 as well, going back to this snowy tower composition. I'd like to say it is the Alolan Ninetales with the Rotovale and the Duraludon as well. As one of our co-casters here have mentioned as well, this Rotovale is just ensuring that this Duraludon would have high defenses along, inside a Rotovale, and it could just, deal a lot of damage while inside that.
Yeah, I just love all these ideas culminating into one overall. And we've already seen, sure, the meta has shaped towards a certain way. Now, if you drift away from the meta, you could really pull off surprises like what we saw in the previous series overall, where you saw how they have all these unique picks. Now, I want to see how far they can go in this best of 3 Reach Pokemon versus the members of RJG Gaming.
Yeah, I mean,
RJC.
This is what we've been talking about before we started the broadcast. They are secretive. Secretive in terms of their strategy and secretive in terms of their name. They don't have no names right now because they're keeping it a secret, and it's kind of understandable as well. But, Reach Pokemon here and RJG, sorry, it's Team Secret now, okay? It's Secret Team. There's no name. There you go. There's no name right now. No name versus
Well, who knows? Maybe one day they'll join the Secret. But overall, yeah, I get the gist of it. As you've mentioned, you just want to ensure that it's gonna be a smooth cruise for this Duraludon. So overall, sure, you have this sort of rotation down to the bottom side as they're battling out to secure more EXP, and they get that takedown. Beautiful work from that Duraludon.
Yeah, that pickoff actually coming in from a team, from No Name, is actually quite good because that Blissey is the one that's keeping this Bulbasaur alive in our game, and if it doesn't have the support that it gets from the Blissey, then it's going to have a hard time going against opponents. And right now, it's still a Bulbasaur, still at level 4, and up top, instead of the top path rather, the Kai there with the Hoopa is going to be taken out here by Team No Name.
Yeah, overall, I guess that you just want that stable scaling phase for Reach Pokemon overall, and they still have this Sylveon to rely on from their end, so they could possibly match up to his Alolan Ninetales, but you just look at how much they funnel MXI getting picked off.
My goodness. But we have to remember as well, and take note that Olems with that Sylveon hasn't really, went down into a lane, perhaps to the top path as well, but hasn't been into any paths at all. But right now, as I say that, All Nams currently at level 7, wants to get the pressure up against Team RJG2. And right now, there's going to be five people instead of the bottom path. Let's find out if they can answer back against RJG. They have to. They outnumbering them.
Just have to. And coming over to Drop Cake, landing nicely onto Ruvis. Should be able to regenerate some health bars before they commit into the Dreadnought right down bottom side. So they just arrived on time. But
All Nams has
gonna be huge
Fairy Frolic now. As access to Fairy Frolic, they're going to be able to take down 1. There it goes, popping in the Fairy Frolic. Going to be able to take down 3. That's what I'm talking about. You don't want All Nams. You don't want All Nams. You know, you don't want them to get their power spike immediately before the Dreadnought, because if you do, you can see what happened. Team RJG2 doesn't have any Unite move strategy before the Dreadnought, and just like that, they were punished by Reach Pokemon, setting up the pace right now.
yeah, great setup overall by Reach Pokemon, and after securing the Dreadnought overall, you see they are ramping up in terms of EXP. So they confidently march over on the top portion of the map. Now they would be able to contest this Rotom if they really brute force their way. Here it comes.
Oh, another one here. Bliss Assistance coming in from MXI. Going to be able to sustain that All Nams right there. But what they want to do here, sorry, not All Nams, but rather JT. But what they want to do here is to, ensure to take in that Rotom. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. Cellrod is going to be used here by the Draldon. They're going to be able to take down All Nams as well. Look at the damage right now coming in from Drampt. Drampt, they're going to be able to take down that Rotom, and they're going to be able to push down right here, but unfortunately going to get picked up as they are outnumbered right now. But with the help of the safeguard, clutch support here coming in from MXI, allowing Dream to survive that demolishing power from RJG2.
Yeah, just tremendous effort being displayed by Reach Pokemon to just hold on to this dominant siege over top side. And RJ Gaming too, they just have to give way. Like you saw on the first challenge on the Dreadnought, they've already got zoned away, and they repeat once more. Reach Pokemon, they just have this formula going for them, so it's working relatively fine. Though it's the 5-minute mark, I guess that RG Gaming could still find avenues eventually, but as they have been able to put some corners on the top goal, but over bottom, a lot of payback being wrecked. We continue on. It seems to be the rings unbalanced. They will have both sides just going in trades back and forth, and it's not looking all too good. Pokemon gets another one.
Yeah, going to be able to take down the Dreadnought as well, and going to be able to take down 3 into the side of RGG2. So that's looking pretty bad right now for RGG2. I do acknowledge, however, what Reach Pokemon is doing, that yes, they have the lead right now, and they are not being greedy. They're not forcing team fights that they cannot have. Just because of the fact that, yes, they may have the XP lead right now, but just one team fight is all it takes for RJG2 to come back against Reach Pokemon.
Yeah, that was very well handled overall on how they've reacted from the trades where they managed to score some significant points from the top. But here goes JT looking for one.
And look at that, also gonna be able to take down that that Serena. Gonna be able to take down 2. Oh my goodness, they are eating it up. Geraldon's gonna be taken down as well. There's gonna be 5-man rotation that on the top half. They want to destroy them before they take the Rotom, so that the Rotom can get in on the second tier score goal. But right now they don't have enough health. But let's see if RJG2 is gonna be able to seal this one up. But no, JT with his stop is going to be able to secure that Rotom for themselves. But here comes the up B. Queen Ascendance here coming in from the side of RJG2. Going to be able to take off JT, but still not gonna be enough. Reach Pokemon was able to disengage immediately before more casualties has been done.
Yeah, I just love how RG Gaming 2 has also been able to respond back. Sure, you get that Rotom, I'll be able to halt it no matter what. So not too much of a loss for RG Gaming overall, as they've been able to at least react on time, but Can they keep this one up though? Because we still see that we have a few members over on the top side. Unless they will channel portal over on the bot, then maybe there's a chance that they will try to sneak their way in.
Right, and here you go. This is going to be the third Dreadnought here for the side of Reach Pokemon. And just like that, they now have the lead in terms of XP. In terms of the points, you know, it could still be anyone's game. RGG2 currently has the lead. It's still not a lot, but whoever's going to be able to take the Zapdos, I think, would have the winning chance here for our game. And it looks like Pokemon does have the positional advantage into that of Zapdos, but RGG2 has a lot of points, and all they want to do is just score in.
Yeah, you see the split coming out from RJG, where they're just putting corners while they're working on the Zapdos, so they are going in for the retake. This is about time they move in.
Right, but here we go. Up B coming in from RJG2. Let's find out who's going to be able to take the Zapdos. All of them is going to just focus into that of the Zapdos, but unfortunately RGG2 is going to be the one that's taking that Zapdos, but it doesn't matter because they can still score in. MXI going in for that 37 times 2, that's 74. Yeah, there we go. My math is correct. My math is correct. 74 points coming in from MXI. Another one here. 84 for Kai here instead of the bottom path. This is everything that they need to do. Oh, they need one more. Actually, they need one more. A little bit more points here, but they have to be very up.
Got 50.
Jumping in. Yes, sir. Jumping into that of the second tier score goal. They need to get in some distractions here if they want to win.
Yeah, and they've managed to arrive on time to deny that 50-pointer from being reached overall. So it's still going to be a little bit more tussle for Reach Pokemon to ensure to get the final few pointers in. They only got 40 seconds from here on, so it's going to be tough. But the tough keeps going. So Haligu, Yemu, they just got to make sure they put all that they could possibly get out of this, because at any point that slips through, they will just...
Do they have Unite move?
Outright.
Do they have the Unite move? No, they don't have Unite move. Here comes the stop here. Up B coming in from RJG2. Going to be able to take down 2 into the Reach Pokemon. Oh my goodness. That's going to be 3 down. And that is it. RJG2 wins game 1 against Reach Pokemon.
Wow, it's just huge macro plays, big decisions from RJG2 to secure this win. Now, JJ, I really want to highlight the calm before the storm, before the Zapdos. RJ Gaming 2, they read Reach Pokemon like a book. They say, you know what, you can have the Dreadnought. I'm going to find ways to split up over the map, try to score onto your goals, and after that, we're gonna regroup. We're gonna take what's theirs. And of course, they managed to snatch away the Zapdos. Sure, fine. Like, overall, Reach Pokemon still with the pedal to the metal. They try to hit over the top side, but after all of those sort of push and pull, they couldn't land the final few points in. And this one came pretty close.
I mean, I'd have to say, though, I'd have to say that Reach Pokemon, for RGG2, that was a little bit risky of a play that they did. As you mentioned, just letting Reach Pokemon be positioned into that of the Zapdos and then just scoring in. That was actually quite risky, and huge banking on the fact that they are playing the risk on the Zapdos if they can take it or not, because if Reach Pokemon was the one who was able to take the Zapdos, then that's gonna be the game there for Reach Pokemon. But luckily enough for RGG2, they were the ones who were able to take in the Zapdos, and they were able to score in and got the lead against Reach Pokemon, because you have to remember, right, Reach Pokemon had the lead in terms of XP, in terms of points before, right before and starting the early game until right before the Zapdos.
Yeah, you saw that Blissey started off this rally, and after that, moment they get the snatch, MXI's trying to put some work over on the top side. Like, they're being extremely desperate, but overall, it's all about that perfect timing that they put it up all together. So, great work from every member of RJG, but the highlights were all on Emu Serena.
Right, definitely Serena here coming in from RJG2, Yemu has really good concept of game sense, knowing when to get in, knowing when to go in on a team fight, knowing when to proc their unite move, their moves essentially, and helps out their teammates a lot. And at the same time, the moment that they are able to proc their moves, their teammates just follows up on the damage that Yemo is doing, and I really commend RJG2 for that.
Yeah, it could have been that double-edged sword situation that you have mentioned, and I guess when it comes down to all these type of competition, like, you have to be bold to make those drastic moves, or else, like, all these failures you might just eventually regret. But if you do actually did well by taking that 1% of risk that you might actually get all that things going for you, I guess, like, overall it's very well worth it. RJ Gaming 2, as much as they have the lead, it wasn't as convincing as the past run that they had, where they were basically dominating the entire match. This time they finally met a competitor that's equivalent in terms of the pace that they play.
Right, and definitely more action will be going in on game number 2 when we get there. I'm really excited to see how Reach Pokemon is going to, maintain their lead. As we saw on game number 1, they have the lead from the early game up into the late game until the Zapdos happen. But into side of RJG, they had a huge game plan here to divide Reach Pokemon by scoring in, while Reach Pokemon is currently on the central area, where the result of that is, Reach Pokemon looking over and being spreaded out, wanting to defend their score goals away from RJG.
Yeah, what's interesting to note from this draft is that early on they were hovering on the Pikachu, which we don't really get to see too much of throughout the course of the APAC run, but they're falling back into the low 9 kills overall, so it's not going to be all too different as compared to this sort of execution that they had. Now, at least with a slight guarantee that you have a decent laning phase, it's going to be a little bit more solid on how they could possibly do some trading against the opposite side. So what do you think is going to be the things that Reach Pokemon would possibly look towards heading into game 2?
I think their game 1 gameplay was okay. It was fine. It was just that they tend to get a little panicked when their opponents are scoring in on their own score goals, when they are kind of, I have to say, how do I word this? They are blinded by the fact, right, that their opponents are scoring, where in fact they have the bigger objectives in front of them, which is the Zapdos.
That's right. And overall, I guess, like, it definitely was down to that very fight when we start on to game 2 here. Reach Pokemon, they know that they have to push this into game 3, and it's been a long run, and they will find the first knockout, and they will continue to score, adding up to 32.
Right, and look at that. Reach Pokemon having the lead right now, just like what happened in game number 1, right? That's what I'm saying. What they did on game number 1 is the same thing that they need to do on game number 2. They don't need to change anything, just that they have to panic less when their opponents are scoring in against them.
Yeah, overall, just needing to defend this. Yaru still has full bars of HP to try to contend, as they will have a quick reset. He just challenging once more, but RJG has found a way to put only 1 pointer of a difference between the two.
Right, but again, it's still the early game, so it's still early to tell whether that is a significant change. But right now, as we can see on the map, Reach Pokemon here, All Names is currently trying to get all the neutral Pokemon into that of a central area, but RJG2 wants to get the pressure up into that of the bottom half.
Yeah, there's just 2 minutes past playtime while we are having RJG2 just trying to ensure that the coast is clear as they go in for a really quick halt for the moment. But top side though, like you can already see the Sylveon is already on their way. So we'll try to find a catch onto this arena. So long as you halt her from leveling up a whole lot more, then it's gonna be much easier for them to work towards their end goal.
Yeah, but let's find out if that's going to be the case here. JT with the huge thumb, going to be able to take down 2. That is the Serena and the Dragapult. No, sorry, not the Dragapult, the Duraludon rather. And those are the attackers, you know, the main damage dealers here for RJ Gaming too. And having them taken out is a huge deal.
Yeah, just look at the level difference between some of these players. It's definitely going to be hard for RJG2 to keep up, to get themselves that Dreadnought. They're getting pulled back all the way into their tier 1s, and Dreadnought is up available, but they're marching on.
Right, but look at that. RJG2 is going to be able to take down that Dreadnought. Going to be able to take down 2 as well into the side of each Pokemon. Unfortunately, they're not going to have any more casualties. Never mind, that's going to be 3 down. Most of the attackers, main damage dealers here coming in from each Pokemon were taken down. Just an answer back here from RJG.
Yeah, as much as they've kept up the pressure, they snatched the Dreadnought. It hasn't been able to open up enough space for them to score up as well. But that EXP game was vital for them to stay afloat overall. Now they're just going to be moving around the map because Rotom's going to be up, while RJG2, they have to be very careful about this fight down bottom. So.
Right, but what we're seeing right now is that RGG2 is being more aggressive, even more so than Reach Pokemon was aggressive towards them on game number 1, and it's looking pretty great for them. Unfortunately for Reach Pokemon, they don't have enough follow-up. Yeah, they don't have enough follow-up, and that is where... You know, that is what RGG2 is using as a capital, you know, to go against Reach Pokemon. And just like that, they're going to be able to take down 2. And with these Pokemon right now, the Serena and the Hoopa alone can't do anything against RGG2's composition.
Yeah, overall, Reach Pokemon kind of committed a little tad early on the skirmish that we've just last witnessed. So without enough Pokemons to defend, they just have to let the tier 1 go. So now it's back to the Dreadnought fight once again. They may have actually scored about 50 pointers of difference for the moment, but well, actually a lot more than that. Sorry, long day, miscalculated, but back to the point. Like, if Reach Pokemon gets this Dreadnought, yeah, it could turn it around.
Right, but let's find out if that's going to happen. It looks like Duraludon is going to be able to take down JT with that on Serena, and it looks like this Duraludon is going to be able to try to take this Dreadnought away from Reach Pokemon as well. Let's find out if that's going to happen. Oh my goodness, it is going to be the Venus are going to be able to take down 1, 2 for 1 trade in favor of RJG. No make a 3. It looks like they are getting demolished right now, and just like that, Reach Pokemon has been taken out. Yes, JT is not going to be surviving this one as well.
Yeah, overall, just getting back their momentum with great finesse, while RJG2, they finally hit the mark that they wanted. So you can see early on, they were trying to get this arena well established, and the Reach Pokemon was trying to seek them all out, but Emu was really quick. You can see she easily repositions herself quickly, goes in for drop kicks, and first sets up with the Queen Ascendant. Now, she's the one that's going to be up ahead against their opponents. 2 levels up make it hard to deal with. So Reach Pokemon, they're holding back. They are just waiting to see if they could possibly pick something off from the bottom lane.
Right, but let's find out if that's going to be it. You know, Stomp here coming in from JT, gets the up-beat Quintessence as well, but not going to do a lot here. Yes, there are 4 of them right now, whereas RGG2's only 3. And look at the damage that they are dealing against Reach Pokemon. It seems as if they can't battle 3 Pokemon from RGG2, how much more would they be able to battle 5 Pokemon from RGG2?
Yeah, that remains to be a question. Whoa, Rotom now being stacked by a Reach Pokemon. Overall, it doesn't really amount to anything at all. As you can see, RJG2, they were absolutely ready to just get back at them. So now, almost hitting in the 2-minute mark already. So Reach Pokemon, they have to coordinate once again. RJG2, last game, they swept their way through, sneak over the back just to ensure that they managed to score. I think Reach Pokemon, they can do exactly just that.
Yeah, and at this point on, RGG2 is going to be able to secure this trend as well, but at the same time, into that at the top path, Reach Pokemon is going to be able to, get the first score goal at the very least for them, and now they just need to play their cards right and take out RJG2 if they want to win this, so that they can secure this Zapdos. But look, this Ruby is going to be able to teleport right now, but Revolving Ruin actually was on the base! Oh my goodness, that is bad! You need to go now or else you are going down! But look at that, Reach Pokemon got punished for being too greedy and going to have 4 KOs up their arsenal, and that is going to be a team wipe here. RJG2 might have procced that Unite move Revolving Ruin by mistake, but it doesn't matter because Reach Pokemon was too greedy, they overcommitted, they overextended, and from there on out, RJG2 was just able to punish them beautifully.
I wish there was a golden buzzer somewhere lying around because RJG2 just hit the perfect mark. Now there's no way that they'll be stopped as Reach Pokemon will have no answers at all after losing that fight, losing the Zapdos. Now it's all about holding on and trying to put some score, but how much can you do within a minute though? RJG2, they're about to meet their brethren in the next day where they'll be fighting for their tournament lives yet again.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting match, RJG2 versus RJG. Definitely something to look forward to. But let's not dismiss Reach Pokemon here doing their best going against RJG2. Unfortunately, RJG2 is just quite a menace, has been putting down the lives of a lot of top contenders for this bracket, for our region of APAC. And RJG2, I just like to say, I am sad that I did not get to know you before the regional championships.
It was still a valiant effort being shown by Reach Pokemon, but RJG2, they were coming up with some really, really clean moves after all, and they were the well-deserving victors. After a long day's work, this is where they will return back to first their homes, if they're already not at home, with big smiles on their face.
Right, and I just like what Prometheus mentioned earlier, and then Woundboy, it would have been interesting to see RJG2 and RJG for the grand finals. Unfortunately, that's not what's going to happen, and it's going to be impossible to happen, really, because both of them are on the lower bracket. But right now, let's focus back into what happened on this game. RJG2, I don't know, man. Like it's like they were reading, right? It's like they were reading a kindergarten book going against Reach Pokemon. Like it was, it's like RGG2's taking a test of elementary mathematics.
Yeah,
right?
But early game, it may not be all too simple when it comes down to how they really want to execute it, because they understand they didn't really have all those power spikes hitting the mark just yet, but it was all about Yimu really having some really good chain CCs going on with the stomps, and of course, this Blazy has just been supplementing all these huge plays to happen.
Right. You know what I'm glad about?
Tell me about it.
You want to know what I'm glad about? And I think that Danny's gonna like this. It's not gonna like this as well. Is that I never really said any predictions right here, so
Well, that's not fair. Well, guess what?
I never said anything, so,
I never asked.
Exactly. Exactly. So we're still at 100% here. Still at 100% prediction rate here.
Cool.
Nothing is a loss. But again, huge congratulations to RJG2 moving to day number 2 on our loser semifinals, going against their sister team, that is RJ Gaming Part 1. Again, if it's good, there should always be a Part 2, and that is RJG2.
Yeah, I just love that they're setting up a legacy of their own. And of course, eventually they will also need to prove that they have outgrown their bigger brothers eventually, because tomorrow that's when they will have to take on RJ Gaming 1. Well, technically there's
Wait.
still a number in front of their name.
The
but
prequel. Okay, it's the prequel and the sequel. What's up, Danny?
I actually can't believe it. It's happening. We're getting the RJs to go up against each other.
Yeah, I mean,
It's also a very sad storyline if you think about it.
It's gonna be interesting, Danny, because
Yes.
we know for a fact that they are both from the same squad. Now, if either one actually dropped down, I'm pretty sure the other one would be looking towards their sister group to, like, you know, have some scrims and, you know, prepare for tomorrow. But this
No.
time,
No.
this time,
I think if... No, JJ. I'm very sure, knowing that they're playing up against each other for an
oh,
elimination
no, yeah,
spot,
exactly.
I wouldn't
Exactly. I
scream.
don't think that's not
I
going to
would
happen.
not scream.
you already know them well enough, so it's like, yeah, you just have to plan it out. So I guess, like, we just need them to be at their top of their game, and that's all that they need to worry about. And actually, no, like, you don't just need to prepare one step ahead, because you should expect yourself to be ahead, moving all the way up to the grand finals. That's what is at stake. Those slots into London is what they're looking for.
I mean, honestly,
Alright.
all you need to do now is just go to the grand finals. You don't need to win, and you still get a slot going to the London, go to the World
Exactly.
Championship. So,
Firstly, I want to welcome back Moonboy and Perma Sneeze because I want to hear their thoughts. I know they were really hyped after hearing the potential of this matchup coming up as well. So, Perma Sneeze, Moonboy, come on in. I want to hear you two. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys think is going to be happening. It's happening. The RJs are going on. JJ and Contra's point of view, but Perma Sneeze, Moonboy, what do you think's going to happen? Who do you think is going to go?
I just know the RJ Gaming group chat gonna be silent. Silent tonight.
Or
No
awkward
discussion
silence.
going on.
Awkward
On the
silence.
Nobody's
contrary.
gonna say anything. Maybe out of goodwill, the captains just go, "Hey, good luck tomorrow." Smiley face. That's all. That's all. That's there. No discussions happening. I can't make a call because I feel like these teams, even though they're under the same brand, it's so different, right? Because RJ
They're
Gaming
two
2
different
is led
teams.
by Ruvis. RJ Gaming 2 is led by Ruvis, who is one of the ex-Star 9 attackers, and he probably has his own goals in terms of reaching worlds as well. So it's gonna be uncomfortable.
Moonboy?
Yeah, I think moving into the next round tomorrow, right? Like, there's no such thing as a upper, like, brother and low, younger brother and older brother.
Yeah,
kind of
no
team, right?
families. No families. Cut your
there's no
family ties right
now.
now.
Because everything is on the line. London is on the line. 20,000 is on the line, you know, and they have to play it off like real teams, and they have to respect each other, and that's what's going to be interesting tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just want to really quickly add to what Permanency said. If I'm going to be in that position, like, my brother or sister team won, like, yay, we're getting money. We're just going to be having fun.
Yeah, everyone wins, right?
The chat's
But-
going to roll.
Yeah.
The chat's going to roll.
But, you know, at the end of the day, we might be family, but we're talking about world championships here. I'm sorry. Right? Everyone has their goals.
Absolutely, but I think it's going to be a really good experience for both of these teams because you need to also let emotions go. We don't know how close they are with each other as well, right? For all we know, these two teams are really close, and there's going to be, I think it's going to end up happening, whoever wins, there'll be a sense of guilt from the winner, right? Because you've taken away this opportunity from the other team. So it's going to be a very big learning curve emotionally, but also competitively. I can't believe it. Like, I'm looking forward to the lower bracket finals. We should be excited for the upper bracket finals and
But I'm sorry.
finals, but
We're sorry. We're
a
not
lot
dissing
going
you
on.
guys. We're not dissing you. We still love you, but, you know, this is something that's really going down the boiler room.
But I think it's
Yeah.
really cool, right? Because that just basically means that every single other country in Asia Pacific is out. It's really down to Singapore and Taiwan and Hong Kong, and which one of these are going to move forward. It could be a complete snuff out, and it's just Singapore grand finals again. It could be so you know, who knows? But basically, every other country is out at the moment. It's just Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore left.
Yeah. Speaking of Worlds, let's take a look at the graphic again, just to remind our viewers what the teams are currently playing for. So today we've been covering OCE and APAC. So for earlier today, OCE are currently competing for 1 slot to London, whereas APAC are currently competing for 2 slots. So essentially, the 2 teams that qualify for Grand Finals for APAC will go to London. The Grand Final match is just... they're playing for prize pool. And I'm assuming they're also going to be playing for placement, because you would think that the winner would get the better seeding.
Yeah, some
We're
sort
not
of
100%
advantage,
sure
right?
on this. Yeah.
I mean...
we'll find out. We'll find a little bit more. As for us, I'm going to say goodbye to the casters. Thank you so much for your incredible work. Also, thank you to our wonderful viewers for tuning in for all of the Pokemon Unite action today. Make sure you come back tomorrow for the exact same time, because we're going to find out who's going to be taking the crown for their regions, and most importantly, who is going to London. My name is Natalie. I've been your host for today. I'll see you tomorrow for some more Pokemon Unite. Ciao.